Nikmar, Pune, Maharashtra. Shri Jeet Kumar Gupta, former advisor, town planning, Pura, Mohali, Punjab, who will be joining us online. We request all the speakers to kindly stick to the time limits specified in the agenda sheet placed before them on the dais. Now, the technical session 2 will be reported by Shri Ritesh Ranjan, Assistant Professor, National Institute of Technology, Calicut, and Professor Jain K. George from the Planning Department, College of Engineering, Thiruvananthapuram. We will be concluding all panel sessions with a memento and group photograph. So I once again request all the panelists to kindly remain on stage at the time. I request all the panelists to kindly step onto the dais. Shri V. Suresh sir, Professor B.K. Sengupta, sir, Shri Shrikant Vishwanathan, Dr. Anjula Negi, Shri Ramakrishna Nalatiga, Professor Shri Ritesh Ranjan, Professor Jain K. George. I request you all to kindly occupy your seats on the dais. I request everybody outside the hall to kindly step in. We are starting the session. I now entrust the session on municipal fiscal health to the session chair, Professor B.K. Sengupta. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure for us to start the second day and with the theme two, which is the municipal finance, health of municipal finance. We are very fortunate to have Mr. Suresh as our chairman and as the chief guest. And sorry, go ahead. Chief guest and guest of honor is Siram Sambit Rao, the Principal Director, Local Self-Government. And we have 4 speakers. The 4th one will be probably online as it will. Hello, sorry. So, as all of you know, that the basic concern for this particular theme has already been initiated by the speakers from there. We are talking about that the urban developments are being initiated by urban institutions and urban governance, and they must have adequate finance. There are national finance, state finance, and the local finance. So this local finance has to be strengthened, and the innovative finances are to be initiated. So with this brief few introduction, I shall now request Shrikant Vishwanath, CEO Bangalore, to kindly make his presentation. As you know that they have already said the time is already will be written there. Please take your time, stick to the time. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you so much. As we all know, India is a land of great scarcity. So I think even time has become scarce. Originally, the time allotted, I think, was 30 minutes at least when I was originally invited. But we need to learn how to do more with less. I'll attempt to do the same. I've come with a message of hope that things can change. Many times when we have these conferences, especially on cities and municipal finance, the story is quite dismal. But in the last 5-6 years, there are 2 areas where we think we've done reasonably well. In fact, a fairly remarkable departure from the past trends. So I want to focus on those 2 areas. I'm not going to focus on the full set of issues and diagnosis. I'll just touch upon it very briefly. So what I want to talk to you about predominantly is the availability of timely, credible, and standardized financial information. The lifeblood of intermediating great financial sustainability, which is availability of finances, and then ensuring accountability that the finances are spent well towards outcomes that end users, in this case citizens, need, is availability of information. That's a key feature of finance as a domain. I also believe in the case of municipal finance, rather than other areas of finance, planners are the single most important community. We'll emphasize on that in a bit. There are the two areas that I said where we've made remarkable progress. One, you'll be surprised, is property tax. India continues to significantly lag behind the rest of the world in the amount of property tax we collect. The total amount of property tax we collect in India is unlikely to be greater than 40,000 crores. That's a fairly informed guesstimate that we've made based on financials of more than 2,000 cities available on City Finance. But in the last 5-6 years, India has demonstrated a 40% increase in property tax collections. And I'm saying this on a conservative basis. Thanks to several measures which have been taken under the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan during COVID by the Ministry of Finance, then certain recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission, then certain reform conditions of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So over the last 6-7 years, we've seen an unprecedented increase in property tax collections. By and large, there are, of course, we can't declare victory. These are all works in progress. So that's one area. The second area is on transparency. As a civil society organization, I'd like to focus a little bit more on transparency. Like I mentioned, the availability of information, timely, credible, standardized, can set in motion a virtuous cycle that can impact other areas of municipal finance. So this portal called City Finance that I'm pulling up here is the National Municipal Finance Portal of India. This was launched about 4.5 years ago by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. It was conceived by Janagraha, and thereafter thought leadership was provided by the 15th Finance Commission and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. 5 years ago, there was a major challenge with respect to availability of audited annual accounts of municipalities in India. Right from the 11th and 12th Finance Commission, for the last 20-30 years, various aspects of public policy and public finance have ruled the unavailability of audited annual accounts. We are very close to solving that problem. Today, as we speak, more than 4,000 cities in India are publishing their audited annual accounts. Yes, the credibility of those, the quality of those still needs improvement. But you at least have a starting line. This is for the first time in the history of India this has happened, primarily because of the availability of a digital portal where it's available, but more importantly because the 15th Finance Commission said it is a basic condition for any municipality in India to publish their audited annual accounts to receive grants from Finance Commission. So because of that, a large number of these cities have published it. So I'll just walk you through some of this. So this is how it looks. It's open to the public, by the way. Credit to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs for not making it a closed portal. By and large, you can get most of the information without a login. So whatever I'm going to show you now does not require a login. So you're in Trivandrum, you just type in Thiruvananthapuram Municipal Corporation here. And then you go to the next screen, which is you get the data on Trivandrum Municipal Corporation. You get basic data of area, population, etc. And you get headline data on finances. How much is the tax revenue, owned revenue, grants, and so on, balance sheet size, etc. And then you see a dashboard which compares Trivandrum to the rest of Kerala and also give you growth rates and owned revenue. So like you can see, Trivandrum has done quite well between 2019-20 and 2021 with respect to their finances. And then you can compare it to different states, different ULBs, different years, and so on. Right, so that feature is available, and I obviously don't have time to do a detailed walkthrough. But the real key feature really is the ability to look at the balance sheets. So what you see here, essentially, is basically your balance sheet and income statement. You get longitudinal data based on the number of years for which the cities have published data. So like this, you have for more than 3,500 cities right now, 4,000 cities very shortly. Information is available, it's getting digitized. The reason I'm saying this is a big way forward is, unlike companies or banks, which are governed by the Companies Act or the Banking Regulation Act, there is no such single regulation for municipalities. There are 88 different municipal legislations in India governing 4,500 cities. And each of them has a different format. No two cities in a state may have the same financial accounting format, which means you can't compare their results. Therefore, all of what you see here, So suppose Gujarat, city in Gujarat gives you accounts in Gujarati in PDF, in scanned PDF. You have to translate it, you have to digitize it, you have to then standardize it across cities. So that's the work that's happening behind this portal. And then you're able to get this kind of data. And you can now compare Trivandrum to any other city in India. So here there's a feature saying compare by. So you can go here and compare it to some other city, whichever other year. Any city in India you can compare it to, and you can select multiple cities for that comparison. And like this, you have income statement and balance sheet that is available. Now, you can also, so this is how basically different cities will have different formats. You will also get the source data. It's not just the intermediated, cleaned up data that you can see. So you can also go and download in the resources section. You can go and download each of these balance sheet, schedules to the balance sheet, income and expenditure statement, cash flow statement, audit report, etc. This is how it will look typically. So Trivandrum publishes its balance sheet like this. These are schedules to the balance sheet. This kind of granular information was unheard of with respect to municipalities. Large parts of municipalities, around 1,000 municipalities would be producing them. This is the audit report signed off by the LFAD. And remember, this is not very old. This is for year ending 2022. Unaudited results for 23 are also available. So some more progress has to be made, but we've made a lot of progress. So here you can see every state in India publishes uploads like this. So here you can see on 23rd of December, Barpeta in Assam has published their unaudited accounts for 23-24, which is the latest financial year. And we've typically not seen much variance between audited and unaudited accounts. So we have made a great leap with respect to financial transparency. This is something we have to acknowledge. A lot of more progress needs to be made, but this is one problem that's getting solved. In the next 5 years, we will solve the problem of availability of audited accounts in India. The second thing I want to say is earlier, you would never know which city has access to how much funds under Central Finance Commission and how much has already been drawn down. So right now, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has digitized on city finance the entire life cycle of drawing down grants and tracking compliance with different conditions for every ULB in India. However, they have still not put out this information in public domain. This sits behind a login. So we are hoping that in the next few months, we are able to take all of this data from behind the login and also publish that. What that means is there is about 1,20,000 crores of money, 15th Finance Commission grants that goes to our 4,500 plus cities, 4,900 odd cities right now. Now, how do you know which city has access to what amount? What conditions have they fulfilled? How much have they drawn down? Towards what purposes have they used? That's what this feature will tell you. Actually, if you log in, I could have shown it to you, but it's currently privileged data. So this is one huge reform that has actually happened in the last 4.5 years. And we are working with the 16th Finance Commission, the CAG of India, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs through formal MOUs to see how we can further advance this. I'll just pull up 2 slides to close what I'm saying to give you a full roundup. There are 3 dimensions to municipal finance in India. One is financial sustainability, which is the availability of adequate funds to build infrastructure and services that is required for better quality of life in our cities. Do our cities have enough money? So there, what we need is, you need adequate fund transfers to happen, which are timely and predictable to the Finance Commission mechanism, both Central Finance Commission and State Finance Commission. You also need significantly better devolution of revenue-related powers. So today, stamp duties and registration charges, motor vehicle registration charges, a share of GST, several other of these revenue streams which arise from cities or cause expenditure obligations to cities do not accrue to cities in most of India. So we need to give them more revenue powers. Even areas like property tax, they don't have the power to set tax rates or land values. So that is one area. There is also the big issue of using land more efficiently and effectively, both for municipal finance and for better quality of life and environment sustainability. And that is where I think the planning community, if there is one community in India which I think can transform municipal finance, they are not finance professionals. They are planners. Because the only significant resource available to cities is land. And we have to use that far more wisely than we are using right now. The second dimension, which is not very discussed in public discourse, is fiscal efficiency. One of the big challenges in public finance in India is a lot of capital is available, but is available in different fiscal tanks. And there are different fiscal pipelines, like centrally sponsored schemes, special assistance schemes, Central Finance Commission, State Finance Commission, state grants, etc. So all of these fiscal tanks are there, and there are fiscal pipelines which go to the state and then to the city. Many times cities don't even know how much money they are eligible for. They don't know how best to draw down the money. And if they draw down the money, the other levels of government lose visibility over what the city is doing with that money. So there's a problem of visibility of the journey of the rupee from its source to its destination. The source being one or more of these fiscal tanks, the destination being the output that you're creating for the citizen, which can then convert into an outcome in terms of better quality of life. So that journey today, it is not just that it's not transparent. You will be surprised, principal secretaries of states do not have visibility over this information. I can say this with fair degree of authority, that this data, except for a handful of states, most states don't have visibility over the life cycle of the rupee, which means large amounts of capital are lying unutilized. Our estimation again of the total amount of cash which was lying with municipalities unused at the end of a financial year was of the order of more than 20,000 crores in successive years, right? Which is a very large amount of money when you know that so much of infrastructure has to get built. The third, and so what do you need with respect to fiscal efficiency? With respect to fiscal efficiency, you need digital public finance management to be significantly progressed. That capability exists in India. And some states have already solved for it. The union is solving for it quite effectively with respect to centrally sponsored schemes. So in the next 3 to 5 years, with the right set of actors and the right set of alignment within the administrative system, not even the political system, it's possible to solve for this problem as well. Financial accountability, like I said, we've made progress, but a lot more needs to be done. In a democracy, and when we speak about local democracy, and I'll end with this, there is no reason why every citizen of a city in India cannot see details of every rupee being spent by the municipality. What is the big secrecy in municipal budgets? What is the big secrecy in municipal expenditure? It's not sensitive like, nuclear expenditure or border roads or defense expenditure. There is no sensitivity to it. There's no reason why real-time income and expenditure of a city should not be disclosed in the public domain. I think it's a basic minimum that we should aspire for. And it is in the interest of the administration to do that, because you will have a virtuous cycle which self-corrects, because you will basically be able to allocate capital far more effectively where citizens want it to be allocated, and where there are issues of implementation and usage of funds at the first mile, the information will get transmitted to senior levels of government much quicker. So let me close by saying that there is a lot of hope with respect to municipal finance. I believe municipal finance is one of those few areas in urban governance reforms in India where we are seeing systemic traction. We are not seeing systemic traction in planning and design reforms. We are not seeing systemic traction in human resource management reforms, cadre and recruitment rules, etc. We are not seeing political reforms empowering mayors and councils. We are not seeing much progress. We are also not seeing much progress in citizen level transparency. But the one area where we are seeing progress is upstream reforms in municipal finance. With respect to property tax, a little bit with respect to municipal borrowings, but a lot with respect to audited annual accounts, etc. This is an area that gives us hope. If the planning community comes together, applies themselves a little more to areas of land value capture, etc., and if the finance community and the planning community is able to get together, I believe in the next 3 to 5 years, we will not only transform the municipal finance landscape in India, but through the reforms in public finances. Because public finance is something that's broadly understood. The language of money is understood by citizens, contractors, private sector, government officials, lower bureaucracy, upper bureaucracy, politicians, everybody. It's a common language. You can then transform several other areas like planning and empowerment of mayor and council using public finance as a catalyst. So it's a message of essentially of hope, and the fact that we have to keep our eyes focused on financial sustainability, efficiency, and accountability as 3 broad outcome areas for us to look at. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Srikanth Viswanathan. It has been a very paper to initiate the entirety gamut of the concern for municipal finance, the issues and concerns, including the innovation and ideas. Now I shall request Dr. Anjula Naik to kindly make our presentation. Dr. Naik.
Morning, everyone. Carrying forward the hope message, what can the planners do? One of the instruments that can be used under multiple innovative fiscal tools is the instrument called green bonds, which many of our municipalities are looking forward to. So, all right. So, it's not moving. All right. So what are green bonds? Green bonds are fiscal tools. This is a fixed income debt instrument specifically earmarked for environment-related projects. Now, why should we speak about environment-related project alone in spatial planning? There's a lot of money that is being generated right now. There are a lot of funding agencies which are working towards environmental sustainability. Green bonds is one mechanism. Now, why should we debate on this particular topic? While there's a lot of things written here, the key message in this particular slide is that this is an opportunity for the ULBs, the municipalities to utilize and align our spatial planning measures, which include environmental sustainability projects and features as a part of spatial planning process. So this is the key message here. And where all can you use it? So in the last box, the examples given are in clean transport, sustainable land use, including urban forestry or agriculture even, then sustainable water and water management services, renewable energy. It can be in energy efficiency parameters. It can be in climate change adaptation. It can be in biodiversity conservation. Now, who has given this? This is the regulator SEBI, who has outlined these broad categories under which projects can be raised. And what can the municipalities and spatial planners do? They can align projects which earmark these environmental projects as a part of the spatial planning process. Next slide. What does it require? Going ahead with what Shrikantji mentioned, it requires a lot of thinking in terms of appropriate project structuring. That's where we lack the most when it comes to the local levels. Then internal fiscal management, as the previous speaker has already pointed out, including double accrual accounting. Then legal enablement, awareness and advocacy. It's our strongest pillar in order to spread measures required. Then investor readiness is required. Establishment of creditworthiness. While we have municipalities which are rated by the MAUA now, but they are in a lower category, may not be creditworthy at the moment. So the ones which are have already been raising bonds. Now, what are green bonds? Green bonds, we mentioned, but they are green bonds specifically by the sovereign institution also. They are sovereign green bonds. They are green bonds by corporates. We are here specifically talking about green municipal bonds. What municipalities or ULBs can raise for environmental sustenance. Now, in terms, I'm not getting into the municipal financing issues. Three most important there are that they are unable to utilize several financing resources that are available. There is continued weighty dependence on grants and transfers, and alongside inadequate resources. While the picture is improving, but there's more to be done. So this particular slides give you an overall picture of how the distribution between the own tax revenue as well as the fiscal transfers which happen from the state as well as from the central level and the other non-tax revenues. So the picture between the 10 municipal corporations and across the country, other municipalities is similar, which we see around 30% is dedicated from the own tax revenues, about 24.9%, approximately 25% coming in from the transfers and the remaining non-tax revenue. And the picture that you see in front of you represents for 2 years, 1920 and 23-24. So it does mean that a lot needs to be done in this particular area. Property tax collects the maximum. If we see that, it's about 16% of the total revenue receipts and 60% alone of the tax revenues in the municipalities. Now, when we come to municipal bond issuances, there are two things. One is raising GOs, which are government obligations, and the second part is raising revenue bonds, which are project specific. Now, when it comes to raising municipal bonds, we have been quite early in that area. In 1997, Bangalore Municipal Corporation was one of the first ones to raise an issue. And on your left side, you see a chart which gives a picture about how we have grown. So 2007 is really when the journey began, when RBI initiated Sustainability Index. And thereafter, SEBI came into the picture in 2012. And after that, there are continued reforms in this particular area. And they continue now in order to work towards environmental sustainability and address national determined contributions, which the India has signed under the COP. I'm not getting into all of that. I'm sure most of us are aware around here. But this is to give you a picture that initially we were raising bonds around 10 municipal corporations in the period of 10 years, about 1,325 crores. Then the next phase, 2006 to 16, another 10 years, negligible bonds rates, largely because of the NURM funding which was made available. And then 2018 onwards, impetus coming from the central government under Amrut and various other schemes, aligned bonds for larger. And now in 2021, Amrit 2 coming in, where they have segregated funds and financial assistance towards municipal bonds. And in addition to that, aid is being, or incentive is being given specifically for raising green bonds by the municipalities. So there's a lot of funding that is being made available, which the municipalities and local bodies can avail of, and spatial planners can include such projects and spatial planning features during the planning process. Now, what are the challenges? Well, we spoke about poor efficiency of revenue collections, high leakages, ineffective service coverage, and improper utilization of assets created. So these are challenges over and above the generic green bond, raising green bonds. But what is required is that cumulatively these issues derail the sustainable development aspect. So, and in addition to that, there will be tremendous pressure because of the services which will be required, because of urbanization, because of aging fleet and infrastructure which will be required to be replaced. How are municipalities and ULBs going to cater to that? So that is a thought process that needs to be embedded as a part of the spatial planning measures in our plan, and that's what the planners may like to think about and contribute towards. Specifically towards green bonds, we are still in the nascent stage. As of now, we have released 4 green bonds starting from 2021, first being the Ghaziabad Nagar Nigam enlisting a tertiary water treatment plant. And interestingly, they have arranged for this treated water to be supplied to the industry. So they have a back-to-back arrangement for the treated water as well. And they were able to raise money not only from the bonds, but also avail funding from Amrut scheme, about 19 crores they took. So that means the capital grant was minused from the overall project cost. That's another feature that enabled them enhanced funding. Then the others, and latest is Pimpri Chinchwad, which is under process. So we are still in the nascent stages, and we need to work more towards and integrate towards the spatial planning features. Specifically on the 15th Finance Commission, I will delve on only one particular point here, that apart from publishing audited accounts, reasonable measures are required for raising of municipal bonds and reforms thereof. The 15th Finance Commission has provided a lot of teeth in that area. They are aligning the improvement required in collection of property taxes. They are allowing income and asset-based taxation to be strengthened. They have requested for computerized property records, integrating it with the market value of properties, which we do not have in much in number. We need to increase scale. So all of these measures, I hope, are continued in the 16th Finance Commission as well. Now, coming to the next few global examples where we can learn from. There are few cities that I have listed here. Toronto's green bonds, they are targeting net zero greenhouse emissions by 2040, similar to what India is also working on. Then Cape Town, as we know, it became a water scarce city. They're working on water security through it. San Francisco, they are targeting reduction of carbon for their projects and aligning it to the requirement of limiting global temperature beyond 1.5 degrees as per Paris Agreement. Now, this particular slide gives the specific. I'm not going to be delving further in it, but the message here is that we have examples available in the Indian continent as well as abroad, where we can learn from for this. Last slide to conclude here is that India is growing steadfast. And we are all desirous of sustainable built environment. What can spatial planners align? What projects and what features can the planners include as a part of the planning process? There is cumulative potential alone as earmarked in the National Investment Plan for the 5 years, a project worth infra investment of around 111 lakh crores are enlisted across the country. So that much of potential is there. Maybe we can pick few of them, integrate it as a part of the spatial planning process. Then green bonds per se are supposed, is being projected around 8 to 10% of the market size compared to the corporate bonds. But currently, the issuance is only about 0.1%. So clearly, we can scale up, we can grow, and there's a lot of learning that can be incorporated. There is tremendous opportunity in rethinking the spatial planning per se process as a development part. Then it is not an easy path. It may sound easy, but it's a time-consuming path. It requires rigorous assessment and know-how of how to become credit-worthy, how to structure projects, and what can be done around it while aligning with the regulatory regime. It's not an easy part. So, and reforms are required from the municipal financing for raising bonds, structuring green projects, obtaining credit-worthy ratings. And these are few of the formidable challenges the ULBs have. And lastly, the most important component is institutional capacity building, which is a systemic issue, like has been mentioned by the previous speaker, and across levels. It not only includes the public officials, but also the private sector. So awareness is required in this particular area. Financing is available, expertise is available. We may like to utilize our skills as spatial planners to incorporate such projects. So I leave you with the message of hope here. Thank you.
Dr. Anjula Negi, it was a very interesting presentation. We have seen the innovative processes, resource-based modifications, all these things have been outlined, and particular references for many of us. The green bond issue is a unique situation that we are trying to go by the project-based resource allocation or generation. Now, I shall now request Mr. Ramakrishna Narathinga from NICMAR to make his presentation. We all know that NICMAR is not a formal, kind of a financial institution that deals with Urban Institute, but I'm sure you are going to listen to from him his experience and understanding. Mr. Ramakrishna, please.
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the location of the presentation. unmuted or? Sorry. Okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't take it. Yeah. First of all, thanks for the invite to share my uh, views and perspectives on this important topic. Yeah, this is a kind of broader structure is there. Just without spending too much on the background introduction, we'll quickly go into the defining fiscal health and what are the major perspectives which are there as far as the fiscal health assessment is there, and what are the major issues that emerge in the whole process, and how to really achieve the fiscal health, and in that context of reform agenda which is there is going to be discussed is what the scope of the presentation. Now, the first is that like we have increasingly been looking upon cities as more like, the places of people, but that concept is going away. We increasingly see cities are the places of economic activities. And if you look at the Jane Jacobs, she mentions about the like cities are the places where the beautiful ideas emerge, and these ideas are coming because of the fact that like they host the kind of people who have that kind of creative ideas, and therefore this ideation is gives rise to the thoughts of entrepreneurship, arts, science. Every sphere of activity is actually flourishing because they're mostly there in the cities. Now, that also brings us to the context of this cities are the places where agglomeration advantages are the highest. Firms benefit significantly from the agglomeration, and individuals also benefit from agglomeration. And there are significant scale economies, and which is all make the cities as the important places where the economic activities are increasingly getting located, and also therefore much of the GDP is emerging from there. So therefore, given this kind of background, we need to have the cities to be strong enough in the sense of fiscal sense and financial sense, so that like they can take care of the service delivery, which is basically about the civic infrastructure service provision, and provide the congenial environment. We are talking about livability, and lastly, supporting the overall development, which is the sustainability. Now, when it comes to the cities, one is that like, we already said that like, cities are no longer the places of human beings, but rather firms and enterprises, and therefore the economic activities. And we need to make sure that like, it flourishes, so that like, our economy also flourishes, and we continue to grow, be on the growth path. And that's where we need the fiscal health to be able to have stronger economy. We need to have stronger cities, and to have stronger cities, we need to have cities with the good fiscal health. So the cities have to clearly come out of this malaise of like, the old concept of the rich households, but the poor local government. Rather, we need to have rich households, but at the same time, rich government, local government as well. So there are three perspectives which emerge from the academics. One is the resource mobilization viewpoint. The second is the resource distribution viewpoint. And the third is the service delivery viewpoint. Okay. So if you look at the resource adequacy or revenue adequacy perspective, it is basically looking upon city as an economic catchment. And from there, you have to really tap the resources so that like, you can make use of them for building the infrastructure services and other such support services, so that the cities continue to be there on the productive and growth path. So and then you try to look at how much the cities are able to generate now, and then you try to look at the benchmarks. It could be global benchmarks, or how the other cities are doing, and then see what it requires to take you there on the league of the cities which are there on the global benchmark is one perspective. Recently there is a study which has looked at Bangalore and another city, compared with the global benchmark, and has seen what kind of resources are required to make it on the path of the same as the global league. The fiscal resource distribution point of view is looking upon more as like, how the fiscal resources allocation is there across the different tiers. So here the theory says that the urban local governments being more closer to the people and have more responsibilities, they should actually have got a lot of funds. But if you look at the practice, it is the other way around, you can see. Whereas the last and but not least is the civic services perspective, which looks upon the municipal bodies have to provide the civic services, whether the finances are sufficient to really take care of the service delivery or not. Is the last perspective which has really caught the attention of much of the researchers. Most of the researchers are using this framework, including our own fiscal financial assessment report, which we did in 2008. Now, what are the major approaches? When it comes to broadly, you may look at the income adequacy or expenditure adequacy, or both of them. And if you are looking at the income, the parameters are income structure and expenditure structure, and look at the trends also. This is when you have the temporal data. Like right now, as Dr. Vishwanath already said that the data which is coming now in a time series data allows us to do a lot of things. So here you have a lot of metrics. You look at the own non-own revenue, and you look at the broader trends of them, whether the growths are adequate or not. Same thing you do with the expenditure structure you look at, and then you look at the broader trends of the expenditure structure. You also look at the growth rates and compare with the other things. But the last perspective, which I said, civic service delivery perspective, is actually one which is increasingly looked upon, where you look at one is the physical approach, where you are looking at the what is the physical status of the civic services, and then compare with the norms, so that you can look at what are the kind of service delivery gaps which are there. So that is the physical approach, where you look at the physical norms and then comparing with the physical state of services, and then trying to understand the service gap. The other is the looking at more from the fiscal gap. So look at what are the financial norms or expenditure norms which the municipal bodies have supposed to meet with, and then what is the current level of allocation. That gives rise to the fiscal gap framework, which is increasingly used by the researchers. So if you look at the kind of studies, there have been a very limited amount of studies as when you compare with the let us say other countries like US or Canada. There the municipal finances are subjected to a lot of scrutiny. The scrutiny has been increasing of late because of the fact that the very centralized data platforms like Janagaraha city government and also the Reserve Bank of India has been coming out with the regular assessments of the finances, which is what is giving rise to the perspectives on what is happening. But if you look at the issues which are there, the first is that the fiscal importance itself is a major issue, because if you look at the municipal bodies' revenues, it has been stagnating from the catchment, what I talked about, cities GDP. If you look upon, it's only about 1%. Rather, it has declined. If you look at the recent one, it has actually declined. And that is very alarming, because at the time when the cities have to really grow, city populations are growing, the available revenues as a part of the proportion of the GDP is actually declining. And the revenue share is also quite small when you compare with the central government share. And again, we also see that like India's urbanization is top heavy. We also see that India's urban finance also top heavy. Top 10 MCs take the bulk of the revenue receipts, leaving very little with the other kind of municipal bodies. And if you look at the municipal expenditure also, you will see that it has been growing. It has been growing better than the municipal revenues, partly because of the fact that the grants have been coming and the central government schemes are there, and all that is perhaps making that happen. But that also gives us an issue whether expenditures are growing at a greater rate than the revenues, then how will we really be able to strike the balance? And the other is the revenue resources. If you look at the kind of the municipal revenues, the own sales revenue, which is an important indicator of the fiscal health, if you look at it, is about 60%, fairly stable for a very long period of time. And also, we find that increasingly the dependency on the own share revenue is declining on the whole, Rather, grant dependency is increasing. And this again is going to pose the question of like, whether we are really getting into the syndrome of like, a dependency on the upper tiers. Of course, upper tier support is required, but at the same time, own source revenue also has to go. It cannot really continue to remain stagnant. And here we see that like, there has not been much of the tax innovation in India. We see that like, whatever some of the taxes were there, those handles were taken away because of the GST rolling down. And that is perhaps one explanation, but at the same time, some of the resources like, property tax have not been elastic at all. They have been stagnant, and when you compare with relative performance, they're actually not performing much. And own tax revenue has been becoming significant as compared to our 2008 study. But we also see that like much of this own tax revenue, non-tax revenue, is basically coming from a few handful of states, not from every state. So that's another thing. If you look at the fiscal transfers or the grants in aid, we also see that like, they have been increasing, and perhaps the dependency has begun more after the COVID aftermath. And still, it is also surprising to see that like, when you look at the grant structure, the central government transfers are not really so significant as much as what we would think they to be. Like, the state governments constitute a bulk of them. And here again, there is a kind of, debate, academic debates that like, whether the central grants which come with in a tight manner are the ones which are required to really promote the fiscal accountability. This is one perspective which emerges. Another perspective which emerges is that like, rather, instead of giving such kind of tight grants, like the state governments give it as untight grants or block grants, it gives to more autonomy to the ULGs on how do you spend. So there are two different perspectives, and there's a lot of debate which is going on in academics about this. And also, the central government grants are only looking at the horizontal imbalances, but the vertical imbalances are not really being tackled by in any way, because 74th Constitutional Amendment Act has brought out this vertical imbalances. And last is the fiscal federalism issues. As I said, 74th Constitutional Amendment was enacted in 1992, but still its implementation is still incomplete even as of date. And also the issues which have brought out of it, that like, functionalist is there, but no matching finance is still there. And local autonomy is still contested. We see that like, state governments are not really promoting the local autonomy, sometimes even restricting their autonomy. If you look at some of the cities, some of the states have taken the decision to really do not allow the cities to levy proper tax for some categories, and sometimes exemptions are given. So uses as levy is also not allowed. So unlike the spirit of the 74th CAA, which was to like, make the state governments really take a promotional role, they are not really doing that. And if you look at the fiscal devolution, it has, of course, the size of the devolutions have increased significantly after the 10th Financial Commission, and they continue to increase. But we see that like, when it comes to their needs vis-a-vis what is coming in, it's still far less. And here, state finance commissions have become like, quite ineffective. Unlike the experience of the central finance commissions, state finance commissions have been quite erratic, and there are very few states where SFCs have done their job, and SFCs reports have been taken to the level of implementation by the respective state governments. So this is a major problem, and the urban local governments also have got other issues of like, capacities. Like, we have seen that like in the case of the JNURM, it has come to the fore that like, those some of the execution capacities are not there. And this is where the state government again was to play a supportive role of like, enhancing those capacities. But that again has not happened. So how do we really go about? Like, first is that like, the perspective of the fiscal capacity, look at the fiscal capacity, look at the fiscal needs, and then how do we take care of these fiscal gaps by the way of devolution or other means. Rather, more than the devolution, it should come through individual own efforts. So this tells us like, the broader reform agenda, like, if you have to start any of the reform, it has to start from the fiscal planning, one is the budget planning. It has to really come through a bottom-up process and not like a very routinized making. And it has to have some kind of outcomes well defined. It needs to have the participation of the public, and transparency and accountability are required. Janagraha is very much in this whole sphere of activity, I know, and that is much more required even now. And then improving the revenue and expenditure, tax and non-tax revenues are really need to become more and more buoyant and more elastic as compared to the other countries. They are not really so much for a variety of reasons. If we look at the property tax, it has not been, we recently made a study, we find that by virtue of not raising the resource, not raising the tax rates, not raising the values, rental values or whatever the other values, you can, by simply bringing more properties into the tax net itself, you can raise the resources significantly, which tells that how much of the leakages are there in the system. And there is a tremendous scope even for when it comes to the user charges also. The utilization, as he said, only some small, very big municipalities that too, which are there in Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu, are really able to tap it very well, but not much. Last is the addressing structural issues. We, as I said, the theory expects that it is a bottom pyramid approach, but rather practice is that it's top pyramid. We still see that central government is really taking bulk of the resources and doing with very little functions, few functions. I don't say they are not important, but rather few functions. But rather when you look at the municipal body, they have more functions, but the finances are narrow. We need to really address this, and fiscal autonomy has to be respected and protected, and access to revenue resources has to be provided more. This is where the enabling hand of the local government is really required. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishnan. It also has been a very interesting presentation, as all of you know, that the fund transfer and the autonomy and all these things are very significant and intricate issues in the form of municipal finance. As all of you know, my dear delegates, that Mr. Jeet Gupta was supposed to be a speaker online, but he has informed that he is not going to be there today. So, and we don't have the guest of honor also today. So we shall now request the chief guest to kindly make his presentation, and after the concluding remarks of the chairperson, there will be open session. People can ask questions of their own. Sure. Thank you very much. Mr. Suresh, please.
Very happy good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to stand before you to address on this occasion, on most important session on the municipal financial health. And wonderful presentations by Shrikant Viswanathan, Anjula ji, and also Ramakrishna. I miss my good friend Jeet. Otherwise, I was looking forward to see him here from Chandigarh, but he has missed also to join online. So what I'll do is I'll try to build upon some of those areas not only covered by them on my own ideas. We have just had the greatest opportunity of working together along with Shrikantji on the Kerala Urban Policy Commission work, a fantastic work. We just given an interim report on that. And I happen to be chairing that particular lead on innovative and sustainable urban financing. Very great opportunity. Now, NIUA contributed, Janagra in a very large way, and large number of ideas that I'm going to put across keeps in view my own background of working over the last 6 decades in the area of urban development and urban infrastructure development, and also driving the finance, having been with the HUDCO for over 25 years time period. And I'm trying to put across all those ideas in the next around time. Fortunately, a co-chairman slot of 10 minutes also I can take a little. Jeet Gupta is also missing, so I'll get a little extra time for it. Thank you so much, Sin Gupta ji. But I'll try to make it with so much amount of interventions coming from the field. I look forward. We didn't miss it yesterday, floor interventions. We should have that. And with these opening remarks, I thought I'll just put across my presentation in the next around 15-20 minutes time period. Well, cities are growth engines of a large way. Urbanization is taking place of phenomenal dimension, and not only going from around 28% to around 33%, we're about 40% touching. We'll be around 600 million by 2030 in urban areas in India alone. They are the biggest contributors for social and economic development. They are the growth engines, contribute to 70% of GDP, the city-based economies in a very large way. And therefore, cities absorbs more than 2/3 of the new population emerging. That already was shown in the 2011 census, when the additional census population was increasing from 100 crores to 121. You could find most of them got into the urban areas and not into the villages. So therefore, it's a very clear-cut opportunity. And at the same time, we got to really find out how the cities can be generated and developed in a way for not only for the economic development, spatial development, physical development, employment generation, and also housing and all other urban infrastructure needs in a very large way. And there are also cities are also the greatest opportunity centers for productivity and also social advancement. And we got to really do all that is required to give the right level of resources in terms of development, not only land as a resource, human resources as a one, financial resources, infrastructure resources, all has to come to make the city a vibrant city, to make it wealth generation a large way. And therefore, if you don't do that, we have two situations. I'm happy that thrice in his presentation, he talked of the virtuous cycle. But I think before we get to the virtuous cycle, Srikanth mentioned over there, which is what is required to drive the right level of investment to make the cities vibrant. The present situation is one of a vicious cycle. What is vicious? Your lower levels of infrastructure, bad roads, bad infra, bad water, solid waste management, not good, transportation in a very bad way, and therefore low service levels are there, and therefore they are not maintained properly, and therefore low capacity to pay. Therefore, you are not able to collect even the property tax and various other things. So collection efficiency becomes extremely low collection. And as a result of that, lower levels of investment start coming into the city development. This is exactly what has been going on for years. But things have changed in the last around 20 years time period, with phenomenal thrust being given for the urban sector, and in particular the last 10 years time period, with the JNNURM starting in a big way, a series of urban transformation initiatives for the Amrut 1.0 and 2.0, and the Smart City Initiative, Swachh Bharat Mission Initiative, PMAY scheme, Digital City Initiative. Phenomenal amount of funds have started coming in the sector from the urban side to triggering that. You heard the good picture of 1,20,000 crores worth of money coming from all these particular schemes getting into the city for the first time. And devolution from between the 14th Finance Commission, 15th Finance Commission, increasing from 32% to around 42%. It's a very large level of urban devolution coming, and that coming to the local bodies, urban local bodies in a very large way. And all these have really brought in a substantial amount of resources in the last around 10 years time period, and the transformation is already taking place. Therefore, what's happening is that if cities have to really deal with the type of infrastructure that's required, which cover utility infrastructure on not only on roads, water supply, sewerage, drainage, solid waste management, road, city transportation network, including the other related required social infrastructure on health, education, recreation, spaces for stadiums or sports and related one, and economic and commercial infrastructure. So between the utility infrastructure, social infrastructure, and commercial infrastructure, all this together, it makes a city vibrant. How does some of the city become very destination cities? We then go to Bangalore, go to Hyderabad, go to Pune. Why? Because all these infrastructure levels are coming in a very large way. So people are happy to go and invest there. New investment coming, new economic activities taking place in those particular cities where you're able to drive all these particular development there, because the development is already taking place there, and therefore investment comes. Very interesting. Because you did that, investment starts coming into that area, location there. And people think of going into those particular area where the activities can come into a very large way. But if you have to do that, you have to also ensure that the local bodies who have got the function, that's the topic here, on how do you deal with the financial sustainability of urban local bodies. And Shrikant so beautifully brought out the issue on what it was and what is happening now recently. To have audited accounts of 4,500 local bodies is not a dream. I do remember when I was in HUDCO for a long time, we could not even get, even for 30% of all the local bodies to get the audited accounts to come. Even the last 4 years' time, we leave alone immediately. Now you're able to get even 2023-24 information coming already is a very major achievement. Even though quality of that particular thing leaves a little bit desired. That's because we have not brought the right level of professionals to deal with that. We don't have a single chartered accountants to deal with all these particular local bodies there. Of course, you have the accounts officers, finance officers there. They have their own way of income expenditure statement, but will not do the assets and liability related issues. And that's where the analysis will come in terms of balance sheets of local bodies. Bangalore City Corporation is one which has really got one, just like the corporates bringing out the results over there once in 3 months, is one local body trying to give that information in a very large way. But we have 4,500 or 169 municipal corporations. This is one among the municipal corporations which can do that with a good amount of team members are there. Good consultants and financial consultants were brought into the picture. Chartered accountant services were drawn in that particular one. So they could do that into a very large way. So one of the major areas that comes over is the issues on the collection on property tax. Both of you all have suggested on that area. But very interesting information is there from the Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India has brought out 2 outstanding reports, 2022 and 2024. Just 1 year back, they brought out a wonderful report on, it's called the Municipal Finance Report 2022 and 2024. I do not know how many in this group will be. Of course, Shrikant knows it fully back and forth because he knows all the input. It's an amazing report. All the states of India, all the municipal corporation municipalities, the Reserve Bank of India has really brought out a wonderful report identifying the health, the financial health. You'll be able to get the complete, the pulse of this, you get the CT scans, everything on how exactly each one of the cities are doing well, good or bad, is already identified. And that's an area where own source of revenue is an important component. Can you believe it? It can be as low as around 10% to as high as 80% between states and these own states of Kerala, where we did the municipal finance, we had only 30% of own source revenue, whereas there are states which have done 70 and 80% there. And there, of course, you will yourself know which are all those states which have done 70% of the own source revenue. And large new products are there. Beyond property tax, they got large and interesting products. That means your property tax, your own source revenue can be enhanced. First of all, collection efficiency is an important component. Have you really done a good database on that? Most of them don't even have a demand collection balance. How much I should collect, how much I collected, how much the balance. That's called the DC. Most of the local bodies don't even have that information on that. How much I should have collected, how much I had done, and how much I had not done for you to give a mark. I had done 70% or 80%, whatever, for that information on that. So this really brings in an important area, how to enhance the source of revenue, on own source of revenue into a very large way. The second major one is any infrastructure that you create over there, there cannot be a free lunch. And nothing in this country comes as free, even though many political groups want to have things to be, water to be free, energy to be free, power to be free. It's good politics. It's bad politics it's good politics to win elections, but bad politics run a city because all the water boards, sewer boards, water authorities, the transport corporation, all of them get into a lot of difficulties when you give a lot of free ones coming. So user charges is a very important component. How do you make all the infrastructure in a financially right way with the right level of usage for water supply, sewerage, solid waste, roads, flyover, bridges, airports, other terminals, etc. How to make each of the infrastructure investment that you come, how do you repay that particular thing? That means you should have good user pay charges coming on, advance ratio charges, or a water tax to be done, water tariff to be done, or betterment charges, or utility collection charges, or conservancy taxes to be done, or providing land as a resource, as a principle to be utilized. There are a lot of Even we did a wonderful airport project in Kerala here. In one of the most successful project is the Cochin International Airport Limited. It is a paddy field. Nobody would ever thought of putting 1 rupee on that project there. They came to HUDCO and we did fund that particular project. Today, can you believe it's one of the most thriving airport, and to all the shareholders of the project, they give a 28% dividend to that particular public-private participation project, which is not a government project or airports authority project. It's a public-private partnership between government along with the private sector participation in a large way. And can you believe it? It is 74% to 26, not 51-49, which is normally government. But even then we could make that do because we had done everything right from the financial point of view to make a good airport project to be successful and going to third and fourth expansion project happening into a large way. Now, most important thing is driving funding is easy, but you should also be able to find out it's not necessary that you got to do all the infrastructure by the government or local body. For example, many cases local bodies don't do that. For example, here we can, or many states like that. Water supply and sewerage is always done by a separate entity like Kerala Water Authority or a city water supply board or a state water supply board or similar type of parastatals deal with that particular work. But we can unbundle this project and give a separate water supply, sanitation, solid waste management, transportation. Each one of them can be done in a right way by bringing in the best possible efficiency of technology, finance and management in a very large way. But to do that particular thing, you require the right level of system for bringing investment to a large way. And that's where, like, for example, the good work that is being done all over the world, like electricity, you got CERC and the SERC there, State Electricity Regulatory Commission, and all those Central Electricity Regulatory Commission. Telecom, you have the TRAI to bring in funding for the telecom sector. Today, telecom is a big sector. PND doesn't do it. It's a big success all over the country here, worldwide, because you got private sector investment come in this large way. Telecom services come in a big way. National Highway Authority is a wonderful story. So you have the regulators of CERC, SERC, TRAI, you have the NHI there. We don't have in the urban sector a regulator. We have not done it. But you go to Australia Utilities Commission there, wonderful authority. You go to UK, you got the Ofwats, Office of Water Services, Oftel, Office of the Telephone Services. So therefore, when private sector people start putting money there, they should find out these are services, what are the type of charges there, how do you deliver, how to regulate that particularly. A good regulatory is there. So you require a utility regulator to come in this particular place into a very large way. Now, this is very interesting. Therefore, what we did was we tried to, in our own way, Kerala's context is equally applicable to any particular state there. What are the ways by which you can enhance the funding for city development in a large way? The first one is own source of revenue has to be expanded. So if presently, if it's off the 30%, how do you bring it down to at least 70 to 80, if not 80 level? How do you, out of the total sources required for that, own sources by launching a new product, they should do that. And they should have, the team is now digitization. You should have complete GIS-based inventory of all the land and buildings from which the collection has to come on that. And the age-wise analysis also, 100-year-old building, 50-year-old building, 20-year-old building. And that's an important information that's required. Noida has recently done that in a fantastic way. You saw a presentation yesterday coming. So a good inventory, a GIS-based inventory is where you people can play an important role. The planners can play a very important role of all the property, land being utilized in a very large way. Land's property is phenomenally big. And I do remember the Bangalore development, the outer ring road was not, it's still conceived, a 68-kilometer outer ring road. When we want to put over 250 crores, I told you, you'll get at least around 2,500 crores out of this project. Finally, can you believe it? They got 5,000 crores out of into 2,500 because the land that came out on two sides of the outer ring road opened out in a very large way, bringing 5,000 crores of money from a 250 crores investment on the outer ring road proposal. That means land as a resource to be utilized in a proper way is a very major component that we'll have to do in that. So first major component is, as planners, when you deal with new land proposals, you'll have to really work in this particular segment in a very large way. Second one is your collection efficiency. You got to have good amount of collection efficiency. If today 50% of the money is only collected, how do you make up to 90%? And what do you deal with that?
and what are incentives to be given for doing that. All these are important areas which you have to work on. The other major component is the financial health of the local bodies, as rightly brought out. As a matter of fact, Janagra is dealing with not only as advisor to Niti Aayog, but also CAG, plus also Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs for the type of auditing of the audited reports to come in a large way, and credit rating. Not many local bodies have a credit rating. If somebody has to give money, I should know, are you worth for me to give 100 crores, 200 crores, 300 crores? You've got a good credit rating for that. If you want a bond issue to be brought in, ma'am, every city requires a credit rating worth its name over there. So that's an important component. You'll have to really work together with all progressive local bodies, those who want to really do in a big way to bring in that particular area. Another major thing is the land inventory I talked about. We don't have a vacant land. So much of vacant land is available there of central government, state government, local government, all the things. So bring a vacant land tax. Yeah, vacant building tax. Can you believe around 20 to 30% of the building is empty here? You just bought houses, built houses by one house, two house, three house. No lights are there in those apartment blocks at all. Bring in a new concept of a vacant land tax, a vacant building tax, which is a very major source of revenue for the local body, because you invested a lot of our land and building area to deal with that particular thing into a very large way over there. Of course, municipal bond is a thing being taught, but I don't want you to be romantic on the municipal bond. It's not an easy product. All the municipal bond, madam, it only gives a 10-year bond. Anybody who invests on that, no infrastructure worth its name in any city takes at least 15, 20 years time. By the time you start the project, complete 2 years, it becomes 4 years time period. The commissioner who did the job, he'll get a good name, I got the bond. But the fellow who's going to hold on later, he will know that now the time has come for repayment of the bond. And so 10-year money, you can't repay. So you require long-term money available. And you also low interest bonds coming. I'll talk about that. How do you deal with it particularly? So it's not a very romantic thing to say municipal bonds gives us the answer. You got to be extremely careful before you take this, because it costs a lot of money when people are investing into the municipal bond. You should be able to have a good system. How are you going to repay that? And you'll do that particular project for which the bond is raised. I'll be able to get right level returns coming through the use pay charges for you to repay back that money, and not through government guarantee or whatever. You talked of the climate change. Good point. I don't, large international companies have done in that. And you can have the green bonds to come, green levy to be done. For example, there's a proposal to have every vehicle that's going to come into the city, they're going to use your road. 500 new vehicles come into this city, or Kochi, it comes over there. You put a charge for every new vehicle coming. The money should come to the local body. You have a green tax to be brought in over there. You can do that. Yesterday, you must have seen New York has brought in a congestion tax, like Singapore. They already brought in over. Any new vehicle coming into this particular zone, you got to pay this particular congestion tax, because you're going to come and use our road there. So you got to pay that money. It's not the automobile industry that will get the money, but the city has to get the money. So you can bring in all those innovative areas to deal with that. I talked about the infrastructure regulatory authority. We should do that as early as possible. You get large amount of investment coming from many interesting private sector parties. Many countries are interested to come and put over there. Provide your enabling framework, and you're sure that the project can be implemented. You won't have interference coming in that area. Many successful projects have been implemented in solid waste. Today, I got a news that out of the so many waste to energy project, 5 of them are shelved. That's because you don't have the right level of positioning for that particular. You must have read in today's paper, only one of them is going to go through. That's because you don't have a right level of framework for driving investment for those particular area. And that can only be done by the private sector, especially waste to energy project in a larger. And solid waste management is one of the major area. And there's a very good information I have, which I thought I'll very briefly mention. Every 1 crore of investment that you can put into good city development, water supply, sewerage, drainage, solid waste management, all of them will improve the health of the people. That can save up to 10 crores of money in healthcare. That means all the diseases that comes over there, 80% of the diseases, even the World Bank and the WHO, everybody says 80 to 85% of all that's come because you have bad water, bad drainage, you have dengue, you have malaria, all because you have stagnant pools of water. There's no proper drainage. There's no proper solid waste management. If you invest about 1 crore of investment in this area, up to 10 crores will be the type of benefit that you'll get from the other thing in a very large way. So I just thought that'll be a useful information. Thank you. I've got an extra time, ma'am, because two people are not there. Okay, thank you. I thought chairman should say that. Thank you. Thank you anyway, all the way. No issue. Another major area, 2-3 areas which I thought I'll mention is, all of them told that projects are not implemented properly. Why? That's because we don't prepare good project reports worth its name, which can be implemented with physical situation there. We should invest at least 1 to 2% of the cost of the, if you have a 100 crores project, at least 2 crores money should be spent, 1 to 2 crores for preparing a good detailed project report, which can be implemented at site there. Nobody does that. Get a spiral bounded copy made. Somebody says, oh, project they prepare a project document which cannot be at all implemented in either time, cost, or quality. So what is happening is you require what is called a project initialization fund or a project initiative fund or a project development fund equal to about 1 to 2%. That cost of that particular fund can be included in the project cost, and that's required. If you don't have that good investigation, good study, good detailed design that you have made, therefore that project will get implemented. So that's another suggestion that we can really do into a very large. FDA in infrastructure. FDA has done in other sector, but city infrastructure, 100% money is available if foreign direct investment can be brought for city infrastructure. If only we were able to drive this particular thing into a very large way, this can also successfully get developed in a very large way. And the last important idea I have is the money. And that's the point which I was telling. Unfortunately, all the money that comes in this area, all short-term money. What will happen is, even with a good institute like HUTCO or LIC or IDFC or GIC, various funding institutions are there, including others, unless you have long-term money available. And that's only, how did USA develop? It's all pension funds. How did the whole of Europe develop? It's all insurance funds. How did Singapore and Far East country? It's all provident fund. So these are the three sources of provident fund, pension fund, insurance fund are the three major sources which are long-term money available, 20-year, 30-year money available. We have not utilized that. We are using a 10-year money or 15-year money with which you cannot have any particular project being implemented. So what you require is the way in which the developed countries are utilized this long-term money. Even all those good examples of climate bond you talked about, all of them are coming from the subscribers to us from the provident fund or pension fund or insurance fund. I thought you should know it. They have a source of money which is long-term, which will others will have asset liability mismatch between short-term borrowing and long-term implementation. You can't do that. By the time you really got the money, you have to repay back. You know what I'm trying to say? So India has not utilized that. So if real sustainable urban finance has to come, you should require access to long-term funds also into a very large. I know there are a lot of wonderful ideas coming. I'm sure with question and answer session, we can open out. I already got the reminder, sir, the time is up. Please check up. Raji has given that message. So I'll stop at this point of time. It's a very interesting topic, but I thought it will indicate that good things are happening because Amrut 1.0 has become Amrut 2.0. From 500 cities becoming 4,500 cities. Swachh Bharat Mission 1.0 has become 2.0. You already have PMA 1.0. They had about 4 crores housing. Now they're going to do another about 3 crores housing for the next 5 years' time. A lot of money. That's all grant money, free money available coming. But let me tell you, large number of states, including this state, are not able to utilize even half the amount of the grant money available from the particular thing because you are not prepared good amount of projects which can absorb that. And most importantly, a good amount of team to implement that project. One is to prepare project report. Another way, the capacity to implement that in time, cost, and quality in terms of that. That's one of the reasons why you are not been able to do that. And possibly the new climate resilient city is going to be a very major area where the funding is going to expand into a large way. Smart city, 100 cities, whether you get a second version, only Nirmala Sitharaman gave you an answer, but the budget will give some funding for that. But the remaining three, Amrut 2.0, Swachh Bharat Mission through 2.0, PMAY 2.0, all a good opportunity of funding there. And also, next expectation is your 15th Finance Commission is over, 16th Finance Commission. We got a fantastic chair, Panigrahesh. He'll do a fantastic job. I'm sure that 42 can increase to maybe from at least to 48 or 50%. Hopefully, these are all wish lists that we all have, like budgets do that. It will bring in more money. As ma'am rightly said, it is not shortage of money. Any amount of money is available in the market, but you require the right level of setup to draw the good projects and implement it, and also ensure that you get the right level of repayment and the right level of user pay charges. And that is where you will convert from what I call the vicious cycle to the point that you say a virtuous cycle. And that virtuous cycle, if you do that, my point is very excellent. I have a wonderful visual on that, which you put over there, in which case you will have the higher level of infrastructure, higher level of service there. Maintenance also is done well. Therefore, the capacity to pay for the people will improve. The good collection will come. Property tax will go to 80% of like good cities have done, like Indore has done, Rajkot has done, Surat has done, Vadodara has done, Ahmedabad has done. Good, there are very good. Pune has done. I can give any number of good cases of where things have happened there, and that will bring in more amount of investment coming over there. That's where destination cities come. As I told you, where do you come and put your new projects, your IT projects, everything, or manufacturing projects, service sector, which city you'll select over there. It'll all depend upon what's your absorption capacity for each other city. On that positive note, let me say thank you very much.
Well, when Dr. Suresh speaks, he has an entire body of knowledge. He has a vast experience, and he has handled all states of the country regarding the finance. So even if he takes the guest of honor, chief guest, and Jit Gupta's time, it will not be ending. So thank you very much, sir. It was extremely nice that all of you get enlightened with so much of financial opportunities that we can have, urban institution can have. Well, now this is a small note from the concluding session by the chairman. I shall leave the house open for discussion, because I understand we have a 11:30 is the up to 11:30 is the session supposed to be, and so we can have a 15 minutes time for this. Well, I'm sure that all the speakers have made a exhaustive opening of the various issues regarding the finance and our local finance. And it is very difficult. All of we from the childhood has been thinking the neglected situation of the urban local bodies. And with the passage of time, there is a concern, there is a positive improvement, and there is a socio-political and economic issues which are giving the urban institution little strength, and they are doing some meaningful projects and works, and at least the services. So far as the autonomy is concerned, as you know, that it is the national state laws that state gives the autonomy or powers up to the municipalities, and we are looking forward. There has been 74th Amendment of the Constitution, and there have been many more other things which has attempted or suggested to deliberate giving more and more powers to the urban local bodies. Well, the taxation is getting modified. I'm sure we have all heard from the various knowledgeable speakers that taxation has gone a revolutionary process of modification, changes, and innovations. What is also very important is that we have been talking about newer schemes for development. Now, it is a corporate planning, as you know, that the state do not run a corporate way of planning. So, sector-wise, issue-wise, aspect-wise, fund-wise, allocation, making them has to be different. So, many of the urban finance experts have been suggesting the severe modification and amendment and reforms to this. We also know that there are many project-based innovations, because as has been said, that is the national level AMRUTs, or it is the other forms of finance allocations, everything. The concern for all of us is that local institutions also has to be strengthened and modified. It's not only finance and finance and finance, but the institutions, their role, their authority, their powers has to be very strengthened. And as you all know, that I always use a word, that the ability to pay or beneficiaries to pay. These are the two things that we always say. The abilities to pay and benefit. Many a time we know that we do a lot of social reforms or social projects which are not ultimately giving us the benefits. So it is in reality, the people are not that everything they would like to have free of cost. They are capable of, if they can buy rice and sugar and vegetables, why they can buy the urban infrastructure, and which urban infrastructures have been provided by the urban institution. So with these few words, I must thank the RTPI functionaries, the President, the Secretary General, Mr. Pradeep Kapoor, to invite me and bring me back to this forum and giving me the opportunity to chair the session. I also like to thank my rapporteurs, Mr. Ritesh Ranjan and Professor Jain George, for kindly helping for this session. Now I shall open, as I say, that another 15 minutes time is there. So the speakers are here, and systematically we can make use of this time for feedback or question answer. Thank you again, and looking forward to a participation from the honorable delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now welcome questions from the audience.
There are two people who raised already. Third one was the price. I'm sure there will be multiple questions.
Thank you for the excellent presentation from all the distinguished members. I'll be very brief, and also would like to know that there are shares of municipal finance from center, states, and also its own resource generations. Could you please elaborate on what are the avenues for the municipalities, particularly the small and medium towns, to generate its own resources, how they can mobilize more financial resources? Thank you.
See, having looked at the financial information that's available on City Finance, our current considered position is that India has to take a differentiated approach by city size. A disproportionate share of India's economic growth happens in the larger cities. And our smaller cities are growing rapidly, but they do not have the economic wherewithal to adequately generate their own resources. So just to give you a split, we have 90 cities in India which have a population of more than 500,000. They constitute about 40% of India's population. I'm not going into the further split. There are about 4,800 cities, other cities with a population of less than 500,000, which constitute the remaining 60%. And they are cities of 5,000 people, 10,000 citizens, 15,000 citizens, etc. I do not believe it is viable or it is necessary at this point to overemphasize on those smaller cities to raise their own resources beyond a certain limit. What is higher priority in my view in terms of public policy and public finance is to ensure they have access to timely, predictable fiscal transfers in terms of quantum of fund and timing of fund. Today, those small cities and towns, irrespective of where they are in the country, many times do not even have money to pay salaries to their own staff. They are in a really bad condition. Therefore, I think the priority should be that the really large cities who have big economies should be provided outcome-based funding. I do not understand why Swachh Bharat Mission has to provide funding to Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai for them to buy auto rickshaws or dustbins. You should give large outcome-based funding to the larger cities where, as Suresh ji said, let them ease congestion, let them solve for flooding, let them solve for air pollution, etc. Give them large amounts of funding, but so that their economic growth and productivity can improve. Because they are the engines of growth. Don't give them free money. But for the really small cities, don't put onerous conditions and ask them to raise property tax, etc. when land values themselves are fairly low. And we have generally been very unfair to these 4,500 odd smaller cities and towns.
If I can add to what Sabi said, I want to give an excellent example of Alandur. Alangar is a very small city of only 1 lakh population, just outside Chennai. Why? Can you believe it was a city which had all the problems? Water was bad, no sewerage scheme was there, solid waste. Everybody was sick, everybody was falling sick there. They were spending out 4,000 to 5,000 rupees, 4,000 to 5,000 rupees every month for doctor bill over there because of sickness there. Can you believe a good counselor, a good chairman? They decided there were 100 people, about around 20,000 population, 20,000 families were there. They decided they'll contribute 10,000 rupees from each side. That alone brought about 20 crores of money. 10,000 into 20,000 population. They got around 20 crores. With that, the moment that money came over there, financial institution came, government came. Can you believe they implemented the best water supply scheme, best sewerage scheme, best solid waste management? Today, that city is the most healthy city because all that bill that was going to the doctor for all the sickness over there are all gone. So small cities can get phenomenal. I have any number of small city examples which has done great thing, even 50,000 population, 20,000 population. I can give in various sectors. Okay, just to strengthen what his argument is. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, sir. I am Dr. Mohammad Danish from NIT Patna. I have a question to Ramakrishna sir from Bhopal. Sir, you talk about the horizontal imbalances and vertical imbalances. So can you just elaborate upon the
Sorry, say again.
horizontal imbalances and vertical imbalances? Can you just elaborate upon it? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, basically, see, horizontal imbalances are basically the kind of, it is more related to slightly cost disadvantages and revenue capacities, which are there going to be variable across the states. Okay, so that is because of the fact that, like, each state has got a different endowment of the human resources, natural resources, and already the background infrastructure. So each of the state will have its own state, and because of which the imbalances on the resource mobilization can arise. So basically the finance commissions are trying to capture it through various models and trying to correct it through the devolutions. The vertical imbalances are primarily because of the functional mismatches, finances mismatches. So when the lower tier is given with more functions, then a proportionate allocation of finances should be there. So that requires a different type of devolution mechanism. So right now, our finance commission mechanism is only addressing the horizontal finance imbalances, but not really the vertical imbalances much.
One gentleman there next to you. You want anyone else?
Actually, I coming from a poor city like Gurgaon. I'm Professor Mishra, Professor of Planning at Amritsar Planning School of Planning. I just wanted to, coming from a poor city like Gurgaon, I just wanted to tell you that a small patch of land developed by DLF, and that one flat cost there, the people have paid 119 crore, one flat, and you can imagine how the money comes. And in the same place, the residential area where I'm living, Heritage City, opposite metro station, of course, the two flats recently sold. The 6 crore cost of each floor. Money does, there is no problem. It is the management which is the problem. And I can, one of my students who has, developed a small patch of land near Manesar village that has the capacity to generate that amount of money. And you can imagine, there are people, suppose, after 10 years, our housing area, which was, earliest built by Unitech builders, they, the people are saying that, that going up to 15th floor, where, that's my house, my flat. There are people who are, ground floor people are saying we won't pay because we don't use lift. So this sort of, the small problems, we have to actually bring out, those sort of things. And it is something, the amount of money being generated is really hardly nobody discuss about money.
Yeah.
They simply ask me how much I have to pay. So money is no problem.
Yeah.
And this is something which actually brings to my, 1893 Daniel Burnham, which I doing in.
Very good. Land inventorization is very, very
Make
important.
no small plan, make big plan. The small plan have no magic to still the blood of people. I'll tell you history of planning.
That all you are saying in your explanation, your point, there is no specific question per se, isn't it? Do you have any specific question to be asked the speaker? No. Okay. Anyone else?
So I don't think he has any question. He wanted to share his issues, so that he has shared.
Yeah, very useful. Very useful.
Yeah. So anybody else?
Yeah, I'm Rajendran from Tamil Nadu Regional Chapter.
The gentleman there.
There is no question, but only a clarification. See, the urban local body's main source of income, I believe, is a property tax. So the property tax is collected based on the rental value and land value. Is State Finance Commission or the National Finance Commission has made any standardization or normalization of fixing a standard for a percentage of, in fact, a percentage of loan, property tax to the respect to land value or the rental value? Is already some work is going on or already done? The process has been done. Thank you.
You want to take it? I think there are a large number of models there, how to enhance the value of property tax. First of all, the life of the particular building is a 100-year-old building, 50-year-old building, 20-year-old building, whatever specifications they are, what locations they are, what commercial use or residential use being used. So how you will be able to do that particular thing, enhancing that particular one. Large number of states and cities have really gone. There's a whole series of recommendations to deal with enhancing the property tax values through a scientific methodology of doing that. During the tea break, I'll explain to you on that, some of them, okay? But there are answers available on a scientific way, how you can really enhance that particular one. Unfortunately, most of the local bodies want to be very popular. They don't want to do it. They want to don't raise it properly. They don't even know how to collect. They don't even have a demand collection balance. किससे collect करना है, कितना collect किया है, वो information भी नहीं है. Most of the local bodies, as you would see here, when we went through, none of the municipal corporation had the DCB, a demand collection balance on that particular. So once you do that, then you will find the collection efficiency will go from 40% to as high as 90% or whatever. You want to add something?
Yeah. Can I add? So two things. One is fiscal transfers is not a favor that the union or state government is doing to the local government. So there's no reason to believe that only own source revenue genuinely belongs to the local government and somehow fiscal transfers happens to be the patronage. It's not. It's the right of the city. It is just that income taxes and GST, etc., are more efficiently collected at a certain level, and therefore we choose to redistribute them based on certain formula of the central and state finance commissions. Now, therefore, I would argue that, yes, property tax reforms have happened. Like I said, there's been 40-50% growth in the last 6 years, etc. But the total amount is actually very small. It's only about 40,000 crores nationally, out of which the top 8 or 10 cities constitute more than 50-60% of that amount. So the top 70 cities in India constitute about 80% of India's property tax collections. So, and property tax is a tax that you levy very close to the point of service delivery and infrastructure. Therefore, there will be resistance. As long as India's infrastructure and service delivery is lagging behind, there will always be resistance politically to increase the tax. I feel a share of GST, land value capture, including inventorization, market valuing them, using them better, timely, predictable fiscal transfers, etc., will give you disproportionate results. Otherwise, trying to tweak property tax rules and regulations alone as the principal means of enhancing local government revenue and expenditure is creating a storm in a teacup.
I think one leads to other. You provide better infrastructure, you'll be able to collect it better. That's why from vicious cycle to a virtuous cycle is a transformation will go 10 to about 5 years time period for every local body to go through series of reforms. Reforms, therefore, as Ramakrishna rightly said, becomes an important component in implementation of that.
Yeah. Yeah, my question is about green bonds. Is there any mechanism where we can link the green bonds with the carbon credits, especially for the projects where we are going to take up to reduce the carbon emissions? Is there any mechanism which is in place so that the ULB can also benefit from the carbon credits?
Thank you for your question. Yes, mechanisms are available. IREDA is specifically looking at renewable energy carbon traded funds which are being looked at them for raising bonds. Then specifically there are other funds which also align this, like you have the GFC fund, then you have the climate fund, specifically being addressing green bonds initially. But municipalities directly can raise, not just specific for renewable energy, but for others as well, which can be taken forward in the carbon trading mechanism. Well, if I give a number in carbon trading, last year we haven't done much. If I see the numbers, we don't have anything in the last month per se of no carbon trading has been done. So we are still again in the nascent stages, but we can pick up these funds. They can be listed. There are multiple projects which are there, starting from forestry to sustainable transportation, renewable energy. Multiple such funds have been done, but they have been done in the past. Currently, we are lagging in the laggard state, but yes, in the future, they can be done. So was that your question? All right, thank you.
Okay, I think thank you all. Now I shall request the. Oh, you still want? I said the last one. Hey, please give me a last question. Someone, yeah. Yeah.
Sir, my name is Ramesh, urban planner by practice. My name is Ramesh, practicing consultant, and also we work for some urban development projects also. Earlier, I think you know that there is a scheme for development of municipalities, for proposals of the small and medium towns. They're proposing shoppings, infrastructure developments, so on. By that time, that is the scheme which helps to increase the financial strength for the municipalities. I think 5,000 population and below. That type of scheme is there any that type of schemes we are also looking after for upcoming small towns. For that, what is your comment, sir?
I think it's already kept in view. Small and medium towns, 20,000, 50,000, 1 lakh, bigger cities. The proportion of the grant component is much, much more. Even in the case of funds coming from the various projects from the Government of India, various ones, it's more for the smaller local bodies, is already there, is already enshrined there. Maybe if you really see Amrut program and various, what is that the small town of 20,000 will get? Now it is increased, as I said, from 500 cities, is all 1 lakh and above. But now it's going up to 4,500 cities, even up a population of 10,000. There the grant component is much, much more. So your point is well taken. Smaller local bodies require some amount of supporting there. And that's already enshrined in the way by giving less amount of loan component and more amount of the grant component. It's there coming. Thank you.
Thanks for all of your participation. Now I leave it up to the organizer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for ensuring that the session concludes on time. The Municipal Finance panel always invites a lot of questions. We encourage you to reach out to the speakers during the tea break. I call upon the following ITPI members to felicitate our panelists with a memento of our gratitude.
I invite Shri Gurpreet Singh, Council Member, ITPI, to felicitate Shri V. Suresh, sir. I invite Shri Krishna, Chief Town Planner, retired, to felicitate Professor B.K. Sengupta. Shri Krishnaraj, sir, Chief Town Planner, retired. Felicitate Professor B.K. Sengupta. I now call Srimati Shiba MM, Senior Town Planner, GCDA, to present the memento to Shri Shrikant Vishwanathan. I invite Srimati Urmila Raju, Town Planner, LSGD Planning, to felicitate Dr. Anjula Negi. I call upon Shri James Matthew, Council Member ITPI, to felicitate Shri Ramakrishna Nalatika. I request Srimati Bindu CA, Associate Professor, Government Engineering College, Thrissur, to please present the memento to Shri Ritesh Ranjan. Lastly, I invite Shri Murali Ellis, Deputy Chief Consultant, KIFBI, to felicitate Professor J.N.K. George.
I request all panelists to kindly stay behind for a photograph. Kindly step forward so that we can take a group photograph and conclude the session. They'll say I'm lifting. Thank you to all our panelists and a large round of applause for the session on municipal fiscal health. For the notice of all delegates, we are circulating a form to confirm your presence at the cultural visit organized tomorrow, 12th January. We will be visiting Padmanabhapuram Palace and the Kerala Arts and Crafts Village, incorporating a taste of local culture and cuisine. Kindly confirm your preference on the circulated sheet so that we may make arrangements accordingly. We will be leaving at 8 a.m. tomorrow and returning by 4:30 p.m. Delegates who are leaving in the evening tomorrow are requested to check out in the morning prior to the cultural visit. We now break for tea. I request all participants to be back in the main conference hall by 11:55. We begin the session on blue-green economy for resilient futures at 12 p.m. Thank you. We request all delegates to kindly enter the main conference hall. We will be beginning in 5 minutes. Thank you. We request all delegates to kindly re-enter the main conference hall. We are beginning shortly. We request all delegates to kindly enter the main conference hall. We are beginning now. Welcome back as we quickly move on to technical session 3 on blue-green economy for resilient futures. I welcome all our panelists to the dais. The following session will deal with the diverse impacts of climate change and on building resilience through comprehensive strategies and collaborative efforts. Climate resilience for India involves a multifaceted approach that integrates policy development, infrastructure improvement, community engagement, and innovation. Our chief guest and session chair for technical session 3 will be Ms. Anumita Roy Chowdhury, Executive Director, Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi. Our guest of honor on this panel is Shri Pulkit Garg IAS, Vice Chairman, Varanasi Development Authority, Uttar Pradesh. Our key speakers for this panel are Shri Rajneesh Sareen, Program Director, Sustainable Habitat Program, CSE, New Delhi. Dr. Bani Chakraborty, ex-faculty, Department of Architecture and Planning, IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Reshma Vilasan, Assistant Professor, Niti School of Architecture, Planning and Design, Bangalore. We request all our panelists to kindly occupy the dais. Technical session 3 will be reported by Shri S.R. Rajendran, Secretary, ITPI Tamil Nadu Regional Chapter, and Shri Jubair Siddiq, Planning Department, College of Engineering, Trivandrum. We request all our panelists to kindly occupy the dais. Thank you. Yeah, on the dais. Dais alone.
Sorry, madam.
Prior to hearing from our speakers, we are proud to be releasing the toolkit on planning and designing habitat in climate risk times, prepared by the Center for Science and Environment, CSE, in collaboration with the Institute of Town Planners, India. We invite Shri N.K. Patel, President, ITPI, Shri Anup Kumar Srivastava, Vice President, ITPI, Shri V.P. Kulshrestha, Secretary General, ITPI, and Shri Pradeep Kumar, Coordinator, Techno Admin, ITPI, to the dais. They will accompany Ms. Anumita Roy Chowdhury, Executive Director, CSE, in launching the publication. For the notice of all delegates, delegates are welcome to scan and download copies of the HEAT toolkit from the QR code displayed on the stage. We have also made available select copies of the toolkit for delegates to peruse. The same QR code is also printed and published at the registration counter for those who would like to scan soft copies of the toolkit. The dais recognizes Shri Pradeep Kumar, Coordinator Techno Admin ITPI. Sorry. On the dais, we have Shri N.K. Patel, President ITPI, Shri Anup Kumar Srivastava, Vice President ITPI, Shri V.P. Kulshrestha, Secretary General ITPI, and Shri Pradeep Kapoor, Coordinator Techno Admin ITPI. They accompany Ms. Anumita Roy Chowdhury, Executive Director CSE, in launching the publication toolkit on planning and designing habitat in climate risk times, prepared jointly by the Center for Science and Environment in collaboration with ITPI. A large round of applause, please. Thank you all. I now entrust the session on blue-green economy for resilient futures to the session chair, Srimati Anumita Roy Chowdhury.
Thank you so much. And we are also excited and looking forward to this conversation with a lot of excitement and interest. And one of the reasons why we are so keen to have this conversation is that someone like us and we are here from Center for Science and Environment, along with all my other colleagues in the panel, someone working on environment for quite some time. Every year, now we know how we are so deeply battered by extreme climate events. And it has now become kind of a very predictable news headlines every year that this is the hottest year. And every year we are saying this is the hottest year. And which means if we compare with the years that are yet to come, that this today is the coolest year because it's going to get hotter and hotter. That's what IPCC, everyone's warning us. And within that context, what has really pressed the alarm button is it more about how urban experience and the urban dilemma is going to unfold in the coming decades. That in the warming world, cities are going to be particularly more vulnerable, and not only they will require deep cuts in urban emissions, but at the same time will require very aggressive measure for adaptation and improve its coping capacity in the changed climate. Within that context, today, all of us here, we will be focusing on one very critical aspect of the changing climate, which is the rising heat. And the focus will be what are the sources of heat, what are the heat generators, but more important than that is how do we do effective heat management. Now, there are many ways of doing it, but the critical focus that we will have today is at a citywide scale, what will be the role of water bodies, of green areas, to have a cityscape approach to mitigate heat. So in that context, we will first hear the leading experts who are here with us in this panel. And after that, we will open up for discussion. So without wasting more time, I would first like to call upon Dr. Rajesh Sareen, who is the Program Director and in charge of the Urban Habitat, Sustainable Habitat Program at the Center for Science and Environment. And right now, when you saw us releasing this book, this is what he has spearheaded. And this is a tool that even when we are deepening our knowledge about how cities are becoming unlivable because of the changing climate. But it is therefore more important to focus on how do we create enablers, right tools that will empower the planning process to mitigate the impacts, and how do we build our preparedness? So Rajneesh, we will hear Rajneesh first, and then we'll move on and listen to our other experts in the panel.
Right. Good afternoon, all. I need somebody to help me because I think the screens are disturbed now, so I don't know how to change where. Or I just need slide changer to do that. Okay, perfect. Got it. So very good afternoon to all of you. And in fact, I'll before I get into the presentation, I'll tell you this is something which a commitment with CSC about this book. The CSC and ITPI, when we were there in 72nd conference, which was there in Lucknow, which was titled as Climate Change and Resilient Spatial Planning. This is an oath which was taken by these two institutions that will bring up something which is very handy toolkit, so that across our industry, because we do understand a lot of educational institutions are researching on this, but many of our planners who are already there in the field, they are small and medium towns where this information is not cascading. By this toolkit, actually we cascade into. We made it so beautifully granular step by step that it's very easy for anybody who's from the town planning background can attempt on to getting the right answers within their town. The question becomes very important. As Anumita ji said, officially, let me congratulate you, all of you. 2024 was the hottest year so far. And this is the first time, another congratulations, that we breached 1.5 degrees Celsius. That's 1.5 degrees Celsius. When I started my career, everybody used to tell us that there is a danger which is going to arrive on your head is called 1.5 degrees Celsius. The world is going to be looking very different. This is like the stories which Nana Nani used to tell to all. Okay, this is the disaster which you are waiting for. And actually, we are I think the generation who could actually see that story happening right in front of us. 39 days or 40 days of heat, which was there in 2024. We all remember that. We all remember Corona, and after Corona, this is the second episode which almost everybody has touched across. And I think where I'm standing right now in Kerala, I think this was much more intense. And the heat it's something in certain areas like part of India where the heat is much more intense and people are finding really difficult times now to deal with it. But is it because of climate change only? Or is there a science which is there, which is rightly under our control? I remember when I was there in college, people used to say climate change and environment are typically a subject which are not part of the domain of town planning. Though we get the benefits of it, but we do not contribute or work very closely. But today, when after this research, which we present to you, we understand there's a lot of contribution which are done from us. And huge amount of work which has been done on this to understand that where we go wrong, what exactly we have done, how these things has really cascaded and giving us a city which are boiling right now in front of us. So outside, for example, when you go into any of the suburbs, the heat is not that bad. But when you enter into the city, the heat becomes much more bad. So that we have a lot to contribute into. So what we do is exactly see that what we have at our hand. So we started looking at, okay, 2024 is a bad year. We started doing coverages. We know how many deaths are coming. There are a lot of data records and things which are coming up from government, which establishes this as one of the very important points for us to intervene at. But what exactly has been done so far? And who is at the risk? So risk, for example, may not be at this moment, even if the heat outside may not be a risk for us. We are all wearing jacket. Even I'm wearing the jacket because the temperatures are being controlled by an air conditioner here. We are in much more privileged environment, right? The unprivileged will be who? The outdoors workers, the citizens, the elderly, and as well as the residents who are not in the, are in the informal settlements. For example, how much does under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana that dilapidated houses contributes and the congestion factor contributes the maximum number of housing demand? Now, congestion factor is when you have more people packed in the house and your conditions of your houses are dilapidated. Both the conditions are actually makes you more prone to the heat because you have more people packed into small space and as well as your housing conditions, your materials are bad. Now, these are children's, for example, becomes much more sensitive because when they go to the school, generally schools have a 10-kilometer daira from where they pick up the kids, and they become more vulnerable because they are there in the vehicles, they go into the school, they get thermal shocks all over the places, and we see that this frequency of diseases are increasing. So many of these concerns are now becoming one of the realities. Like we actually, the next thing which we are working is on the cool schools, because schools becomes another intervention area, and it's the place where even town planning enters there. Because it's an area scheme which we are developing, we need to think about how to make a resilient, heat resilient structures there also. Then comes the like, is there something which being done by the government? Is the government listening on this? Yes, there are certain actions which has been done, but very fragmented. Because somehow we never understood disaster and a heat, they could actually make a cocktail. So heat action plans was one such intervention where we started looking at. Ahmedabad was the first city which looked at from the perspective of disaster and heat together. But what happened in that is, again, we are looking at from the perspective of how to evacuate people. But we are not looking at the perspective of how we can reduce this happening much further when it comes to the next year in that case. Now, then what are the contributing factors? How this actually a particular pocket becomes a heat pocket? You need to look at maybe the urban cover and then urban structure and the urban metabolism. So urban cover is more of a regional scale thing where you do your remote sensing, land surface temperatures, heat stress zones are calculated. This is part of this book as I'm talking to you. Then comes the neighborhood level assessments, because we do a lot of neighborhood assessments, we do regional scale assessments in our planning. This becomes an important factor now to be introduced into our syllabus as well. So why this book become very apt at this moment? Because we always solve something which is coming up in future to us. And this toolkit actually takes you to what is now going to be a new reality and how you may need courses as well as modification in your academic also. So how the students really learn and to work on this. Then after this, we've given you certain how to estimate land surface temperature, where the remote sensing and GIS plays role it, how to extract the imageries and also reach to. It's a step by step. Even if you don't know about remote sensing GIS, you have not learned ever in your life, it doesn't matter. The book takes you with the flow that you do this step, answer will come. You now need to enter these as a parameter and this will come as an imagery out in front of you. And we intend to do a lot of courses hands-on also. In fact, in the Feb, we are doing one such course, which is hands-on, where 30-40 people will be trained extensively for 4 days, 5 days, who become well-versed with this kind of, that how they really extract these images and come up with the answers on it. Then you estimate your green and blue, which becomes one of the important safeguards for us. Because in this book, we have given you how it talks about how far a water body and a distance and how much drop of the air temperature as well as surface temperatures could be done in this. So you know that your safeguards are green and blue may need to be extended much more now. It's not land use now. You are looking at operational green and blue. Because operational in the sense that, like, for example, under land use have a green, but there's no green over there, it doesn't solve the problem. It's a barren land in that case. A playground may not add in that case, but you need those. For example, the forest, the urban forest becomes one of the very prominent aspects to be looked at. We remember last time when we met in Gujarat, so Gujarat Chief Minister, I think, introduced that 1% will be reserved under the urban forestry in every town planning schemes. Now, these are the initiatives, whether 1 or maybe 10. So we have to come up with those answers. Maybe our guidelines, which we have on town planning, needs to now address this. So what we do, we look at the element of shade and exposure. It's a game of that. I remember there's a old saying, that milegi chhaon to ab dhoop mein hi milegi. So Gulzar used to say this. So it's like that you need to understand the shade and the exposure components in your town and understand. We used to do this bird's eye view. Look at bird's eye view and the perspective, or maybe worm's eye view. You understand that how canopies are really working in your town. So these aspects join together. Then what important for us is to see what is peaking and what is average. For example, this Pune is peaking and average is being shown to you. Now imagine the whole city is on red. So that means it is an intense exercise of cleaning up needs to be required. You're talking about congestion factors. I need to put a heat congestion factors for you now in that case. Maybe there's a new green bond coming to you that you put a congestion factor onto the property saying that you are adding into the heat. You're trapping more heat, your materials are not designed well, or your neighborhoods are not designed really well on that. So once we move ahead on this, we get an in-depth analysis also in this book that you do vulnerability assessment. You can even reach to the ward level population that who is more vulnerable and what actions might be need to be done. And in fact, you can identify that where exactly these houses are. Under your H series, under the census population, you get those data that where your rooftop materials, how they are. If they are bad, then you need a policy to intervene so that you change those materials. Then there is much more thermal insulation properties coming in, and there is some kind of, you can say the various factors start developing in this. You compare site to site in this. We show you with example that site to site, similar typical kind of morphology, why this site is bad and why that site is good, because you get to see the comparison of that. And then you make a very logical framework of, because it's not something which could be given as a guideline to you. You need to really nuance your own actions. So you need to get into fields, understand that how much percentage is coming as a drop in that case. Similarly, various typologies are compared in this book so that you can have a fair idea and understanding. And then comes the pyramid. I love bringing up pyramids. I think we all love that the most efficient structures are pyramid. So we brought in a pyramid for you to have a think tank in this, that what actions is required. So it's not vegetative cover, it's the effective vegetation cover. It's not the land use, the effectiveness, water bodies, materials, urban morphology, anthropogenic heat, which is all the dimensions. You can say urban morphology and anthropogenic activities are like, you can say they are back to back with each other. More FAR, more vehicles, more stress on that particular place, and lesser safeguards comes in. FAR is nice, there's no problem. But what is an idle FAR? We carry out the carrying capacity, but where is an idle FAR which do not actually punch in more heat? That is something which becomes very critical for us. Or rather, if there is an FAR, then what are the absorptions area which are required or needs to be cascaded along with it? So today when we said that green is good, builders sold green. They're selling green at this moment. Every project is green to you. But when I say heat is a new issue which needs to be countered, it makes sense to the industry very fast. Tomorrow you say that my construction which is coming to you is much more heat resilient. It is a buzzword which will be picked up by there are a lot of supporters here. I can see on both the sides who are into active construction. They can pick up these pyramids very well. And easily these conditions could be come in. And I think then I've just given you some way forwards also in this book, which is climate sensitive urban design needs to be worked at. Urban policy strengthening needs to be done specifically for heat management. Data-driven heat mapping needs to be reality. We have GIS, remote sensing, we have smart data centers and all, but unfortunately, we don't have these kind of active business coming where we really, I really need to struggle for almost 1 year to get this data to you, right? But what is something which we can contribute? Community level of involvement in the heat. Because this is becoming one of the important factor. You need to discuss on Chopal, you need to discuss on any of your meetings as we are doing so that we work on it. Investing in heat resistant urban infrastructure. Understand where the investment, like for example, there was a session which was giving us more finance, a session before us, than I needed for the actions which might be under the heat. So carbon credits and other things start pouring in. So there is a performance linked benefit which is going to come in this. But I think with this, my time is over and as well as the presentation is over. So any questions, we'll definitely take it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajneesh. I think that was fascinating. And I think one of the central point that has emerged from what you've said, that even when we have started to understand what the challenges are, but when we now have to accelerate implementation, how we need to make that data and evidence driven. And when we start to put that all together and generate evidence from the ground, city by city, neighborhood by neighborhood, then that has to inform the way we create our urban forms, our built environment, and the other ecological assets and ecological restoration that we need to do within the urban environment. So that was great, and we will take that forward. So now I invite Dr. Bonni Chakraborty, ex-faculty, Department of Architectural and Planning and IIT Kharagpur. And you will be speaking on blue and green infrastructure. Thank you.
So good afternoon to all. Thing is that after Rajneesh, what he said is more appropriate for the time, for the knowledge, for all of us. But my point is that I haven't touched of all these aspects. This is simple descriptive of the conditions of a city where I live. That is, Calcutta is an old city. And before going to my place, my place means Kolkata, to describe the place, to describe the environmental condition or the condition of the blue and green economy, I just want to say a few things about the importance of the blue and green economy, why we have become so concerned about this. Thing is that since Rio de Janeiro conference, this aspect of blue economy, especially, it has came up. Yes, it has come up. But thing is that very less effort was shown to actualize the process in the field. Anyway, thing is, it's not that sustainable development goal was formulated. Goal 14 was a sustainability goal to achieve all the sustainable issues for the environment, for the land, or as a whole for the art. But people, I think, everything is doing, whether the developer, the planner, the government, and irrespective of the country's status, economic status, doing all these issues very separately, segregatedly, not looking to each other, coordinating with each other. Because why I'm telling all these things, blue and green, if I go back to the primitive stage of the art was made of only water, later on algae, green as a green, and then the land. So, and the animals came after that. So this cycle, natural cycle, which formed the today's art, is the best thing to understand where we are now. We are now where the oceans are there, but those oceans are very much polluted. All the 5 major oceans are polluted. So we are based on those oceans. Similarly, the inland rivers, water bodies, wherever are there, no one is caring for the quality of the water as well as the condition of the water bodies. Most of the cities have grown up covering up the water bodies or the river sides or the canals. It's not about the Kolkata only. There are many more cities which never looked upon what to do before going for urbanization. Urbanization is the key word which needs, the people needs the urbanization, urban stay. And the villages are not actually, basic reason is that we haven't looked beyond urban areas. The villages are never taken care of for equal advantages to be given. So that is why the pressure is on urban. And in all developing countries, urbanization is spreading without any proper plan. So this unplanned urbanization obviously takes over the areas which are very environmentally fragile or sensitive. And for Kolkata's case, this is because, especially after the economic liberalization that took place during 1991, there is a huge pressure of the international markets. The developed countries got the entry of their manufacturing, most of the manufacturing sectors, which were especially not suitable for the environment, for the health in their countries. They have shifted their production base in all the developing countries. Similarly, in India, we are facing their hazardous material output, which are going or spreading over the land, going to the oceans. And this way, we are living in a paradise of dream that we are being rich because of our GDP is growing, because our cities are growing like anything. So ultimately, what is happening? There is a tremendous pressure on the blue economy as well as the green economy. So in that context, if I start with my, excuse me, next. Oh, sorry. Next. Ah, sorry, sir. It's coming. It's taking little. Oh, this is the way, right? So this is a state of Kolkata I need not to elaborate because all these things are everyone knows. But thing is that expanding built-up areas. This has led to periodic changes in land use and affecting water bodies. So similarly, the other cities are also growing up like this. But thing is that what is there in store? We are warned by the IPCC report that we have the climate risk of, because India stands in the 4th position out of 10 countries, 10 most affected countries. This is a scenario where the West Bengal, within that, the Kolkata city and the Kolkata metropolitan, the metropolis, that is only the KMC, rather KMC is our area of study. That, of course, the data is given. I don't think it's requires any explanation of that. See the changes here, the landscapes, how the words are expanding, not expanding, it's increasing with the volume of population. And the top is showing the decadal growth of population. The word 101 to 141, which are just increased by 23.89%, and from 2001 to 2011, it is 11.71%. Anyway, this first decade growth is, of course, it indicates that growth when the economic liberalization or economic market rejuvenation held on. And all this growth, because of this population growth came up, these areas were occupied. This is the changes. The years are not shown here because of the size. I couldn't manage it. This is the first slide, shows the 1994 to 2004. Next one is 2004 to 2014. This third one is 2014 to 2020. Sorry, 2004 to 94 to 2004. Then 2004 to 2014. And this is, the last one is 2014 to 2024. So anyway, gradually the red area is increasing, covering the green areas. And of course, all the south and southeastern part where the marshy lands, water bodies were there, which was basically the drainage basin for Calcutta, serving the sewage and the other drainage water towards the sea. That has already been covered by built-up areas. This is a change in the land use. The built-up area proportionately increased to that extent, whereas the water bodies reduced. That will be plantations and the scrubs, and lastly barren land. This is a dolphin. Actually, once Kolkata was situated, now the Kolkata, before that, more than 300 years back, Kolkata was actually, the land of Kolkata was full of creeks and marshy lands and the river Ganga. So all this river, Ganga river dolphin was available. And presently what happened, the only canal, or which is called the Adi Ganga, that has led to the Vidyadhari Khal towards down, which has made the Bay of Bengal. Above this khal, this metro railway bridges have been constructed. And this canal, whatever the water was flowing, now it's totally blocked. So ultimately, yeah. You can go through that. What is the quality of water also you have seen. The table is given. I myself cannot see from that extent. The pH value, you see, this quality of water is now even not suitable for bathing. So think about the drinking water. Earlier, the Ganga water or Ganges water was so pure, the people used to drink also. And of course, the Ganga is said to be the mother Ganges, the holy Ganges. And what is the condition of the holy Ganges? So if we think about the cycle of changes that occurred, First of all, the political and economic pull, that is because of the economic revolution, that pressurize the demographic change as well as the land use change, and equally with the land cover changes. And both those factors, again, pressure on the status of water bodies and the status of green spaces. So what should we know now to go back to see the conditions, why it happens, and what to do? So these are the three objectives we found: that possibility of carving, whether it is possible or not, and to study the population growth and cities carrying capacity. And third is the governance role. This is a little bit about the green economy, India's position where it is. The index value, it is much lower than where we are, the Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. So India, because of its size and diversity, what it has, now it has reduced to this extent. And moreover, the Kolkata, now we come to Kolkata particularly, it's the first change in land cover because of land cover changes. And now the extended part of Kolkata that has covered up the whole marshy land bearing 2-3 water bodies, marshy land to the far extent covering Rajarhat and Newtown area. So ultimately the whole water bodies and the possibility of getting the groundwater has already reduced like anything. And the open spaces, regarding the open spaces, the 11 was not having at all any open space. So these are the conditions now we are living. Such expansion will go on, so long there will be unregulated urbanization. Sorry, 2 minutes. And Kolkata's blue economy potential is this, as well as the vulnerability, threatening reduction of depth of water, hazardous quality of water, plastic chemical pollution, and equally the marine lives are also in danger. And all these are, of course, based on our research publications, different research publications. The most concerned thing is that because of SEZs and the economic processing zones, it's not only because for Kolkata only, but for as a whole, our Kerala and all the coastal cities, wherever those processing zones are situated, they are sending their effluents, hazardous effluents towards the sea. And unfortunately, those areas are out of reach for any investigation. Only through gray information or gray literature, you can say, we can get some information. And these I think one should think about where we should stress upon. Why not those economic processing zones or SEZs should be taken care of, because they have been given the opportunity to produce here. And there should be the governance role in that, so that we can estimate how much the marine living being and the other ocean energies or whatever the resources are there are not getting disturbed. These are the scenarios, what water bodies of Kolkata were there. And gradually, here are the dark portions are the water bodies, and here are the dumping grounds and the little portion of habitations. Gradually, it has turned towards this, growing like this. So water bodies are vanished. And see, the buildings are coming up. So where we are now, shrinkage in green spaces in Kolkata and the water bodies too. And though there is government programs, Pradhan Mantri Gram Sampad Yojana, Maritime Vision 2030, Coastal Regulation Zone, and all the environmentally favorable blue economy appears to be ineffective yet. If all these constructions are allowed, then where we are. And most unfortunately is this, our state government has given open order that to increase the FAR, whatever it is possible by the developer. So in the area where there was a rule for G+3 or 4, there the people are increasing 6th, 7th floor. So whether the land bearable capacity, bearable capacity the land is having or not, that is to be taken into concern. So combined effect of all this is on open and green spaces along with, and these are the water bodies also. Already existing water stress condition will aggravate further, affecting the water supply. Because if there is no groundwater recharge efficiency, because all roads, highways, expressways, and the built-up areas, rest of the built-up areas are preventing the groundwater seepage, whatever the rainfall, whenever the rainfall is coming. So there is a shortage in the groundwater level also. Declining of green area, tree cover, and watershed areas. Built-up areas replaced water bodies. River Hooghly lost aquatic lives. Quality of life of Kolkata is decreasing and indicating a hollow growth. So adding to worries are water stress, aquaculture, especially those of canals, rivers, and the marine. All these are based on, again, the research articles. And findings of number of research shows also the coastal fisheries of both western and eastern coast are found to have heavy and hazardous metals, harmful for human consumption. So the serious concern is no synergy between green and blue economy, which is most essential. We cannot expect the efficiency of the blue economy without the existence of the safest green economy. Both are interlinked closely or indispensable with each one. Change in marine ecosystem, increased cyclones, sea level rise, and warning of Indian Ocean. So ultimately, the strategies which I've thought of, morphological changes, land distribution imbalances we have to take up, and the built-up densification, which are already have started, and moreover, not only the horizontal densification, it's the vertical densification, you can say also. Absence of implementation of statutory plans. No statutory plans are worked out. Governance lapses. The laissez-faire attitude is shown by the governments. And the workable master plans should be taken up for the green city concept, and devolutions of both functional and financial power through municipalities and panchayats, which is totally absent even after the 74th Amendment. And both EIA and SIA to be made mandatory transfer, maintaining transparency. So this is the last choice between the growth versus destruction. Because why I say destruction, we want the growth of economy, growth of money, and then bringing that growth, we are destructing our environment, our land, everything. So now the decision lies on us, for the planners and for the concerned department of the governments to think over again how and what best can be done to rejuvenate our Kolkata, to bring back the natural environment. Thank you to all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chakraborty. I think you have raised a very serious question for us. And when I was listening to you, I was just wondering that we often take Kolkata as one of the model urban form, compact cities, dense the street density, small block sizes, something that you really need to be very transit-oriented. It's one of the best transit-oriented city even today amongst all the mega cities. And yet, we are losing that inherent strength of the city, because what you have just pointed out, the rapidly growing city, rapid densification, rapid excessive built-up area, all of that happening with no attention to our survival and the coping strategies. So green and blue, and you have already mapped out that very well, how the green and blue are disappearing. And very important that the wetlands and the marshes of Kolkata, which were part of the very efficient water cleaning and water recycling system, that has become so inefficient now. And so clearly, therefore, we are just losing the template and the, and what we really need to do for the right solution, that how do we grow in a city like that while paying attention to these basic fundamentals for survival. So I think that will be the point of discussion as we go forward. Thank you very much, Dr. Chakraborty.
Thank you.
So now let me invite Dr. Rashmi Vilasan, Assistant Professor, Nite School of Planning and Architecture, Bangalore.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm truly honored to be here as a key speaker, sharing insights onto the topic that is a pivotal to our sustainable future as blue-green economy for a resilient future. And I think already the basics of what a blue and green infrastructure already taken my previous speakers. So with that ground set up, I would like to steer my conversation towards the practical application of this blue-green infrastructure and highlighting best practices and successful case studies that how this principle can be implemented effectively. So coming to the introduction of blue-green infrastructure, blue economy focus on sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood and ecosystem health. As well as green economy, we have to talk about the promote sustainable development by reducing environmental risk and ecological scarcities. And why it is relevant in planning, which integrates ecosystem, talking about harmonizing land and water resources to enhance resilience, promoting biodiversity through interconnected habitats, and addressing development challenges, tackling these urban and rural issues with sustainable resource management, enhancing livelihood by balancing economic growth with the environmental protection. And also talking about the building climate resilient community by implementing strategies to mitigate climate risk, which is common all over the India now. Fostering adaptive capacities in vulnerable region. And last, we have to utilize the digital tool for planning by using GIS, big data analysis, and employing this AI tool to predict the modeling and risk assessment. So before going into detail, I would like to go over the principles of green economy in India. A fundamental principle of green economy in India is the transition from fossil fuel dependency to renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and biomass. In 2020, renewable accounted for about 29% of global electricity generation, with countries like Germany and Denmark leading the way. The National Solar Mission targets an ambitious 100 gigawatt of solar energy capacity by 2022. And here, solar power, India has rapidly expanded its solar capacity through large-scale system, making decentralized rooftop solar system, making it one of the largest solar market globally. Coming to wind energy, country has invested heavily in wind energy. Country has invested heavily in wind energy, particularly in states like Tamil Nadu and Gujarat, which have favorable wind condition for energy generation. And coming to the biomass and biogas, with the significant agriculture base, India is leveraging biomass and biogas technologies to convert agriculture waste into energy, contributing to a circular economy pattern. And resource efficiency and circular economy, India, through green economy, emphasizes resource efficiency and importance of reducing waste through improved resource management. And coming to closed loop production system, industries are being encouraged, all the industries are being encouraged to adopt practices that reintegrate waste into the production cycle, that is a circular economy pattern. And initiatives such as Swachh Bharat Mission aim to enhance waste management practices and promote recycling across the nation through plastic waste management. And as our Honorable Minister highlighted yesterday, Kerala's Malinya Mukta Nava Kerala initiative, which we are achieving waste-free Kerala by March 2025, is a best practice model for sustainable waste management and community engagement. Then comes the principles of blue economy in India through sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. In India, marine resources are under threat due to overfishing and unsuitable practices. So sustainable fishery management employs tools such as catch limit and ecosystem-based management to over-exploitation of the fisheries over there. And national fishery policy aim to promote sustainable aquaculture, particularly to the states like Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, where fish farming is the major livelihood, to achieve sustainable fisheries and aquaculture. And coming to marine biodiversity conservation, India's coastal and marine areas are rich in biodiversity, and we all know providing essential ecosystem services. And the National Biodiversity Action Plan emphasizes conservation of marine ecosystem through establishment of marine protected areas, NPAs. It's already identified areas. And next, coming to the sustainable tourism, coastal and marine ecotourism is an emerging sector in India, providing opportunities for economic growth with low environmental impact. Initiatives in states like Goa and Kerala promote responsible tourism practices that conserve local ecosystem while benefiting the local communities over here. And last one is blue innovation. Technology plays a crucial role in advancing the blue economy in India. Innovations in offshore wind energy and tidal power along the coast of Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. Blue biotechnology, which investigate marine organisms for new medical as well as industrial application, is also an emerging field in India. Then coming to the strategies to achieve blue-green infrastructure economy. First is the sustainable resource management. The other is the integrated policy framework. Coming to technology and innovation, economic incentives, community engagement and capacity building, restoration and conservation initiatives, resilient infrastructure development and monitoring and evaluation. Through these stages, we can achieve this blue-green economy in India. So now I would like to present in coming slides, the project demonstrated the Kerala state commitment to build resilience while protecting the natural resources. Kerala's initiative, blue-green such as wetland conservation, sustainable agriculture, which are the best example for ecological preservation and economic growth can hand in hand. And first is integrated coastal zone management. Protect marine resources by managing coastal zone sustainability and enhancing marine biodiversity and reducing coastal pollution under blue economy. And coming to green economy, which integrate terrestrial and marine ecosystem to ensure the sustainable development of coastal zones. Next is Matsya Kerala project. Second one is Matsya Kerala project focused on sustainable fishing practices, which helps maintain fish population and marine biodiversity under blue economy and reduces environment impact of fishing activities by promoting eco-friendly fishing. And the next project by the Kerala government is Kudumbasree's organic farming. Indirectly contributing by reducing agriculture runoff through blue economy and promote sustainable agriculture practices and to achieve green economy. Sorry. And coming to mangrove conservation, protect coastal ecosystem in Kerala. Since it's a coastal city, protect coastal ecosystem, particularly mangroves, which is a crucial for marine biodiversity, fisheries and coastal protection, and we are achieving blue economy through that. And enhance carbon sequestration and terrestrial biodiversity, supporting climate mitigation effort, we are achieving green economy. So, and I would like to come up with one best case study, and this is a best study in integrating blue-green infrastructure to enhance urban resilience against climate change. The city is Kochi city. We have chosen Kochi city. And this study explores to manage water resources, which is blue infrastructure, green spaces, coastal ecosystem, provide vulnerable lessons for climate adaptation in urban planning. Between 2001 and 2011, Kochi and its surrounding small towns, which nearby Kochi city, witnessed a rapid population growth by over 30%. The urban pressure of central Kochi led to the occupancy of more than 90% of the terrestrial municipal surface. And like Chennai, Kochi also filled up much of the available urban spaces. And the infrastructure development in Kochi was weak with the shortage of sewerage network. City has negligible storm drains. Here we can see the drainage pattern of city. Negligible drainage system. 5% of the sewerage system was treated, while most of the storm water was allowed to flow into the existing canals and backwater, leading to the pollution over there. And 2018, Kerala faced its worst urban flood event, which led to severe economic losses. Then the government took an initiative through the blue infrastructure was considered as an element of natural conservation and a strategic investigation to use water body for transportation. And in line with the government of India, national planning focus on recovery of wetland and the coastal regulation zone, the Urban Planning Institution in Kerala made forced to align future master plan with these regulations. And another initiative taken by Kochi city towards a resilient transition was the new solid waste management model, which is already discussed. It's the best practice we achieved in the last few years. And the opportunities for resilient transformation that blue-green infrastructure offers are being integrated into Kochi land use policies through collaborative plans and project where citizen participation is an important part. Through participatory planning approach, the key blue-green infrastructure has been granted and identified and providing a visible interpretation of the existing urban ecosystem. Thus, the study represents an involvement of scientific community along with the socio-environmental needs and a participatory approach, and we can call it as a best practice over here. And India's pathway to a sustainable society lies at the intersection of the green-blue economies, which offer comprehensive strategies to address environmental, economic, and social challenges. I would like to stop my presentation saying that as town planners, we have a pivotal role in shaping the future of our cities and towns through innovative, sustainable strategies like the blue-green economy for a resilient future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rashmi. This is very interesting, the way you have joined the dots around blue and green so comprehensively, especially capturing the range of ecological services and the economic services that are associated with the regeneration of blue and economy, from livelihoods to ecological restorations to the economic spin-offs to biodiversity conservation. I mean, you have really put it very well. And very important that how you also brought in the circularity as a part of the value chain now emerging from the waste, from the agriculture, and so forth. And I think that comprehensiveness now has to come into our policy making, and we now really have to understand how to take that agenda forward. So thank you very much, Rashmi. So we have heard all our eminent speakers, and it's really, really so insightful to listen to everyone. And while listening to each one of them, what struck me that our speakers, our experts have outlined very well what are the challenges associated with the blue and green infrastructure. What is it that we need to do? They have shown us a certain pathways. But the question that comes to my mind is there really a mandate for the cities to really do what you have said that you need to do? Now, yes, the mandate is certainly emerging. If you really start mapping all our policies, whether environment impact assessments requirements, the transit-oriented developments, redesign guidelines, the green building codes, I mean, all the bylaws, model building bylaws, we can just create a full list of the rules, regulations, codes that have already emerged in India, which in many ways are outlining what the cities actually need to do. At the same time, now today there is a mandate for all state governments to implement what they call clean air action plans, climate action plans, district environment plans. And all these plans do have some provisions related to green and blue. And yet, when we go to the ground, what we realize, there's a big missing link, that there is very little clarity about how you do it first, whether the implementing bodies are actually incorporating and integrating the requirements in blue or green in their strategy for implementation or not. And that itself is a very weak area because it is not happening as explicitly as it needs to happen. And secondly, even when they are trying to do some greening of the city and some restoration of the water bodies, these are very cosmetic, superficial, and gets bracketed more as beautification projects. These are not systemic structural interventions that we want to see. So it is not about just rejuvenating the lake to look beautiful, but how do you really revive the lake by restoring its catchment, the watershed, and how the rest of the development around that area needs to align with it. It's not really happening. So that's where the big gap is. And we want to therefore understand that how do we address that? And when I was hearing all of you, so that's one big dimension, that how do you do this? The second problem that we're realizing is that in the whole the new urban agenda that is unfolding now, and the new development, redevelopment, in that we have not yet integrated the interests of the vulnerable community and the equity. And as a result, often in interventions related to greening, for instance, in cities, also lead to a lot of gentrification of the land and marginalization of the needs of the vulnerable community. And we have not been able to integrate the equity concerns adequately. And the other part of the problem is there's a huge, what they call now, the maladaptation. Through that beautification process, we often end up doing something that instead of giving us a solution, that creates more problem. On the other hand, what we are now looking at that, but still, when we look at some of the emerging good practices in different cities, and the linkages that you mentioned about the livelihood, the biodiversity conservation, and so forth, it's good to see, like, for instance, in West Bengal, when as part of their climate action plan, they checked out some of the interventions. So in some of the smaller towns of that state, where they're reviving water bodies, but also having a conscious policy of how do you do pisciculture there? How do you get the community involved that through that rejuvenation, and the detention structures that are created to conserve the water bodies, that how do you integrate the economic interest of the communities through that? And I think that requires a lot more scalability. And another point that is very clear, that increasingly now, because of the climate change debate, and that the cities will now have to show as we go forward, that what are they really doing to mitigate the impact of climate change. And in that, the green and blue will be very critical to demonstrate what it is doing and how it is really helping to build resilience. But you will then have to also begin to do a lot more quantification of whether the urban green and blue are helping to sequester carbon or not. Now, these are the kind of conversation that has already started globally. Now, therefore, the challenge is hugely complex. But at the same time, we see that the community understanding of the blue and green infrastructure is also still very limited. We do see at one level, lot of community movement in cities when there is a tree felling, people want to conserve and they want to protect the trees, and we see violent protests when that happens. And yet, there is very little understanding that how green and blue really needs to get built in and planned for, not only in the new development, but also for retrofitting the cities. And often, therefore, we find, and Rajneesh will recall, that when we try to understand also the quality of the green, so the cities who will be doing a lot of planting of the palm trees, and when we actually measured the effectiveness of that shade of the palm, it is so much weaker compared to a plant which has a much better foliage. Even the selection of the species that doesn't really get built into the whole planning process. Now, I'm saying all this keeping in mind that many people really do not know that, especially as it's just not at the national level, but even at the global level. And keeping in mind that only a few months back, when we had the COP29, for the first time, as part of the mitigation work plan that all the countries of the world were negotiating, urban emissions for the first time became the central point and the focus of that conversation. And now IPCC also for the first time is actually coming up with this new report on the cities. And if you look at the way they have defined the text for the multilateral negotiation on urban emission mitigation and climate resilience, urban blue-green infrastructure occupies the central space there. And if this really gets stronger, and we begin to see a lot more prescriptions and the guidelines emerging out of that, then in the coming year, when India, along with other countries, will be again revising their nationally determined contribution, the NDC report, that what India will do to reduce the urban emissions and build urban climate resilience, then a lot of these strategies that are now getting debated at the global level will have to come into those policies as well. But my final takeaway from this will be that we already have policies saying a lot of nice things, but the fact that we have not yet been able to change the practice on ground is because we have not yet built enough capacity, the tools, the data, the evidence, and the guiding principles, and to influence and inform the investments in the cities. And therefore, the flashpoints always emerge when we have to divert more and commit more investments and funding towards blue and green. And I can tell you from our own experience, when even small steps have to be taken, for instance, in a city like Delhi, when you have to come up with a parking policy, you actually have to carry out specific amendments to mandate that you cannot create parking in parks and green areas. You actually have to do that kind of legal amendment to stop that kind of encroachment that was becoming widespread. So it's not going to be easy. So at one level, we have the technical and the planning tool, but you need enablers, policy drivers, but you need compliance strategies, and you need deepening of the community understanding of these strategies to build support for the action and create demand for the solution. I think that's where we really need to go. So with that, let's now open up the forum and have your comments, your questions. Our experts are here, and we are really looking forward to a dialogue now. So any question, any comment yes, sir.
Three brilliant presentations. All of them was very good in their own way. Rajneesh, of course, on the heat island effect, so very succinctly brought out and Madam brought out the whole problem of the Bengal whole area on the water management, the problem one, and some solution Reshma could bring for Cochin example. I was happy. And your own conclusions. Ma'am, possibly the blue-green has got to be extended. We are only doing that. The gray is also equally important because in all the resilient feature, as is being done all over, is going to be blue, green, gray economy for resilient. For example, whole thing on construction, demolition waste, and other related material component, recycling of water, not necessarily the full solution, but halfway mark, that's a gray, not exactly black or white, they're over there. That just thought. Possibly one suggestion which I can give is that we should work towards net zero water and net zero waste as a major solution that can happen, which can really get solution, because what's happening, what is the solution available for the problem? Challenges have been brought out. So the solution to that happen is at city level operation, if you deal with net zero water and net zero waste, energy is different, then it will also lead to contributing towards the net zero carbon also in a very large way. For example, a series of initiative integrated water management on wastewater recycling or reuse of the particular water and aquifer recharging, using conservation of water and all related things. How do you do every drop of the thing, zero liquid discharge? Problem ma'am said is all sewage going into the particular water area. So all these series of initiatives on the integrated water management, we'll be able to cover that. Similarly, another series for the integrated waste management, namely solid waste management, the type of thing being dumped, the way in which was told over there, and all the water bodies and various other areas to deal with every stream of the waste to be utilized, waste to wealth, refuse to resource, trash to treasure, trash to cash, whatever. By using each stream to be utilized in a proper way with integrated waste management in a very good way can really be a solution, because challenges are problems being brought in over there. And as far as the heat island effect is concerned, the only aspect is called green built environment. Green built environment is the only answer by which the greening of the environment, water body creation, and series of initiatives on each one of the building, not only building, the built environment, because at that level, when you talk of heat island effect, it's actually the green built environment you have to talk about. It is not a building alone. It is a series of building. The way in which the effect is coming, action can come. So my answer to the particular thing is that go ahead for green built environment at the city level. And now new ratings are coming. It is no more the green building level. Previously is all green building. Now you have excellent ratings available for green city rating. Existing cities could for brownfield cities and new cities for greenfield project cities as well, to take care of the issues which brought out by very nicely Rajneesh has brought out. And as far as the blue and green related, I had the gray also, put that particular thing on net zero water and net zero energy, net zero waste related component to be added. These are my suggestion. Details we can always discuss later. That's the only sure way forward. I'm sure because part of the environmental impact assessment at the national level for 3.5 years, we are sure that we are putting this as a condition now. As EIA, when you say the problems are there, we said these are the only way the solutions can come over there. We put that as a condition now. I'm talking of the even for large infra projects at city level, we do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I need to say something more. Actually, because of time constraint, I couldn't explain many issues. What I perceive, this waste to wealth is the best thing what other countries could have done. Our attitude towards that, our planning towards that should have been taken, where green, blue, and gray, all the issues will come up. But thing is that the way our urban centers, not only Kolkata not only Kolkata, especially with reference to Kolkata, I'm telling, since last 1 decade or so or more, what I feel, this has to be taken or everyone should think about at that. This is the energy cycle, which is affecting the whole cycle of green, as well as that green, if green is affected, it's affecting the water, blue also, right? What I want to mean that the light, pollution has increased like anything. No one will able to understand that because of so much of lighting in the cities, especially the big cities, so much of lighting from different sources. This is the street lights, this is the hoarding lights, for the lights for the advertisements and all inclusive of all the lights are too much, which is especially disturbing the small insects and birds and everyone's life cycle. And if those life cycles, that biological life cycle is disturbed, so ultimately that will be affecting the green growth. Whatever plant you sow, it will not give the benefit to you. So ultimately, to retain our greens, whatever it is available, we have to look for that energy use. That energy emission is too much, too high in the cities. And Kolkata is too high since last 10, 12 years. So that energy cycle has to be broken. And because of that, the green is not growing. Even though whatever the green patches or some water bodies inside the city is there, always there is an attempt from some bodies, some powerful lobbies to build something. So there are resistance groups which are protesting against those. But that sort of activities or activism cannot be stretched for years together. What we can do now, next generation may not be able. And because of so much of energy use, which is giving us a loss of revenue as well as disturbing the environment. So what I feel that not only the green, not only the blue, not only the gray can be dealt or taken as an example for separate examination. And it's all together, it has to be integrated to find out the reasons, because we need to get the basic data from the ground level, which is really absent, because there is one Bantala area where the tanneries and all are situated. Plastic recycling industries are also located. All the effluents from those areas going straight away to the water bodies. So like this, and there is no what is called treatment of those wastewater. These are the things. These are the yes, enforcement. Problem is the enforcement is really required for every sector, for the use of every resource. Similarly, the autos and totos, whatever the vehicle, e-vehicles we are using, the government has given the license for that. But whatever the battery discharge, where will be the possible area where the batteries will be discharged after the use? Is exhaustion. So all these things to be taken care of also. So we need to think more and more aspects and all.
Thank you so much. Yes, there. Can we get the mic to?
Excuse me. Can I go ahead in between? Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Am I close?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so let him. Okay. So who's going to be?
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Sorry, I'm PP Singh from Haryana. Thanks a lot, Rajneesh, for that wonderful presentation. Actually, we have been trying to get some actionable points which we could incorporate in our statutes so that it actually comes into action. And I believe this helps us a lot. And there are only a few points which I would like, if there is much more clarity on that, it helps a lot. There are two levels. One is macro level at the master planning stage, and one is at the micro level at the building plan stage. So at macro level, when we are preparing master plans, there are certain important things, though very simple, like mapping the green and blue areas while preparing. it often gets missed in the statute, and that's why it often gets missed in the master planning process as well. When it's not very properly followed. Mapping of aquifer areas is a similar thing, which at times gets again ignored at the level. Encouraging city level forests while preparing those master plans. So if we are able to enumerate these and we are able to make recommendations for statute revisions, updations of all the state governments, it helps. Again, at the building plan stage, we have green building norms which provide incentives for higher in the form of higher FAR. Why don't we make it mandatory? We have reached a stage where we just can't rely on incentivizing a higher FAR. In fact, incentives should be for redevelopment of existing buildings or which are existing constructions, and how, if they incorporate green building norms through redevelopment, they are provided a higher FAR for that. So for new buildings, it should become mandatory. So things like this, specific recommendations, if they come into the statute, the future way becomes much easier. Thanks a lot.
I think it's a very valid point. I think if I join these two sessions, one was there on finance, the second one was on a blue and green infrastructure. So if we have environmental goods and services, which any of the environmental functions gives it to you, like for example, a water body gives you a good environmental services, but we realize that, but we do not put accounting for it. So if you have for example, if there's a carbon bond or whatever tax or whatever we're trying to, if these two subject of performance of environment could be clubbed with any of the financial instruments, that's the time when actually government thinks about it. Otherwise, it will remain into the bracket of like where people don't understand. See, mind it, government has a very, you can say, आपने वो देखा हिरन कभी? हिरन के सामने शेर बैठा होता है या टाइगर बैठा होता है, उसको दिखता नहीं है. Why? Reason is because it has a binocular vision of 60 degrees. If the things doesn't move in front of it, it cannot realize the tiger is right in front, though even in front of the deer. Same is situation with our governments. We understand the tiger of climate change and a bat of infrastructure is right in front of us, but it's not moving. So that binocular vision of 60 degrees is not letting us to sense that threat which is right in front of us. And that's where the problem lies in. So if you bring that, like for example, these toolkits or your data sets, brings the threat upfront into the decision maker's mind, they will be threatened and then they will take a decision. Like for example, Chandigarh specifically was designed, Sukho Majri was one of the projects, yes, sir was mentioning. Government has allocated, people have pooled their land for Sukho Majri so that the watershed management, this was the first, I think, climate sensitive city which we made post-independence. But today, when you go and reassess, when CSC went and reassessed it, we found that people have started building houses on that land which they actually pooled for water systems to become. Why? Why this has happened? The reason is because we stopped looking at that intervention. Like I think Mr. Reddy is there from Hyderabad. So Hyderabad has given 400% TDRs to the people to move out of the water bodies just because court intervened in it. It's not that planning or our subject intervene. So this is again that by that 60 degree of deer vision, which stops us to take any action until unless this thing start moving. So we always expect somebody will move and then I'll start moving or it comes into my vision. So please avoid doing that. So because that's why we ask that it's like cities like Gurgaon or Delhi, they lost their battles. It's difficult for them to revive and come back into the posture. But you have an opportunity for tier 1 and tier 2 cities not to repeat the examples of what Delhi and other mega cities has done. So that's where you need to intervene and start bringing up policies much harder. It's difficult to give it implementation in Gurgaon. I understand in Haryana, but maybe very easy for you to do in Rohtak or any other places. So at least start bringing an action over there. And then the government will have its own examples and stories to tell about that, how we revived and based it. So I think that's the wonderful area where we can do. But definitely I owe you, because I remember when we done the workshop, we need to bring up some constructive points to you where the finance and these deliverables could be joined hand together. I'll come back on that. Sure.
Thank you so much, Rajneesh. But I have just been given the hard line that we cannot take any other question, that we have to break for lunch. So I really have to apologize for that. And I will request all of you to take this conversation forward to the lunch and have an intense conversation with all our panelists here. But clearly, from everything that we have heard right now, we certainly need reinvention of our urban planning. And that solutions cannot work in isolation for green and blue unless solutions for all other urban services also do not get strengthened. So we all have to bring the entire urban agenda together to deliver on livability, on resilience. So with that, we would like to thank all our panelists and particularly Mr. Rajendran and Jubair Siddiqui for rapporteuring this meeting, this discussion. And so let's break now, but it's a very powerful message that has come out from this discussion that we will take forward. And we certainly hope that this will help to shape and make us much better interventionists when we go back and begin to influence the change all around. So a big hand for all our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anumita ma'am, for succinctly wrapping up the panel and directing our delegates to new aspects surrounding blue-green solutions. Your points on the current inordinate focus on the beauty of blue-green versus the utility and opportunity to quantify solutions for climate resilience is well noted. I call upon the following to felicitate our panelists with a memento of our gratitude.
I request you all to kindly remain seated through the felicitations. Thank you. I call upon Srimati N. Usha, Council Member ITPI, to please felicitate our Chair for the day, Srimati Anumita Roy Chaudhary. I now call Shri Jaykumar, Additional Chief Town Planner, retired LSGD Planning and Building Committee Chairman, ITPI Kerala Regional Chapter, to felicitate Shri Rajni Sareen. I invite Shri Prashant H., Chief Town Planner, retired LSGD Planning, to felicitate Dr. Bani Chakraborty. I now request Dr. P.P. Anil Kumar, Professor NIT Calicut, to please felicitate Dr. Reshma Vilasan. I request Dr. Athira Ravi, Town Planner LSGD Vigilance and member of Women Planners Forum, to felicitate Shri S.R. Rajendran. I invite Shri Masoom M.A., Senior Town Planner retired, to please present the memento to Shri Jubair Siddiqui. Thank you, everyone. I kindly request all our panelists to step forward for a photograph.
We request all audience members to kindly not step out of the hall at this time. We have another round of felicitations. Kindly remain seated.
And I request you all to give a huge round of applause for this wonderful panel. Before we break for lunch, we would like to express a note of thanks and appreciation to the Chief Town Planners of LSGD Government of Kerala. I request President ITPI, Shri N.K. Patel, sir, to present the mementos. Thank you. I now request Shri N.K. Patel, sir, to the dais. Sir N.K. Patel, sir, I kindly request you to come on dais. I invite Shiji E. Chandran, Chief Town Planner, General, to please. Srimati Shiji E. Chandran, Chief Town Planner General, to please come on stage. I now call upon Shri K.V. Abdul Malik, sir, Chief Town Planner Vigilance, to please come on stage for the memento. We also have Srimati Shiba Rani Vai, Chief Town Planner Planning. However, she is not present now. I invite Shri S.S. Raji, Secretary, ITPI Kerala Regional Chapter, to collect it on her behalf.
Message for our delegates before we break. All delegates are welcome to scan and download soft copies of the HEAT toolkit from the QR code displayed at the registration desk outside the main hall. Limited copies of the toolkit are available at the ITPI Book Cafe. Institutional delegates may please step in and pick up a copy of the toolkit on planning and designing habitat.
I also request Shri N.K. Patel, President ITPI, to present mementos to our outstanding Masters of Ceremonies, Srimati Devika Hemalata Devi and Srimati Malavika A.R. Their tireless efforts over the last 2 days, meticulously preparing, correcting, and editing content on spot to meet our every requirement without delay, deserve an heartfelt appreciation. Please give them a loud round of applause. Thank you, sir. Both of them are planners. Thank you, Devika. Thank you, Malavika.
A message for our delegates before we break. All delegates are welcome to scan and download soft copies of the HEAT toolkit from the QR code displayed at the registration desk outside the main hall. Copies of ITPI publications are available at a 50% discounted rate at the ITPI Book Cafe. We invite all delegates to take a tour of the exhibition facilities if you haven't already. And we invite institutional delegates to please step into the exhibition hall and pick up a copy of the toolkit on planning and designing habitat in climate risk times. It is prepared by the Center for Science and Environment, CSE, in collaboration with ITPI. The toolkit is being made available to institutions free of cost. We now break for lunch. I request all participants to be back in the main conference hall by 2:15 p.m. Thank you.
2016 to present. And conventional master plan, development plan, everybody know. I am not going to detail because we have a limited time here. Only 10 minutes I have, but I have to discuss about 31 slides. So you everybody know the our conventional master plan. It was limited to we limited public participation. That is the main. Then the Kerala's People's Planning Campaign, Janiya Sutharanam, it was also was during 1996 to 2002. And there, the integration of it is actually a sector planning approach, but its main advantage is that the strengthening of the local democracy. And you can see it's start from grassroots up. See, village Sabha or Grama Sabha is there, Ward Sabha, then to the finally development report. And the preparation process, I'm not going into the details. You can see the preparations, its process, the Grama Sabha, and finally approval of the development report by the DPC. There are some drawbacks on People's Planning Campaign. That is, it lacks integration. That is the main thing, and there is it lacked the spatial planning approach also. And there actually happening is the negotiation and perception by the stakeholders, and there also another overemphasis on Grama Sabha and Ward Sabha, and thus individual benefited projects is the main output of this People's Planning Campaign. The city level or town level project that you cannot see. And so I'm entering to the next phase, that is spatial planning through people's participation. And under this, I already told IDDP, the preparation, the Kollam pilot project, IDDP is there. Then simultaneously local development plan preparation. And after that, we formulated urbanization report for all districts. Then state urbanization report also was prepared. Then later, the scheme for preparing master plans of the municipality and enactment of Town and Country Planning Act in 2016. This is the process. I am not going to discuss about the process because of the lack of time. And you can see basically there are 5 major processes: data collection, analysis, envisioning process, then consultation with the local governments, then detailing. And the agency who is doing this process, and you can see the data collection is here. You can see various subgroups. 18 subgroup was constituted, and the whole work is done by a technical advisory group. And a technical advisory group is subdivided into 18 subgroup like from agriculture, irrigation, watershed, like industries, health, drinking water and sanitation, infrastructure, forest, social welfare, so likewise tourism, at an 18th subgroup like this. And this subgroup is actually doing the data collection. And sector analysis, there are 2 types of analysis. One was sector analysis, and the sector analysis is also done by the subgroup. And envisioning part is done by the spatial planning committee, spatial planning subgroup. And finally, the detailing also done by the subgroup of the TAG. So the 18th subgroup means you should understand it is a working group, and it is headed by an elected representative and convened by the respective district officer or the respective subject. If it is agriculture, it is the principal agriculture officer would be the convener. And the members are various technical persons are there. Then NGO, civil society group members are there. Like as retired officials will be there. Like the subgroup is actually doing. So the participation is there. The uniqueness of this LDP, that is a public participation, it is done in a dynamic manner, and it traces not the long-range plan alone, but the middle-range plan also. And time-bound preparation process, intersectoral integration, spatial integration, it is done in the spatial platform, that is another specialty. Then we used satellite imagery, GIS, and it is integrated with the 5-year economic plan. And the main part is that the active local government in process in with the 73rd and 74th Constitution. And this is the participation levels, Ward Sabha, working group, planning advisory, development seminar. All local people, members, civil society group, elected representative, all are participated. And it got so many recognition. That is, expert committee, even ITPI also considered this as a model. Then manual for integrated district plan, it also commended it. And Manishankar also it identified as a important approach. And EPWD also commended it. In this, let me let me say, I have to acknowledge C. Vijayanand, our Chief Secretary, retired Chief Secretary. Actually, without his support, this IDDP would not have been came. And coming to this phase, that is this scheme for preparation of master plan for municipality. This scheme was done based on the budget speech of 2008 and 2009. And during this time, the secretary in charge of this LSE was Vijayanand Sir. Then after that, we created a roadmap for the district planning, and we created DUR, district urbanization, and then DSP, then IDDP perspective plan, and then finally execution plan for the 5-year integrated plan, then a consolidated district plan. And now I am entering into the Kerala Town and Country Planning Act 2016. And the Kerala Town and Country Planning Act 2016 is in line with the 73rd and 74th Constitution Amendment. And it may be the first Town and Country Planning Act in India for this kind. And SDR, the comment of the SDR editorial written here, due to the lack of time, I'm not. This is the spatial system, the planning system as per the 2016. And the success of a plan is dependent upon how it is implemented. When it is implemented, that is the main success. Therefore, the relationship between the regulatory plan, the speciality is that you can see regulatory component is the development component, and is that. That is, this act envisages not only the perspective plan, but it envisages the 5-year execution plan. That is the speciality, and that relationship is very important. And later, next phase, it was risk-informed master plan, and a GIS-based master plan was also prepared. But in the sad part is that 2016 Act was amended in 2021, and the planning system it is like there is the link between regulatory and development plan. It is widened. That is the situation happened due to the sad amendment of 2021. And let me finish my presentation because of the time has already gone. And let me add some few suggestions. That is, 2016 Kerala Town and Country Planning Act is a minimal law for the development process of the Kerala. And inclusion of spatial medium term revised every 5 years in Kerala town planning, it should be included. Need to introduce metropolitan planning in more in a rigorous manner, and land pooling system is also and coming to the institutional setup. Actually, recently there is no separate department or dedicated independent department of town and country planning is not there. And the formation of independent state town planning department should be there in our state. As like state PWD, there should be an independent department, state PWD. We need a department like that. Of course, I am not disagreeing with the putting planning professional in LSCAD or forming a planning wing for the LSC. That is not a problem. But the separate independent department should be there. And state regional level subject may be entrusted to the state department, and local planning and development to the LSCA town and country planning wing. And development authority may be identified as the authority of the land development in respective area, and dedicated team may be functioned for the project planning, including land pooling, scheme, land banking, TDR, etc. And finally, way forward, the last slide, not the least one, because what is the importance of spatial planning with a local democracy? That is the main important theme of this our seminar. See, 3F we know: decentralization, that is function, fund, function, functionary. These three fund transferring the power, that is the decentralization. So the main importance of the decentralization is another, is that empowering the local democracy. And if you go into the decentralization, another major objective is the local development is the main theme of the decentralization. And local development require deliberate coordination of key sectors, tailoring to the area unique characteristics. And this coordinated approach, as it is core spatial planning. That is actually I took it from the National Commission on Urbanization, 1988. And therefore, the current practice of the sectoral decentralized planning is actually fragmented, deconcentrated planning, and true decentralization planning can be achieved only through spatial planning approach. That is, it is from the UN 1988 Regional Development Dialogue. Therefore, the local democracy can be enhanced only through spatial planning approach. And finally, one more about the Kerala Town and Country Planning Prevention. The present act actually some of the decentralized planners and some economists, they think that town planning is an enemy or spatial planning is an enemy for decentralization. It is actually not like that. Town and Country Planning Act is actually not for the department. It is for the local governments. It is for the DPC. It is for the state government. And it is for the people, not for the department. Just because of its name is Town and Country Planning Act, many decentralized planners think that it is against the decentralization. But the actual thing is that only through spatial planning you can have a comprehensive decentralization. And need to review the amendment and restore the original provisions of the Principal Act of 2016. That it is only a minimum. And re-establishment of an independent town and country planning department, and also the chief town planner should report directly to the state government and retain the title State Town and Country Planning Board in the Kerala Town and Country Planning Act. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will now go to Dr. Muhammad Firoz.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, a little gloomy because it's afternoon. Anyway, so my topic is spatial planning in the rural-urban continuum settlements of Kerala, some problems and prospects. This has been my area of interest and research for the last 20 years, in which I did my master's thesis in SEPT in related domain. I've done my own PhD from IIT Kharagpur on a similar domain. I've guided 4 PhDs on related domain on governance, vertical dimensions. I have also worked on the report of Kerala Urban Policy Commission, two reports, one on governance and one on the spatial planning pillar. A couple of papers, including the one which submitted to this ITP proceedings. The most striking features, which I don't need to explain this because Kerala is a rural-urban continuum. There is no differentiation between urban or rural. So let's call Kerala as a future megalopolis, as kind of a Jean Goodman says. Basically, we have a national highway of 6 lanes going on, a railway line parallel, a water transport system, all across the coastal belt, forming a linear stretch. If you take the conventional definition of urban, you can see this very stupid in terms of Kerala. It doesn't work. 95% population satisfies density 88, occupation is satisfied, and only all these three is satisfied by 63%. So basically Kerala is not urban, it's not rural, it's something in between. And predicted population of 2031 is 92%. Now, if you really look at this data, in 2001 census, unfortunately we done 21 data, the number of towns were 159, which increased to 520 in 2011. There is no increase in population, hardly 4%. Boundaries did not change. So basically, a settlement is classified as urban as and when you shift your occupation pattern. There's no other reason. It is not a true urbanization, it's a kind of bogus urbanization which is exactly happening in Kerala. So with this background, let's talk. We have three topographic divisions: lowland, midland, and highlands. And interestingly, if you look at the coastal belt, it is called high density along the coast. And this is a map of all settlements having density more than 1,000 settlements. So interestingly, the high concentration of non-agriculture workers all along the coast is nothing but making the shift of occupation and leading to urbanization. If you look at the road density, Kerala is having one of the highest road density probably in India or probably in one of the world, okay, as a state if you take it. And if you take the buffer ways, it's a linear, everywhere well connected. The rail network, look, you can, last diagram shows the buffer, more or less within 20 kilometers, you can reach your railway station. If you look at the ports and network connectivity, also it's showing a continuous ports and buffer regions are mapped. And of course, local water network connectivity, etc., are reasonably good. Airport also, there are 4 airports, and then +2, one in Mangalore and one in Coimbatore. So between 150 to 200 kilometers, everywhere is well connected by an international airport. Interestingly, with this background, let's see what exactly is happening in terms of urbanization in Kerala. You take the built-up area in 2005, 6 and 16, there had been 139% increase in built-up area. And the rural area built up, I'm talking about not the population, has increased 251%. And the mining area has increased by 1,535%. This is a few examples of selected areas. For example, this is Ernakulam district. The land use land, the percentage of built up space has increased 26%. I can continue.
We'll just take a minute. We have with us our chief guest for the valediction,
Srimati Sharda Muralidharan, IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala. Welcome, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, so let's take the example of Ernakulam district. It is nothing but a sprawl all along the district. This is the case example with any other district or city of Kerala. So let's take the 7 major urban agglomerations or major 7 corporations, including Malappuram, which is not a corporation. So what you can actually see is that the core is not growing, basically the periphery is growing. So you can see a decadal growth rate. Basically the core is saturated and the periphery is growing for almost all the local urban agglomerations of the state. So basically densification is happening at the peri-urban areas. Now, if you look at the spatio-temporal growth rate of Kerala, there has been increase in built-up area, high reduction in agriculture and wetlands, combination of multiples. This is actually a 2001 data, I think from the state urbanization report. Current scenario would have been different. Okay, combination of sprawls across several cities, regions from rural urban continuum from a linear city formation. Basically, we are one city. Unfortunately, no integration of planning happens along the metropolitan areas. Master plans are only predominantly for the statutory area. I'll give some classic examples toward the end. So no metropolitan planning active. Recently, the Urban Commission has given proposal, and I think they're planning to give for 3. We have recommended in our report, vast study, we gave 13 areas, but they've taken 3. Anyway, so interestingly, this is the most crucial factor for the state of Kerala. Look at climate change and disaster. Under 7 or 8 disasters, we mapped it. So the first one is flood. The flood map is superimposed on the settlement map. What you can see along Alappuzha, all settlements are along the high flood zone areas. If you map the hazard landslide map superimposed on the settlement map, you can see what is exactly happening. The true with the case of coastal erosion, which are the coastal belt having erosion and the settlements are marked. The drought is mapped. The sea level rise based on 3 scenarios, 40, 60 and 80 is mapped. And accordingly, all these things, then the sea level rise is understood for which settlements, what will happen, which panchayat will have what level of water increase in which year studied. Environmental sensitive areas are mapped. And then, interestingly, the CRZ regulations, it's very strange in terms of Kerala. CRZ classification is different for urban and rural. I already told that what is urban and rural in Kerala. As and when I change my occupation from agriculture or maybe a state government decides to classify, then the CRZ classification also changes. The classic example of Maradu, possibly, I'm not sure about it, but had it been an urban, probably it would have been not destroyed. Currently, it's an urban. Probably, if they give a plan at the same area, they can construct the same building there. Probably, I'm not sure about it, but that's my assumption. So, this is the classic example of CRZ issues in Kerala. So now, this is the DEM slope area. Again, the large number of areas, 24 to 33 degree, greater than 33 degree, huge slopes. Now, what we have done is that we have mapped all the disasters on the y-axis and the sample snapshot of the settlements on the y-axis, and then we have found that which are the settlement vulnerable to what kind of disasters. So now this clearly shows that, more or less every settlement has some kind of issue. So we did a hierarchical clustering and then came with 5 cluster solutions, clusters on landslide prone areas, combined flood and drought risk areas. So like that, in our statistical method, we did it and we grouped them and came to different clusters of disasters. Now, accordingly, cluster 1, what is a characteristic feature? What is the recommendation? What we should do for each of the clusters at a spatial level is being studied for different clusters. Due to lack of time, I'm not. So ultimately, we have for ESA areas, which are the panchayats which are having ESA sensitive areas, which are the having coastal erosion, moderate, low, high, not affected. So such a mapping is done. And then now this being the scenario, let's see what spatial planning are we currently doing and what spatial planning can possibly be done. It's a very elaborate thing to be reported, but I'm just putting in a very nutshell because I already said we have been working on it for quite a long time. Now, this is what possibly I'm having a regional planning background with my master's and PhD. I'm of the opinion that we have to consider the whole of the state as a region, and we must have 3 levels of planning required. One is at the broader state level where you have to identify ecological zones, then divide into micro and macro regions, which goes at the regional level, especially with respect to disaster and other resilient things. And finally, at the micro zonal analysis, for example, the previous study which I show will only show that which are the settlements which are vulnerable to one disaster. Within a settlement, there need to be a further detailing required. And interestingly, the whole of Kerala has got single FSI, irrespective of urban or rural. I don't understand the logic. Why we do have the FSI as of now in Kochi is similar to that of the rural areas also. So it's something kind of a very, so you require differential guidelines for differential disasters. The entire revisioning master planning has to be really rethought. Because see, for example, you have a lot of combined, for example, Kochi is a municipal corporation. The surrounding areas are all municipalities or panchayats, which are basically developing at a faster rate. Now, large number of municipal, for example, if you take Parappanangadi, I'm just giving an example, local people know, Tanur and one more, what is that? 3 are contiguous to each other. They share the common boundary, but they prepare 3 different master plans. Chavakad is there, I think Guruvayur is there, one more is there. 3 different, like multiple examples of master plan sharing common boundary. So we have to really look it from a different perspective. So master plans do not delineate. Unfortunately, we are very poor in local plan, local area plans and TP schemes, which the previous speaker also told it. So the master plan should ideally address which are the areas which require detailing. Beyond zonal plan, of course, there are exceptions for all those. There are certain master plans which do have that. We have studied, even building bylaws are not too much, DCRs are not too active in the master plans. Of course, exceptions are still there. So my assumption is that we have to, at least for the grade 1 panchayat, which are likely to become municipalities in the nearer future, prepare a master plan. Because they are going to be, forget about all rural local bodies, because the average population of a panchayat in Kerala is 30 to 50,000, which is nothing but a class 2 local body, city. Now, again, interestingly, we have studied the staffing pattern. We are anticipating an urbanization rate of 92% by 2031 in a couple of years. Do we have real staff strength to really address this? Is the real question. And how many of them are actually, urban planning is a totally different profession. It is nothing to do with architecture or civil engineering. So don't we require for this kind of a state to have larger trained planners for that matter? 1 minute I'll take, okay. We also require metropolitan, already it's been coming. The larger entities of cities should end up together and form metropolitan development authorities. So that is already there. We have recommended 11, but at least 3 or 4, if I'm correct, it's been in the state government consideration. It's a good initiation. And of course, this need to be rationalized. Floor area and building bylaws suiting the local context need to be rationalized. DCR has to be an annexure of the entire master plan, including bylaws, just not including FAR, FSI. Within one street, one city, one street should have multiple varying FAR. 5.4 is not a bad FAR. Ahmedabad has got, why don't Kochi have? The whole of Kerala is more or less lowing for single FAR. None of your finance mechanism will work here in Kerala. Why should it work? Because TDR will not work. Because it's freely available. Who want a TDR? Because it's free. So value capture finance will not work. We talk about a lot of value capture. It will not work in Kerala unless there has to be a very strict regulation on FAR and related regulations. Just to sum it up, this is a holistic, we have published a paper in a high impact fact journal. So it's available on public domain. We have to really, this is from that, we have to take a perspective from the UDPFI guidelines, though we don't fully recognize it. We must have a perspective. It's already there in the Act. Interestingly, 2016 Act is a good document. Of course, it can have amendment. But we are yet to implement it in totality. So this is the holistic framework which we have proposed, how ideally spatial planning should happen at the state level, from perspective to local area plan, how it should happen, what should be done, what is the legal status, and what is the suggestions and alterations. With this, I wind up my presentation. Thank you. It's a very lengthy study, but I tried to put it in a very limited time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed Firas. Definitely, I also agree with all your arguments. We have online session now. Dr. Ajit Khalid will be joining.
Good afternoon. Chair, can you hear me? Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, the distinguished panelists and experts on the dais as well as in the audience. First of all, let me thank ITPI and the state chapter for giving me this opportunity to share one of my perspective. I will take 10 minutes to quickly explain what I'm trying to argue for. I do believe spatial planning has an important role in strengthening the local democracy and also making the communities much more thriving. So just bringing some perspective, which is how badly planned and not appropriately organized spaces create decay and how it reduces the quality of life. So boring cities are bad for our health, not just aesthetically unappealing. But so the argument is that we must be now striving to create joy in the built environment. And how do we do that? The argument is very straightforward that we need to, planning is a profession which is endowed with capabilities to to anticipate and harness the future. So unless and until we constantly ensure that the creative capabilities of the professionals as well as the system is mainstreamed and utilized, we will not be able to kind of ensure the advantages of mass urbanization, which currently Kerala is experiencing. Yesterday, the Honorable Minister said it is probably becoming clearer and clearer now that Kerala is becoming a larger urban system and a larger urban society from north to south. And there are various arguments in favor and against of that, but I think there is a substantial level of urbanization happening in the state, and we should use that as an opportunity to harness creativity, not just surviving. A lot of people surviving together is not what we want. We don't want a standard human society. We want to harness the collective economic and creative potential of the inhabitants on this space, in this space. And that needs an understanding of how our cities and environments work, and we need to ensure adequate provisions are provided. And none of this can happen without established forms and practices and systems of civic engagement. Calling on the ideas of New Urban Agenda, which came through the Habitat 3 in 2016, it's very clearly and convincingly argued that we need to ensure systems for civic engagement. And it is also important that the spirit as well as the systems that Kerala has established for strong local democracy and the spirit of decentralization need to also be used by the planning fraternity. Planning need to really produce an effective and well-articulated urban environment. There are 5 areas which some of the scholars like Yvonne Ryden has identified, but I am trying to focus my attention again on the democratic deficit in planning. Planning, as an insider to the planning profession, I always have felt, and I strongly feel even today, planning has not really married with the democratic spirit. And it is important that we do that at the earliest to make our societies work better, because people will love places where they can meet, greet, and connect easily, and that's a different job. It's not just about producing some buildings and outdoor spaces, but much more making people, getting people interested to come out in large numbers and spend time together, meet and greet together. That requires a spirit of collaboration, which only democratic institutions can instill. Great outdoors, public realm, and also supporting planning process, which is married to the social and equitable ideas of planning. I think we need to kind of ensure that. The simple reason is that some of these ideas have been taken and co-opted from other various sources, but it's very clear it's coming from all around the world and various corners who have been studying this. This is a report which was published by the government of UK in 2016, Building Better, Building Beautiful Commission. The single most factor which is highlighted here is that people would love to live in a place where their voice is heard. A voice is the factor which is cutting across. So people don't feel belongingness if they don't have voice, whether it is institutions or in communities. And these two spirals are put together to tell the story that in the red one, there's a community decline because people are not coming together and creating opportunities. They are falling apart. So the society is not going forward. Where the right one, the green one, it's all working well because there's a lot of trust among them and people engage, trust is built, and so itself the efficiency of the entire community has improved. So there's greater social capital, and so itself it gets translated into varied opportunities across age group as well as across space. Some learning I've taken from Karin Seto's work, which is about thriving and struggling cities. The map tells where Indian cities stand. As of now, it looks emerging, but the thriving and stabilizing cities are the great one. This has a direct relationship with the point that I'm trying to argue. This is directly related to the planning and planning's efficacy. Cities where land registry, cadastre is properly organized and managed, the stabilizing and thriving cities, you can see it's quite high, 86% in stabilized or the most robust system. Thriving cities, 52%, and well-publicized and well-established land use plans. Again, robust cities have got 86, thriving cities have got about 80. So set of evidence is more. how well is the zoning practices respected by the private players as well as the government agencies itself. Again, in cities which are thriving and stabilizing, you will see them quite well followed, whereas in struggling cities, these are as low as 20% in terms of private developer and government developer itself in 40%. So unless and until we iron out the differences through now Friedman's very famous argument, the role of planning has two key functions: one to guide the society, one to facilitate the societal transformation. So it can be through policy analysis, social learning and all, but also it has a purpose of social mobilization. Again, social mobilization is directly linked to the idea that we are talking about democracy and a vibrant local democratic institution. This is nothing only for rural or other areas, non-urban, but there's a greater call around the world how democracy is equally important for improving the lives of cities and the quality of life in cities. So this is something taken from the Chicago Council, and the other one, which is our Deshi one, which is from Praja Foundation 2024 Urban Governance Index, where they again have looked at the challenges of not having adequate voice for the elected representative and the civil society in the process of governance. While I say this, Kerala has done a lot of pioneering initiatives integrating the specific challenges for elderly, child-friendly, differently able, including migrant-friendly, mainstreaming gender into our budget and planning process, and very futuristic initiatives like eliminating extreme poverty. Then one idea, one local government. So innovation in local government, promoting that through the local government's own thinking and systems. Mainstreaming my job, and there is a serious effort undertaken by the government for linking the planning of jobs and employability into the spatiality. I think this is a call the planning fraternity in the state need to kind of respond imaginatively, and Kerala's own knowledge economy initiative. Now, looking at all these things, my little bit of distilled understanding is that the hierarchy of systems are known to everyone, starting from ward committee. Then we have working groups and we have local planning committee. Each municipality and local government has got a planning committee, which is chaired by the chairman or mayor of the local body. And then there are special committees for master plans, then standing committees. Now, the simple argument here is that all these committees are open to engage with the planners and planning fraternity, but for some reason, I have not seen any proactive engagement by the planning fraternity with these institutions and these systems. I would strongly urge the planning fraternity to find ways and avenues to engage with them, because that's the only way we can enhance the value of their work and help them to make our state much more resilient and make our places inclusive and thriving. Something which we did in Kila, seeing these gaps, we tried to institutionalize something called Mayor's Sustainable Development Goal Fellowships. 2 years we did this, and there was great learning. The younger professionals who represent the planning and urban design profession worked closely with the 6 mayors for over 2 months. The learning was very exciting because quite a lot of new ideas could be deliberated, and they also had an opportunity to work with the elected representatives in the local, working with them. And our best hope was that these people will tomorrow go and contribute to strengthening the local democracy instead of kind of arguing against the need for democratic process in planning. So that was a conscious purpose by Kila's leadership at that point of time. 2 years we did this. And place-based governance certainly requires spatial planning perspectives. Our learning in couple of slides, I'm just bringing this to an end. So our learning is spatial planning is a complex process, and this is not something which the counselor or a generalist will easily understand. So it's a job, it's a responsibility of the specialist to go and engage them instead of waiting for them to invite the planning fraternity to come up. And the skill sets certainly are not part of the regular societal discourse. So itself, we will have to inform them, engage them, inform them, equip them with our knowledge and capabilities. And I would also argue that if we do this, we will strengthen the capabilities of the local governments, and that will also contribute to improved quality of life in our cities and communities. We have tried few things from Kila Institutional Network, where planning students in the Government Engineering College Thrissur were coupled with were attached with the elected councillors in 18 wards. it didn't really take off, but we are still hoping that we can institutionalize some such initiatives so that they will help them to prepare specific programs and ideas required for their wards. They will help them to map the problems as well as conflicts and opportunities in their wards, help them to get an understanding of their places and communities. And if our plans are prepared, the local area plans are prepared in consultation with the elected representative and democratic institutions, I think we will be much more listened instead of just adopting a technocratic approach. My last argument, we have a lot of sectoral policies now. Hopefully the urban policy, which the government has allocated time till end of March, is going to absorb the key ideas from these and also produce something which is very progressive and futuristic. But the argument that I'm placing is that with all these different sectoral investment strategies, thinking and push, the state is certainly experiencing a kind of transformation. Its urbanization is the natural outcome of that. But unless and until the planning fraternity respond creatively and imaginatively, we will not be able to kind of facilitate its transmission, its shift into a sustainable and climate resilient society. And we are also receiving a lot of migrants and people from other part of the country in the recent years. And it is important that inclusiveness becomes part of our planning language and our imperative. So we will need to kind of, and just last slide, just to put it through a visual. As of now, my understanding about planning in many parts of the country, including Kerala, is it's just like the old train coach. We would benefit, for the fraternity as well as the society will benefit if we are moving in a much more open and collaborative manner, which is probably a Vista Dome coach. And I'll stop here. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Dr. Ajit Kalyat. So now we move on to Sri Baiju K, Senior Town Planner, Retired, Kerala.
Good afternoon. Welcome all to my presentation. The topic of the presentation is urban and rural area in the Kerala context. When we say or when we hear urban as planners, the definition put forward by Census of India come into our mind. Threefold criteria: population density, and the percentage of male agricultural workers. Census classify an area into urban based on these criteria. Interestingly, if we apply this criteria into Kerala context, the situation is that almost 90% of the Kerala will be urban. The contradiction is that physically it is not manifested. So then what is the definition of urban in physical terms? Urban area in physical term is a region where the main livelihood activities, not based on the demographic parameters, but in physical planning, an urban area is classified based on the main livelihood activities there. If it is non-extractive and not focused on primary economic activities, then we designate that area as urban. So those activities are related to transportation, communication, storage, services, administration, legal, health, education, all comes under urban. Physically, it will be manifested through high density built up area,
multi-storied buildings, flyovers, roads, etc. We can actually visually see an urban area. Then what is a rural area in physical planning terms? A region where the main livelihood activities are agriculture and similar extractive activities. So if a region, in a region where the main livelihood activities are agriculture or animal husbandry, poultry, cow rearing, farming, fishing, plantation, animal husbandry, we can say it is a rural area in physical planning terms. We can apply this criteria into the Kerala context as well. But before applying this criteria into Kerala context, let us understand some peculiarities in the settlement of Kerala. Some of it has already mentioned by Dr. Feroz sir. First is, we have low density urban agglomerations. As per census 2011, the number of urban agglomerations are more here. We have, even though we are a small state, we have 20 urban agglomerations in Kerala. But the thing is that the population density is very less when compared to the density of urban agglomerations elsewhere in India. The maximum density of an urban agglomeration in Kerala is 7,000, whereas it is more than 10,000 in the case of, I mean, elsewhere in India. Another peculiarity is urban spread. That is, in the case of Kerala, population is not concentrating into the existing urban areas. Stagnant population is there. Whereas population is concentrating or influxing into the nearby Gram Panchayats, and that becomes urban as per the census classification. So what is happening is, instead of urban compaction or concentration, urban spread is occurring in Kerala. Another interesting factor about Kerala is we have a ribbon development. Development along the routes of communication. At the same time, the interior pockets will be underutilized. We can see vacant plots, even in the case of Thiruvananthapuram or Cochin. Another factor, as Dr. Feroz sir has mentioned, it is the urban-rural continuum. If one travels from the south of Kerala to the north, he cannot understand where an urban area starts or where it ends. We have urban-rural continuum. We have scattered settlement. This slide shows the the settlements everywhere in Kerala. In the length and breadth of Kerala, we can see settlements. We have scattered settlement. Another peculiarity difference is that in the classification of urban and rural land use. Elsewhere in India, we have Pakka urban area and Pakka rural area. Then some residential pockets attached to the urban areas. So that we can classify as urban itself. But in the case of Kerala, in a region, we have Pakka urban areas, but the area will be very limited. And we have Pakka rural area but that area will be very limited. But the major chunk of land will be residential agriculture mix. So if a region is to be functionally functionally classified, this residential agriculture mix has to be classified first. How can we classify what criteria should we take to classify the residential agriculture mix? Average plot size is taken as the criteria because it determines the type of activity that can be brought there in that particular plot. As per a study conducted by the State Planning Board, if the plot size is 75 cents, that means approximately above 3,000 square meters, sufficient income for a family can have from the agriculture and allied activities. So that if the plot size is more than 75 cents, then that plot can be categorized as rural. To the other extreme, if the plot size is less than 25 cents, that is less than 1,000 meters square, we cannot resort to agriculture for the livelihood. So that area can be classified as urban. So if the plot size is in between 75 and 50 cents, major income can be from the agriculture and allied activities. At the same time, the family has to resort to other sources, other service sector or industries for the remaining income. If the plot size is between 50 and 25 cents, major source of income is service sector, but they have to resort some sort of agriculture and allied activities also to meet their livelihood. That area can be classified as semi-urban. If the plot size is in between 75 and 50 cents, that residential agriculture mix can be classified as semi-rural. So if a region is to be classified, is to be functionally classified, first we have to classify the residential agriculture mix based on the average plot size. As I mentioned in the earlier slide, the residential agriculture mix can be classified as either urban, can be classified as urban, semi-urban, semi-rural, or rural. Once that classification is done, then the functional classification of the region is easy. The entire region can be classified as urban if two conditions are satisfied. That is, the residential agriculture mix land use shall be urban. The sum of Pakka urban land use plus residential agriculture mix shall be greater than 50%. A region can be classified as functionally rural if two conditions are satisfying. One is the residential agriculture mix shall be rural and the sum of Pakka rural land use plus that residential agriculture mix shall be greater than 50%. Likewise, a region can be classified into semi-urban and semi-rural. Actually, this concept was successfully used in the identification of development zones in the case of district plan of Kollam, the IDDP that Ishwar was mentioned. If you look at the slide, this slide, the gradual transition from agriculture to semi-rural to semi-urban to urban, we can see clearly from dark green to dark red. That transition is very clear. So my conclusion is that in the case of Kerala, with its unique settlement pattern, the conventional two functional classification, urban and rural, is not sufficient, but we should have two other categories also, that is semi-rural and semi-urban. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Baijuke. That was a new idea of classifying urban, rural, and semi-urban. Definitely, we have to think of it in the Kerala scenario. So we now go on to Sri Uday Chandar, Deputy Director, MSRC, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Maharashtra special presentation is there.
Yeah. Yeah. May I have few words? No. Yeah, I'm Jitendra Bhople. I'm a director in MSRDC. Sri Uday Chandar is there for detailed presentation. I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Valare Nalla Uche Thiranju. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sri N.K. Patel, sir, President, ITPI. Thank you, Sri Pradeep Kapoor, sir ji. Thank you, SG, sir. Thank you, Vice President, sir, and all the council members to allow us to present our work in front of all the dignitaries. Basically, I will speak few words about what MSRDC is. Initially, we were pioneer in preparing expressways and infrastructures. Recently, from 2016, Government of Maharashtra created a special planning authority in MSRDC. Only 30 planners were there. And in 2024, Government of Maharashtra allow us to create 40 town planners, 40 senior officers from Government of Maharashtra. So now we are here about 70 senior planners in MSRDC. We have prepared and sanctioned one major development plan, which is in peri-urban area of Mumbai. That is of 71 villages. We are preparing near about 30 DPs throughout Maharashtra, in all the regions of Maharashtra, beginning from Nagpur, Amravati, Nashik, Marathwada, Konkan, and Western Maharashtra, Pune also. Precisely, we prepare a development plan for a Ward 1 port area, just outside the Ward 1 port area, which emphasizes the GDP of our nation. Also, we have prepared a DP, precise DP of New Mahabaleshwar, which is a tourism development DP. We also prepare 13 DPs along the coastal areas. We also prepare a DP for regional areas. We also prepare DP for Pune center also. We have received only 900 suggestions and objections from the new Mahabaleshwar area. Why? Because we prepare a DP for the people, with the people. We accept 100% suggestions before preparation of DP. I would like to say proudly that we have prepared this 1200 square kilometer DP within 4 months after intention declaration. Sir, the detail will be said by Mr. Uday Chandar. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And a very good afternoon to the dignitaries on the dais and the delegates of the dais. I thank MSRDC for giving this opportunity to present the the development plan prepared for the new Mahabaleshwar area by MSRDC. And as our director, town planning, has rightly pointed out, we have prepared this DP within 4 months from the date of declaration of intention. And I say that yesterday, the Deputy Director General NIC have pointed out waves of innovation. And definitely, this is the 6th wave of innovation. And we have implemented, prepared this DP completely using the GIS platform and the drone technology and the LIDAR survey. So before I before I proceed with my detailed presentation on the new Mahabaleshwar DP, I would like to say what MSRDC is all about. As Sir has rightly pointed out, MSRDC is a transport infrastructure development agency. So how come it has entered into the planning era? Here, Sri Baiju Sir has rightly pointed out that there is constant ribbon development along the transport infrastructure corridors. And the impact of urbanization on the transport corridors is more, whereas away from the transport corridors is less. So to control this kind of ribbon development, Government of Maharashtra has declared MSRDC as a special planning authority for the 71 villages falling in Raigad district along Mumbai-Pune Expressway. This was declared in 2016. So if you see in the context of whole Maharashtra, the 71 villages fall there in the Raigad district, which has an area of around 186 square kilometers. Subsequently, another 31 villages were added to it, making it a total of 102 villages. And for 71 villages, we have published the DP, and DP got sanctioned on 10th of October 2024. And for the 31 villages, which was subsequently declared, we have already published the DP, and the process of inviting objections and suggestions is in process. And we have received around 200 objections. And I would rather say that those are not the objections, they were the suggestions on the DP we have prepared. And second thing I want to talk about the new Mahabaleshwar DP, which is adjacent to the Mahabaleshwar area in Satara district, covering an area of 1100 square kilometers. Apart from this, MSRDC is declared as a special planning authority for 13 growth centers along the Konkan Expressway that is coming up. And then the Samruddhi Mahamarg connecting Nagpur, Mumbai was conceptualized, constructed, and commissioned in a span of 5 years. This stretch covers around 700 kilometers, cutting the commuting time to say 13 to 14 hours, from 13 to 14 hours to 7 hours. And along this corridor, there are 18 new towns that are proposed, where MSRDC is declared as the new town development authority, again to control the ribbon development. These new towns are declared along the major interchanges on the expressway. After that, this is the starting point of expressway of Nagpur or Mumbai Expressway, where 46 villages are again included in MSRDC's jurisdiction. The intention to prepare the development plan is declared. And after that, on 10th of October again, around 120 square kilometers of area is included along the outer ring road of Pune, is also given to MSRDC, again to control the ribbon development. And in Radhanagari Taluka of Kolhapur district, another 600 square kilometers covering 84 villages, MSRDC is declared as a SPA. So in a nutshell, approximately 3,660 square kilometers are in the jurisdiction of MSRDC. This is approximately half the area of Mumbai metropolitan region. Of course, this is a cumulative area, not a contiguous area. But the fact remains that, as already pointed out, there is initially MSRD started with only 14 planners. Now, the director himself, the director town planning, himself is heading the department of MSRDC also. And now we are, including technical and non-technical stuff, we are around 60 people who are working on that. Now, what is so speciality of this new Mahabaleshwar hill station area? In the program, it is written as a special presentation. What is so special of this? If you look at the hill stations in India, be it Shimla, Darjeeling, Mussoorie, Ooty, Kodaikanal, Munnar, Panchgani, everything, all the hill stations were conceptualized by British and have reached the maximum level of urbanization. And sad to say that little efforts are taken to prepare a development plan for hill stations. Why New Mahabaleshwar hill station then? New Mahabaleshwar is adjacent to the Mahabaleshwar area, and to counter-magnet the Mahabaleshwar, this new area is proposed. This new Mahabaleshwar area consists of around 235 villages falling in 4 districts. So how different it is, as I said, it was done in a 4 months time period. How different it is from a traditional development plan, from a hilly development plan for a hilly area. The differences, of course, the major features remain the same, the parameters remain the same, the topography, the land use, infrastructure. However, topography, the contours are steep, there are elevation differences, you have fragile ecosystems, and challenging to build structures, and environmental concerns are there. Then we need to preserve water from these areas. There is a continuous rainfall for 4 period, but however, the water could not be stored. There, after rainy season is over, then there is a lack of water for the area. And integrating these parameters on a GIS platform had enabled us to prepare a good DP. Now coming to the area which I'm talking about, this area is surrounded by the Panchgani eco-sensitive region, covering an area of 240 square kilometers. And as I said, it comprises of 230 villages falling in 4 tehsils, namely Mahabaleshwar, Javli, Satara, and Patan. And the total area is around 1100 square kilometers. One may think that 1100 square kilometers too huge to consider it as a development plan. Yesterday, Honorable Minister also said that complete Kerala should be treated as a one entity rather than counting it as separate different urban areas. In the same way, this is almost 1000 square kilometers, and it is 115 kilometers from Pune, 75 kilometers from Ratnagiri, 100 kilometers from Kolhapur and Sangli. Yesterday, PS LSGD madam has said that the growth is constrained, the Kerala growth is constrained by the CRZ areas, the midlands and highlands, etc. And this area is also there is no excuse for this area. This area is also covered by a Western Ghat region. The complete Western Ghat region runs around 1500 square kilometers, out of which 17,340 square kilometers of the total area is in Maharashtra. Kerala has around 9,000 square kilometers. So the parameters still remain the same. That is the reason I'm comparing this new Mahabaleshwar area with the Kerala. And since it being in a Western Ghat region, these are the prohibited activities. Mining is not allowed, thermal plants are not allowed, industries, new red category industries not allowed, there is a cap on building construction. So keeping these constraints and keeping the ecological system intact, we have prepared that DP. Now, as I was talking about the sensitive character, the Western Ghat region in the state jurisdiction area is around 190 square kilometers. Then we have Koina Wildlife Sanctuary. Then overlapping on the same, we have Sahyadri Tiger Reserve. Then we have Sahyadri Tiger Reserve buffer area. Then we have conservation zone and buffer area. Of the total area, 1,000 square kilometers, the restricted area, that means where we cannot develop any kind of thing, is around 20%. And the regulated area with minimum development is around 73%. That leaves us with a scope for future development to an extent of only 7%. As I said, that restricted area is around 280, 228 square kilometers, and growth areas is around 80 square kilometers. And it has a good water bodies in the area also. Approximately 8% is covered by the Koyna reservoir and 1% with other reservoirs. Lakes and ponds constitutes around 1%. Now, how we have boiled down to this preparation of DP? First, the notified area is divided into 4 planning divisions. The 4 planning divisions are nothing but the administrative boundaries, the 4 talukas of Satara, Mahabaleshwar, Javli, and Patan. These planning subdivisions are again categorized into 13 sectors where macro level amenities are provided, and each cluster is again divided into each sector is again divided into clusters, to making a total count of 44. And in these 44 clusters, we have proposed minimum micro level amenities. This is a schematic view, the planning divisions. The first planning division is the Mahabaleshwar planning division or the taluka, covering an area of 267 square kilometers. Javli division. Then we have Satara planning division. Then we have Patan division. If you look into the number of villages or in terms of percentage distribution, Mahabaleshwar planning division is about 23%, 19% is Javli, Satara is 11%, and Patan is 47%. Now, once these planning sectors were framed, then we have further subdivided the planning divisions into planning sectors. Each planning sector is used to assess the macro level amenities, and we have 13 planning sectors, 3 in Mahabaleshwar, 2 in Javli, 2 in Satara, and 6 in Patan. As I said earlier, the clusters are used for further divided for micro level amenities. The micro level amenities are the transportation network, the health facilities, basic amenities, and the educational facilities. And at a sector level, those are the growth centers like tourist growth centers and economic growth centers. So in every tourist growth center that is proposed, we have a tourist facility center, the tourist paradise, which I'll cover in the next slide. Each tourist paradise has a tourist facilitation center, the accommodation, and the dining. It is to submit here that these centers are incompatible with the zoning of UDCPR that is applicable in the state of Maharashtra. So whatever growth centers that we have proposed, the location, the DP itself is dynamic. So we have identified the tourist paradise locations. So in and about that location, one can come forward and say that it will be on a BOT basis. One can come forward and say that we would like to develop a tourist growth center. Then he can, whatever activities that are permissible in the zone, as per the UDCPR, those will be allowed. So he can explore that commercially also. So we have altogether 20 tourist growth centers covering an area of 81 square kilometers, which is 7% of the total area. And what are those tourist paradises? We have adventure activity. These are identified based on site visit and potential location for these activities. Adventure activities are there: camping, tourist location, water activities, jetties. Then cycle tracks, EV routes, nature trail, ropeway, safari, walkway, zipline. We have 30 such tourist paradises in Mahabaleshwar Taluka, 33 in Javli division, 27 in Satara, and 57 in Patan. Then production centers. Keeping in view of the local products that are there, production centers are proposed. Again, this DP is dynamic. These production centers can be anywhere within the stipulated zone. So we have 3 EPCs in Mahabaleshwar, 3 in Javli, 3 in Satara, and 5 in Patan. This is the list. And each sector, as I said, that 13 sectors are there. Each sector has a growth center, as a economic eco-production center, and tourist processes. In sector 1, we have ropeway, natural trails, and in sector 2, we have wellness tourism and water activities. In sector 3, we have ropeways, funicular, hot air balloon. And in sector 4, we have CAS AR. What is this CAS AR? CAS Patari is a seasonal specific tourist attraction center. So we have proposed a augmented reality kind of system there so that visitors can visit this place all around the year and have a feel of that. And then we have EV trails, water activities, and aerial activities and water aerodromes, water planes, seaplanes, bungee jumping. I would like to say here that these are the attractions that are untapped yet. So if you tap this, the kind of potential it has, one cannot imagine the kind of returns we get without affecting the environment. And the most beautiful part is the place called RL. It is at an elevation of 200 mean sea level, where we have proposed a complete dark sky park and a camping site. So whoever is interested in these kind of astrological things, they can go there and research their studies and there is absolutely no disturbance from external sources. Then we have some educational labs. So basically, what are the innovative development strategies we have adopted? All along the Western Ghats, we have proposed a Western Ghat railway scheme. And the Rajmarg, which was earlier used by Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, that is being augmented, and airstrips for air travel. Then we have got cars augmented reality, then dark sky. As I already said about watershed management is the utmost important thing for the kind of terrain the area has. So almost 10 locations, dam locations are identified. Then we have got Deorai conservation. Wherever the temples are there, the temples are protected. And then pilgrimage circuit, a ropeway connecting all the temples are proposed. And if you look into the kind of reservations that are proposed, only 6.5 square kilometers is under reservations. Total reservations are 331, which includes all the tourist paradises and facilitation centers. And the total area under growth centers is 81 again. Total tourist growth centers are 20. I'll take another 2 or 3 minutes. Then total area and tourist development zone is 12.6. Approximately 40 square kilometers is in eco-production centers. And as I said earlier, it is an eco-friendly development plan. So eco-friendly travel initiative enhancing accessibility where vehicles cannot reach. So keeping in view of this thing, we have around 74 kilometers of natural trail that is proposed, 48 kilometers of cycle tracks, 34 kilometers of roads, 26 kilometers of ropeway, and 1 kilometer of funicular railway. Now compare this with the other cities where hill stations where such kind of land use is proposed. If you look into this, almost 80% in Shimla is in either green zone or in the forest zone. In the similar lines, 80% is we have proposed in the New Mahabaleshwar DP. Rest Ooty has a mixed type of land use, whereas the Dehradun is mostly residential. So if you look into the kind of employment generation, the tourist growth centers only attract approximately 7,500 people, giving livelihood to around 30,000. And because of the 14 EPCs, we may have another 7,000 persons, 28,000 people may get the likelihood. The total expenditure that may be incurred for land acquisition and road networks and reservations to be borne by the government is 12,000 crores. And only through these kind of tourist development growth centers and EPCs, we may get around 229 crores in return. Of course, this is for a horizon period of 25 years. So how do we go about this? In a short-term plan, we focus on developing existing tourist attractions. And in the mid-term form, we improving connectivities, and the long-term development of these tourist growth center through PPP. And there are certain issues which are identified. There are Gautans which are inhabited because of this rehabilitation of Koina affected people. So DP recognizes unregistered villages as Gautans. Then we have this place is highly vulnerable for natural calamities. So rehabilitation sites are identified. Then undulating multimodal connectivity options are made for taking care of these undulating terrains. Then provision of basic infrastructure by clustering villages. Provision of eco-production centers, as I said already. And tourism manufacturing along with education and skill development. And while preparing this thing, we have kept the sustainable development goals in mind. And we have concluded this. Any doubt can be emailed to the address mentioned above. And this DP, we have in the process of, we have invited objections and suggestions. We have received around 900 objections, and those are not objections, suggestions only to incorporate more natural trails and more tourism growth centers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Uday Chandar and Sri Jitendra Bhople for the online presentation. Now we go on to, I invite Srimati Sriji E. Chandran, Chief Town Planner, LSGD Planning, Government of Kerala.
Good afternoon, one and all, the dignitaries on this dais and the floor, and my dear fellow planners. The paradigm shift of spatial planning approaches from bureaucratic dominant descriptive planning to people dominant participatory planning worldwide defines the power of people for an effective spatial planning process. This, along with other triggering factors, necessitated restructuring of the way of governing according to the will of the people. Thus, democracy became the central theme of governance. India is the largest democracy and is one of the fundamental pillars of Constitution of India. However, the enactment of 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments in India during 92 strengthened the local democracy by bringing in the concept of bottom-up approach and devolving spatial planning function to local governments. The state of Kerala, with renowned branding as God's own country, located at the southern tip of India, is unique in terms of its topography, with the Arabian Sea on the western side and the Western Ghats on the eastern side. The state is blessed with its natural resources and salubrious climate. The state is also achieved a remarkable position in Human Development Index and Social Development Index within the nation and is even on par with developed nations. It should be also noted that the growth and development of the state has achieved over the last decades are more driven by globally opened up economic opportunities to its people due to twin engines of education and health together with the tourism rather than triggering either the primary sector or the secondary sector. The interventions and investments made by public and private entities in two core sectors of health and education lay down a strong base for the socio-economic development of the state. At the same time, it is highly doubtful whether the achievements of the development impulses created by the core sectors of health and education have been converted into balanced growth of various economic sectors within the state. The above arguments can be further strengthened by the diminishing contribution of the state economy from primary and secondary sectors, leading to the acceptance of the state as a consumer state. The overseas employment created a parallel economy, popularly known as Gulf economy. The state has pioneered in decentralization and enacted Kerala Panchayat Raj Act 1994 and Kerala Municipal Act 1994 in line with 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments. Subsequently, massive transfer of resources as well as administrative powers to local self-government institutions was done. With the devolution of functionaries and finance to the local self-governments, they are empowered to exercise its function as local governments, not just local bodies. The 941 Gram Panchayats, 87 municipalities, and 6 municipal corporations, which are highly decentralized in governance, are integrated into one department, the local self-government department. The remarkable achievement of state in literacy through grassroots level campaign, Saksharata, local level planning through campaign Janagiya Asutrana, women empowerment by Kudumbashri, the effort of preparation of basic planning document known as Vigasana Rupareka in every local government, and so forth are unique landmarks in the field of decentralization and ever-learning example for the public participation driven policy implementation. The remarkable achievement of the state in the spatial domain after 73rd and 74th Amendment with the signature of local democracy includes realization of Unified Town Planning Act legislation in the form of Kerala Town and Country Planning Act 2016 in accordance with 73rd and 74th CAA, which is the first of its kind in the nation. Development and unique participatory methodology for preparing the Integrated District Development Plan IDDP and Local Development Plan, and completed IDDPs for 5 districts as the first phase. Foreseeing the fast urbanization that Kerala has to witness, the district urbanization report for the 14 districts during the period 2006-2008 and state urbanization report 2012 were published. Now, the earlier master plans are switching over to GIS-based master plans, and preparation of risk-informed master plans are also going on. State urbanization policy 2000 was published earlier, and formation of new state urbanization urban policy commission. The interim report of the commission is submitted to the government. Recently, the formation of State Town and Country Planning Committee is notified with Chief Town Planner as the Joint Secretary and Chairperson of ITPI KSC as one of its special invitees. One of the important mandates of the committee is to prepare spatial perspective plan for the state. The unified legislation for carrying out town and country planning activities in the state, namely Kerala Town and Country Planning Act 2016, embrace the spirit of constitution amendments and empowers LSGs, DPCs, MPCs, as well as the state to prepare plans at various levels to achieve planned spatial development. As per the Act, the sole responsibility of the preparation of master plans and DTP schemes lies with LSGIs. The Department of Town and Country Planning give technical, now it is called as LSGD planning, gives technical assistance to all LSGs in the preparation of plans. Despite the transfer of spatial planning function to the local government, only limited interventions are materialized to equip the local governments in terms of their professional, technical, administrative, and fiscal capabilities to harvest the advantage of spatial planning. As envisaged in the constitutional amendments, the gradual makeover of these local bodies to local self-government to deliver their function without external aid is also under question. Moreover, the integration of erstwhile State Town and Country Planning Department, which is already understaffed, along with the integrated local self-government, created a vacuum in spatial planning domain of the state as well as in the local governments. Conscious efforts need to be made to utilize the opportunities available to LSGIs through the decentralization for achieving planned spatial development, invoking the powers entrusted to them through the Act and preparing various plans under its provision. The proposal in the master plan could be implemented through public-private partnerships. Private entities may be collaborated with for infrastructure projects through PPPs. Spatial planning in Kerala faces challenges such as rapid urbanization, scarcity of developable land, financial constraints, shortage of planning professionals, etc. It is opined that separate spatial planning units with planning professionals be set up in LSJs in a phased manner, preferably for the municipal corporation in the first phase, to identify priority projects in the master plan, to aid in implementation by getting funds earmarked in the annual plans, identification of alternate funding sources, identification of suitable lands for development, communication with public and stakeholders on plan proposals, negotiation with respect of formulation and implementation of the scheme like local plan, local area plan, town planning schemes, etc. Local governments do not have sufficient funds and revenue sources to implement the plan proposals. Different ways of enhancing LSG revenue need to be explored. For example, building footprints in the GIS database of master plan can be effectively used for enhancing property tax collection. User fees may be implemented for all municipal services and facilities to generate additional income, and the same way may be periodically reviewed and revised. The Kerala Town and Country Planning Act has provision for levying developable land, vacant land cess, which could be explored. Leasing municipal land for commercial or residential development and generating lease revenue, monetizing municipal assets such as leasing of or selling unused or underutilized properties, etc. could be explored. Strong VCF policy must be formulated at the state level to encourage LSGs to practice VCF techniques. Government of India now gives thrust for implementation of town planning schemes. High land value, highly fragmented land or small plot size, higher FAR values, etc. acts as factors which discourage in formulation of TP schemes in Kerala. Alternate incentives suitable to Kerala context must be identified by state. LSGs must be encouraged to prepare TP schemes which would bring in planned development as well as the increase in revenue. LSGs must be identify the importance of setting apart land for the development plans for public purpose like roads, recreational area, etc. In order to make LSGs aware of these responsibilities as per the Act, the opportunities for planned development through provisions of Act continuous capacity building programs, including sensitization workshop, exposure visit, etc. can be conducted for the elected representatives and officials of LSGs by government. Mutual guidance and acceptance between people, political leadership and professionals must be evolved to emerge as a strong and political game changer in the spatial planning sector of Kerala. Let me conclude with the hope that the challenges faced by the spatial planning and planners in Kerala will overcome in the near future, and the spatial planning domain may get strengthened by ensuring and accommodating planners in the state as well as the local governments. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. So giving a larger picture of the town planning situation in Kerala, I now invite Sri S.M. Vijayanand, former Chief Secretary of Kerala.
Friends, for want of time, I will not be spending much, taking a lot of points. But before that, a lot of people in the audience know, it's not that Kerala has a uniform FAR of 4. It's not due to the stupidity of the policymakers or planners. The building rules were written by the real estate. They wrote the rules and gave it to the powers that be, and it was notified as a rule. Absolutely stupid, particularly in the context of what happened in Wayanad and all that. But nobody is trying to change. People even went to the court at a point of time, but the people who went to the court later accepted it, and now it's a given. Probably nothing can be done. Now, quickly going to the 74th Amendment, and I'm not touching 73rd. The weakest compliance is 74th. 73rd has been complied with somewhat. Well, I worked as Secretary Panchayat Raj in Government of India. And the District Planning Committee, as planners, you should also push for District Planning Committee. They're practically non-existent. Even if they are existent, they are non-functional. It's a constitutional body which recognizes spatial planning. The word spatial planning is put in the article, and they are supposed to integrate rural and urban. And also at that time, ecological planning was not very much in prominence, but it even says water and natural resources. So you can't ask for a better thing, but it is not functional. In Kerala, it's functional, but that too to a relative degree. And a lot of people argue for Metropolitan Planning Committee. It's a fifth wheel. It cannot function. Kerala has notified it, I think, because of the court order, something is happening. It should not be notified because you can't have a District Planning Committee and a MPC in the same place. The Constitution is not clear on that. The Constitution makers had not thought of it. The person who wrote this later told me after 10 years that they didn't think of this. So it's simply unimplementable. So, and then a point which I want you to, urban local governments all over India, except Kerala, remain as civic bodies. And the Constitution of India is unique in that the local governments have been converted from civic bodies to development bodies. Social justice and economic planning in terms of urban, they are mostly on paper. Then there's a lot of discussion on urbanization. Post-retirement, I get called to some discussions, including the recent interaction with the 16th Finance Commission. What is the difference between urban and municipal? we mix the two. I would strongly support municipalization. Urbanization is very vague. What is an urban agglomeration? It's not a governance entity. It's just a vague concept for academic purposes. So municipalization is losing out fast in the country. Again, and the democratic control versus the commissionerate. Again, is a big thing. For your information, Kerala converted the commissioner into secretary of the municipality, secretary of the corporation, secretary of the Gram Panchayat, not the commissioner, saying just like the cabinet, the council will decide, and that is the power to the people through this kind of thing. And of course, Kerala's decentralization by now, you know, autonomy of elected bodies is very strong. And planning was used as an entry point. Now, I was part of it from day one. But now I have a regret that we didn't integrate spatial planning with the economic planning right from day one. It would have been very easy. But since we rushed through with people's planning, the spatial planning got almost ignored till it was operationalized again through a very intelligent political leader who came up in politics just by bringing spatial planning in Kollam. She later became MLA 3 times. And another very important thing which we don't talk about, the urban-rural harmony of the laws. There's hardly any difference between the Panchayat Raj Act and the Municipalities Act in Kerala. Not when they were enacted, but in 1999, they were harmonized. It's almost the same act. So that is another single thing. It's an important thing, and a very, very important thing. It's a single department, single minister. That's all the. Now we are talking of urban rural. The second Administrative Reforms Commission spoke of a local government, Ministry of Local Government. All over the world, it is like that. This urban rural is artificial, creates all the problems more than you think. So fortunately, Kerala, barring short intervals, has had a single minister, single department. And another important decision we took: no development authorities. Development authorities are not democratic, and you know what happens. Even in Kerala, or when they were there, they were known for their corruption. And support institutions for local governments. They are the same. KILA is for urban and rural. Information Kerala Mission is for urban and rural. The State Poverty Eradication Mission, which is now internationally famous, Kudumbashri, is for urban and rural. So that is again a special thing. And we introduced a concept which would please all of you, called voluntary technical core. There are a lot of people who are willing to volunteer for some time to do this. Could be spatial planning, could be anything. That concept was introduced as part of the people's plan, but then the officers didn't like that because a lot of experts will come. And for your thing, the Trivandrum Corporation, VTC, was headed by no less a person than the retired chairman of the railway board. And chairman of the railway board is such, I didn't know, was such a high authority till I reached Government of India. In Government of India, the PM must be calling him on a day-to-day basis. He became the chairman of the VTC, of the Thiruvananthapuram Corporation, in 1996. That's a beautiful idea which needs to be taken. And now disaster management has also become a local government function by performance, not by political decision. The local government showed that they are. Then democratizing spatial planning, Kollam pilot, go through it. Lot of lessons to be learned. We tried to replicate in 5 more districts, didn't work. But the lessons we learned was that the social and socioeconomic and spatial need to go together. Otherwise, you will not understand. So for the politician, they need to go together. But political leadership is very important. Data, we simply don't have. The struggle, I think for 2 years, I was the planning secretary at the time. Later, LSG, we tried to get the data. It was very, very difficult. Very importantly, in spatial planning, I would even call a spatial planning literacy for the elected leaders. We all think of regulation, but not the norms behind it. Why? Why should a road be taken? We just say, no road here. Which people rebel against? So I would strongly request experts like you to look at norms of social planning and linking regulation and development. And there's always a tension between the constituency mentality of the municipal councillor and the long-term interest of spatial planning. The Town and Country Planning Act was enacted in 2016. There were some problems. There was a decision to correct it, but I think in 21, I've read the act, but not very familiar with what went through it, but it needs to be implemented. We can't wait for a perfect act. It needs to be tried out so that this is the only act which is town and country planning, participatory. DTPs and master plans are prepared by the panchayat and municipality. And you have also joint planning. It's not panchayat alone. Joint planning is possible. Special area is possible. All kinds of flexibility is there in the act. If it's pushed, hopefully the new Urban Policy Commission, I think Mr. Suresh is here, he is part of that. If they can push it, it will be great. So let me conclude. The biggest takeaway for town planners of India, probably this is a third meeting of your institution, which I am attending. I think one was in Ernakulam, and before that, one Mr. Taha was there, a well-known town planner. We organized it in the late 90s when I had just taken over. One is that the urban-rural continuum was just not accident. A lot of us think it is an accident. No. There's a conscious development of rural areas and bridging of the gaps on a normative basis, ever since I remember. And it started, and in the 1850s, the Prime Minister, it was a different name, I think Diwan, of the King of Travancore, said, My Majesty's government will provide one road, one post office, one school, one building in every village. So that is what is not any other economic phenomenon. Huh? Yes, basic amenities. I met him also and he discussed with me Dr. Abdul Kalam's idea of Pura. Pura as a spatial planning concept, we tried to put it in urban, which collapsed. Pura as a spatial planning concept is very great. That is the way to India's rural-urban dichotomy. There's no other way. No other way. All master plans, everything. Provide this, people will not come here. More so now. And economic opportunities will develop on their own. If you read Pura in detail, I read all his books in detail and had a detailed discussion at that point of time with Professor Indaresan, who was the co-author of the whole thing. But now the last point I wanted to make, the new challenges, you all know it better, but I want to restate, inclusion and social justice in spatial planning. It's not slum. How do you include them? You can see fantastic things emerging. I read an article sometime back in The Economist that in the Netherlands, for people having dementia, they have created a colony which is 1960s Amsterdam. Exactly the same tram, same building, same stop, so that you relate to a 60-year gap. So I think India has to move into those kind of things. With, of course, environment and climate change, we had ignored except some green and some water bodies, but it's much more integrated. We need it. And the social spaces and the so-called, I don't know whether you'll agree with it, I'm a strong proponent of that, right to city. The weakest and the poorest person should say, my city is smart, not some big four coming and giving you marks and say, okay, Trivandrum is smart. So anyway, I was partly involved. I think Sharda was she was also joint secretary with me in Ministry of Panchayat Raj for initiating the rural spatial planning guidelines. We set up a committee, remember? Now I think it's been notified by Government of India on the UDPFI kind of model. RADPFI has come. Seize that opportunity. There's hardly anybody in the rural areas in most parts of India. Seize that opportunity. And now GPDP will now go to the next stage when the 16th Finance Commission comes. So all of you, even volunteer, you can. 250,000 panchayats you can never reach, but maybe 50 panchayats, clusters, not panchayats. If you can operationalize the spatial planning guidelines meant for rural areas and don't make it too distinct from urban, I think it will be a great future for spatial planning in India. And my request to ITPI is, try to develop a joint project with Kila. No costs involved, so that you can transfer learnings from here to rest of India. Thanks for inviting me. All the best.
Thank you, sir. You have very beautifully concluded, summarized all the deliberations in this session. And of course, definitely we have this DPC, MPC that we have to definitely deliberate on it. I would say, of course, when we have these urban areas going in beyond district boundaries, shouldn't we think of metropolitan planning committees? So of course, we should, it may change between city to city. There could be different scenarios. Of course, we need larger deliberations also. And he very beautifully, he has concluded this, and the urban rural, the continuum, how it was also a deliberate attempt from very post the pre-independent era. And again, coming back to this, I would say that democracy, of course, democratic planning we all require, and Kerala has done a major stride in democratic planning. But definitely we have lots of hurdles in achieving democratic planning in spatial planning. And we have lots of conflicts when we try to accommodate rural, try to accommodate the opinions from people into very area where expertise is required. So there are lots of conflicts. Probably the planners in the town planning department definitely they know about lots of conflicts. We require, as Sir was pointing out, we require literacy, planning, spatial planning literacy. Definitely that is a need for our spatial planning literacy for the elected representatives. And definitely we have a lot of people, almost 75 to 80 qualified town planners are getting out from colleges in Kerala, within Kerala. So we have enough number of qualified planners in Kerala, and also from national level institutes. Lots of people are coming back to Kerala to work, and so there is no limitation in the number of qualified planners. The only thing is we have to integrate them into the planning system. So we have to integrate all the expertise of the technical know-how of planners into in the actual planning scenario. And I would request all the policymakers to think about this also, to integrate all the new town planners who are coming out of our colleges into the planning system. So of course we have all the new challenges because Kerala is an aging society, and we have more number of people in the higher age groups, including lots of women, more women in that age category. And we definitely have to think of inclusivity, livability, and of course, right to the city. We have the disparity between different communities. So we have to think of inclusivity and right to the public places, right to cities. And we have to think of all these, in spite of having all the technical and the high-tech things, finally we come down to livability, at very smaller level, how we can live happily. So I conclude this session with these marks. Thank you all. And I thank all the rapporteurs also. Thank you.
Very sorry, sir. If you could take this outside because we are running short of time. Really sorry. We have the valediction and program after that.
We'll continue the discussions after the session, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, once again for agreeing to step up at short notice and ensuring a seamless session. We now felicitate our chief guest for this panel session with a memento of gratitude. I call upon Shri Epan Varghese, retired Chief Town Planner, LSGD, Government of Kerala, to felicitate Shri S.M. Vijayanand, retired IAS officer, former Chief Secretary and Chairperson of the 6th State Finance Commission, Government of Kerala. In interest of time, all our other speakers will be felicitated post the valedictory ceremony. I request all panelists to kindly step forward for a photograph. Request you all to kindly step forward for a photograph. All other speakers will be felicitated post the valedictory ceremony. Thank you to all our panelists and a large round of applause for the session on local democracy and spatial planning in Kerala. Thank you all.
I request everyone to please be patient with us for a while longer, stay till the end of the valedictory ceremony. We will also be taking a group photo with all the delegates at the end, so please stay in the hall itself. We will be shortly moving on to the valedictory ceremony of the 73rd National Town and Country Planners Conference on the theme Intelligent Digital Spatial Planning and Governance. The author James Platt writes, "The best endings resonate because they echo a word, phrase, or image from earlier in the story, and the reader is prompted to think back to that reference and speculate on a deeper meaning." We hope that the 73rd NTCP conference has been that word, that phrase, and that image that you will all be prompted to speculate when called upon on a deeper meaning for the terms intelligent, digital, and spatial in India's future planning processes. Over the past 2 days, we have had record participation of nearly 400 delegates joining us here in Thiruvananthapuram and another 200 plus people joining us online. We thank you all for the camaraderie and warm sentiments that have echoed throughout these 2 days. We also thank all the distinguished members on the dais who have made time to add to the momentous nature of this event. I now invite all our dignitaries for the valedictory session onto the dais. I invite Shri Rajesh PN. I invite our chief guest for the day, Srimati Sharada Muralidharan IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, accompanied by Shri Pradeep Kumar, Coordinator Techno Admin, Pradeep Kaput, Coordinator Techno Admin, ITPI India, Shri N.K. Patel, President ITPI, Shri Anup Kumar Shivastava, Vice President ITPI, Shri Rajesh PN, Chairman ITPI, and Shri VP Kulshrestha, Secretary General ITPI. I now invite our audience to the formal conclusion of the 73rd National Town and Country Planners Conference. And for that, I invite Shri Rajesh PN, Chairman ITPI Kerala Regional Chapter.
Good evening to all dignitaries on the dais and dear delegates. After 2 days of continuous session, you are all bombarded with a lot of ideas and thinking process. I think in the next days to come, you will be thinking about what we have to go further beyond certain limits of planning. And from start of Bimal Patel sir, from the last session, we had a lot of good papers, which is more informative and technologically driven. Now I coming to the valedictory function. I first welcome Sri Sharada Muralidharan, Chief Secretary of Government of Kerala to this function.
Actually, Madam has been pioneering and has been guiding local self-government department for quite some time. And I am very fortunate that I have been working with Madam during the Act revision and all that. But Madam's commitment towards LSGD is long, and we all are really committed for that. And thank you, Madam, for receiving our invitation and coming for the program. And I also thank the dignitaries on the dais. Anup Srivastava, Vice President, NK Paul, President, ITPI, Pradeep Kapoor, Coordinator, and also VP Kulshrestha, who is the Secretary General of this event. Thank you, Madam.
I now invite Shri N.K. Patel, President ITPI, to present our chief guest, Srimati Sharada Muralidharan, IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, with the ITPI memento. I also invite Shri Rajesh PN to present the bouquet to Sharada Ma'am. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri N.K. Patel, President ITPI, New Delhi, to deliver the presidential address.
Good evening. Respected Chief Secretary of Government of Kerala, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and delegates. 73rd National Town and Country Planner Conference on the theme of Intelligent Digital Spatial Planning and Governance we have organized during the 10th to 11th January. Technical deliberation of something more than 18 speakers has been done in various 5 technical sessions during 10th and 11th. The conference was inaugurated by Sri M.B. Rajesh, Honorable Minister for Local Self-Government, Government of Kerala. In his initial address, Honorable Minister highlighted the importance of the theme Intelligent Digital Spatial Planning and Governance, which is very important in today's context of digital era. He also mentioned about that various cities in Kerala are experiencing fast change in its land use as well as the urban population. Technology and digital development assures a greater role in understanding such changes spatially and temporarily. He expected that deliberation in this conference will dwell on all such aspects, elaborating on local government scenario, particularly in Kerala state. He stated that urban growth in Thiruvananthapuram and other big city in the state have shown a tremendous change. Town planners are therefore to play a very important role in providing direction to address the various urban issues. Most of the problems in Kerala are of a typical nature, with having more than 47% urbanization. The state is facing a challenging task of planning and development of cities in Kerala. It is urban-rural continuum, and one cannot clearly identify where the urban ends and where the rural starts. This is a typical situation which poses a challenge in spatial planning of cities to define the boundaries also. In fact, one can see Kerala as one city, one region, and it needs balanced development of urban and rural area. And this will be little ticklish problem. For addressing the unemployment problem, state is setting up job station in collaboration with local bodies. The real problem is to transport the urban local bodies digitally to tackle all such challenges. Kadumsri scheme is another very successful scheme in the state. For all such issues, short-term, mid-term, or long-term, plans are to be prepared by the local bodies in collaboration with other institutions. State has set up a Kerala Institute of Local Administration, KILA, which is helping in addressing all these problems. He made a point that we are looking for the suggestion and recommendation of this conference for the guidance of the state. Kerala is also facing a very serious issue of climate change in terms of extreme climate event, landslides, sea level rise. So the state therefore have to take action for environmental sensitive planning with emphasis on improving the livability to urban and rural area. Earlier, the Principal Secretary, Srimati Sarmila Mary Joseph, IAS, of local self-government, she also highlighted on the problem of well-defined urban entities as per prevailing local situation and the census definition. She emphasized the need for preparation of master plan, spatial plan of urban local area and their implementation in addressing the local problems as well as the environmental sustainability issue. She also called for specific suggestion for the problem being faced in Kerala. And after that, in various sessions, 5 technical sessions, 18 presentation, and we have touched upon from the very highly experts from their concerned field, like inclusivity, like development with ecosystems, sustainable development. And in all this deliberation, we are happy that overall, it was, most of the deliberation was noteworthy. And I think my Vice President will speak out the recommendation. And that recommendation we have kept in a different level of all the different segments, like urban, green, local governance. So there is a set of different recommendations. Madam, we will send it to you for your consideration. And finally, I must congratulate Mrs. Raji and Rajesh, whose very hard work has possible to make it successful. So have a big round of applause. And there were 2 other important events, particularly. One was, as per the NEP, the planning curriculum guideline was unveiled. And second, planning and designing habitat in climate risk time. That is a toolkit which we also inaugurate today. So these are the 2 remarkable publication by ITPI. And I hope that today and tomorrow, now there is no more technical sessions. You are going Kovalam in the evening, and tomorrow we are going about 1.5 hours to a palace and arts and crafts village. So I hope that you have find some differences in last 2 years conference, where technical deliberations, the guest speakers, and other arrangement, we are trying to do some reforms. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over the past 2 days, we have heard from foremost planning practitioners, academicians from across the country on topics ranging from techno-urbanism to municipal finance and blue-green economies. These recommendations have been kindly compiled by our rapporteurs assigned to the various technical sessions. I now invite Shri Anup Kumar Srivastava, Vice President ITPI, to present a formal compilation of the recommendations made from across the various panel discussions.
Honorable Chief Secretary of Kerala, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, we have all witnessed this 2-day conference, 73rd National Town and Country Planners Conference, that was organized by the Kerala Institute of Town Planners India, along with the support of the Kerala government. And I would like to applaud this effort by the Kerala Town Planners Association. During this period of 2 days program, we have witnessed various important messages and recommendations forwarded by illustrious speakers, and I shall bring to you a few of them that we have noted down. And as you can see, the comments, the brief notes are being scrolled in front of you as well. As regards the digital spatial planning was concerned, it was brought that the spatial planning approach should consider the diverse need of urban and rural areas in terms of digitalization of social, economic, and cultural needs of inhabitants. Similarly, interoperability across digital systems needs to be ensured while using MIS, smart city initiatives, which can be applied in other areas as well as with certain suitable modifications. Urban planning needs to undertake use of data for appropriate application. In this regards, the recommendation of the high-level committee related to building leadership, capacity building, standardization of urban planning, and enhancing economic geography of the gateway cities and regions may be considered. It should also develop riverfront areas in the concerned cities. Similarly, various other points you can see that on the screen as well. The 3 growth drivers that acted as catalysts for DPI growth are favorable demographics, vast expansion of middle class, and digital behavioral pattern, which needs to be utilized for planning of urban areas. On the techno-urbanism front, the 5th industrial revolution, known as technical push, has triggered urbanization, platform, urbanism, and everyday urbanization. India has now embraced this digital transformation. With all these technological revolutions, there is a feeling of digital divide, which has created differentiated classes in terms of power class, knowledge brokers, and digitally disadvantaged class. All these developments of digitally divided situation have to be addressed while taking up capacity building programs by the local and state authorities for efficient and effective planning. Similarly, while moving towards the objective of Viksit Bharat 2047, planners should focus on bridging the digital divide and have more inclusive planning at neighborhood and city level with special focus on aged, children, women, and other similar groups. Digital data in a city and a region as a public good is growing rapidly. This needs to be used optimally in planning, managing cities, development and monitoring of cities growth. Urban observations are required to be set up in tier 1 and tier 2 cities as well as in economic and industrial growth corridors. Various other important deliberations did take place. I'll come to the seventh one. Traditional master plans are often rigid, while platform-based planning is more adaptable for special change and timely corrections. Cities must standardize data format and invest in interoperable technologies. Under the urban finance, it is said that while the cities are rich, but urban local bodies are ranked poor. Therefore, the state of finance in ULBs need massive improvement based on land-based taxes, fees, levies, etc. Municipal bonds can also come handy and is a growth impetus. The technology can be leveraged effectively for improving the financial health of local bodies. There is a need also to strengthen State Finance Commission to ensure timely and predictable fiscal transfer, particularly to smaller towns. And municipal finance needs more attention and requires strengthening municipal finances with devolutions, autonomy in decisions, and better budget planning. Blue-green economy. Cities need to adopt heat-resistant urban planning and design the integrated green-blue infrastructure and nature-based solutions. Toolkit on planning and designing of habitat in climate risk as released in this conference should be adopted by the planners in right earnest for urban and regional planning solutions. The Kerala issue, Kerala urban sprawl needs to be contained using remote sensing data, GIS, blockchain technology so that it enhances efficiency of urban and rural areas. Urban sprawl in Kerala is to be contained using EENCC methods with the help of remotely sensed data in GIS platform with blockchain technology. We need planned compact cities and undisturbed ecosystem. Similarly, existing detailed town planning schemes and local area plans envisioned in the Kerala Town and Country Planning Act 2016 will have to be promoted for making substantial contribution for developing sustainable cities, and in view of the emerging trends for the use of digital infrastructure, the governments worldwide have adopted legislation to provide a solid foundation for robust data governance. There is a popular thought among Kerala state stakeholders that entire state can be developed as urban, which may not be advisable. Similarly, various other important decisions were taken, which shall be exhaustively be brought down and for future deliberations and action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The ITPI National Best Thesis Awards are prestigious annual accolades presented by the Institute of Town Planners India that aim to recognize and honor outstanding research work and innovative contributions in the field of urban planning and spatial development at the academic level. I now request Shri Pradeep Kapoor, Coordinator Techno Admin ITPI, to read out the citations for the ITPI National Best Thesis Awards for postgraduate, undergraduate, and female students. I request our chief guest, Ms. Sharada Muralidharan IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, to honor all the ITPI National Best Thesis Award winners as they are announced.
Thank you. This year, in place of 2 categories of awards given by ITPI for the best thesis to encourage the students of planning, we started a new category by the name the female students, special awards for female student for their best thesis. The process started in the month of October. Till 15 November, we received 42 nominations for the best thesis award for postgraduate courses. A jury was constituted. All the jury members screened the thesis submitted by the students. A presentation was, online presentation was conducted, and the jury has recommended 3 awards for postgraduate students. The third award is, I will start from the first. First award, Abhilasha Kalra. She is integrated B Plan, M Plan, physical planning from a School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. Thesis topic is assessment of urban structure for emission reduction in C40 cities, case study of Delhi. Congratulations. Second award, Aditya Magotra, Master of Planning, Transport Planning from Guru Ramdas School of Planning, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. His topic is micro mobility in high altitude urban settlement, a case study of Leh, Union Territory, Ladakh. And third prize goes to Sujoy Sarkar, Master of Planning, Transport Planning, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. Director Vijayawada is also here. And HOD Planning, Amritsar is also here. Congratulations to them also. So next category for the BE plan, 9 entries were received. The jury adjudged all the entries, and after the presentations, jury recommended first award to Ritam Basu, Bachelor of Planning, Department of Physical Planning, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. The thesis topic is addressing the challenges of water security in Indian towns. Case study of Rohtak, Haryana. Second award, Venkat Manaswi Reddy, Bachelor of Planning, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. Thesis topic, exploring variations within similar hazard, vulnerability zone, a case study of Visakhapatnam district. Third award, Sanskriti Shukla, Bachelor of Planning, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal. Former Director Bhopal is also here. Congratulations to student and teachers both. And third, the new category, Women Planners Forum recommended that ITPI should start a separate award for female students. We received 31 entries for this, and all the students made presentations before the jury, and jury recommended first award to Krati A. Maheshwari, Master of Planning, IIT Roorkee. Thesis topic, strategizing utilitarian cyclability in city of Jaipur. Second award, Payal Behra, Master of Planning, Urban Transport, Faculty of Planning, STEP University. Professor Shashwat is here, so congratulations to STEP faculty and the student. Her thesis topic was female participation in public transport agencies, a case of CRUT. Third award, this was a tie, so jury has recommended two third award. They are the joint winners. One is Gurkirat Kaur, Master of Planning, Urban, Guru Ramdas School of Planning and Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. This is topic, ecological restoration as a tool for climate change mitigation in coastal cities. Case of Panaji, Goa. And second joint award for third position, Upasna Mohanty, Department of Architecture and Planning, Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur. The thesis topic is GIS-based coastal emergency evacuation planning in Chhatrapur, city of Odisha. So on behalf of ITPI, congratulations to all the students, and we wish them a better future. And also the congratulations to the faculty of the institutions whose students have won these prizes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have all the winners here. Can we just have all of them at the front for a group photo? Very quickly. Can we please have another round of applause for all the winners? Thank you, everyone. Our chief guest, Ms. Sharada Muralidharan, IAS, has been a strong proponent of good planning practices in the state. I now invite you, ma'am, to issue the valedictory address at the 73rd National Town and Country Planners Conference.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking the organizers for having invited me to this valedictory function. and also by congratulating the awardees for doing excellent work in diverse areas, diverse topographies as well, from Leh to Panaji, from climate resilience to logistics to gender issues. So well done. Congratulations, all of you. Yes, I do find that planners are rather hesitant to clap. I have been noticing that from the very beginning. Yeah, so, but good, thank you. Now, I would like to start with, the theme today of this conference has been intelligent, digital, spatial planning. I'd like to put across a problem statement which according to me touches on all of this, and which also, according to me, the State Planning Department of LSGD has not actively engaged with enough. Before becoming Chief Secretary, I was the Additional Chief Secretary in charge of Local Self-Government Department. So I've been working very closely with the people in planning here. But also, you are all aware of March 2023 when the Brahmapuram dump site caught fire. Well, dump sites have been catching fire across the country, but when they catch fire in Kerala, it becomes international news. However, what happened after that was that we just decided we were already working on trying to find solutions for waste management. Kerala, one of the problems with Kerala has been that as a society that has also become quite affluent, it behaves as wealthy consumerist societies do and produces a lot of waste. It brings in waste. It brings in potential waste from elsewhere and spits it out. And the systems have, as usual, been not keeping up pace with the new requirements of waste management. So one such problem that we've been facing has been in the area of bio-waste management. Kerala's tourism, Kerala's hotels and restaurants have been booming. Apartment complexes have been, from a very flat design of the state of Kerala, where, you're flying into Kerala, all you would see were coconut trees, not realizing that there was an entire population breathing underneath it, to now, when you can see plenty of high-rises. So there has been quite a bit of change in the way Kerala sees itself and sees where it's going with its building infrastructure. And that also has meant that, your per capita load of waste has also come up quite significantly. And how does it manifest? Well, it manifests right now. I'm struggling with the NGT, who across the border is saying that waste from Kerala is going and getting dumped in sites in Tirunelveli, in sites in Kanyakumari, and in sites in Mysore, not Mysore, but in Karnataka as well. Our neighboring states are naturally very irritated. Why are they catering to our waste? We should have our solutions, and we actually do have solutions. We have incredible democratized solutions. We have a system of waste collection in which every Gram Panchayat do. We know exactly how much waste is being collected and when and wherefore. So, and these are done through a digital system. So, but that hasn't solved our problem, right? Of people beating the system and doing this. And why is it happening? So when you ask the hotels and restaurants as to why aren't they getting their waste act together, they tell you that, no, we're sending this off to pig farms. And in the pig farms, when you look at the pig farms, you see that they're getting way too much waste on the one hand. And two, there just aren't enough pig farms. If you looked at the amount of waste that is allegedly going to pig farms, we would be having maybe about 100 times the number of pigs that we do, actually. So a solution would be, it would look at blockchain. It would be to say, okay, have you registered these pig farms? A. B, have you registered these, the producers of bio-waste that are sending it to the pig farms? C, do we know who are the transporters? And D, can we have a system, an intelligent system, which is digital and which looks at what is the quantum of waste that is generated, where is it going, how is it transported, what is the behavior of that transport, so that we have a end-to-end solution. And would a solution of that nature be something which is to be part of our entire planning activity? And this is where I would exhort planning to move out of concept into operations. We need solutions, and we need them now. We can't really be saying, okay, let's look at doing our digital maps and we will layer them and we will look at what needs to be done. We will see where things need to arise. But no, we need to get beyond that to come out with, use this understanding and knowledge to give solutions, help design. The planners in the state or anywhere are also great on design. So design solutions for us, design systems, bring systems thinking, bring creative design thinking into the solutions that we need. Because that's the value add that you give us. No bureaucrat worth his or her salt is going to be able to put this together in the way that we need professionals to do this. And so that's a requirement that we have. And, it's a problem that we see that our idea of planning does not move beyond that of concept to actually how solutions can be made on the ground. I heard today also that you're talking about democratizing the entire planning process. Sounds very good. And didn't we try this? Oh, yes, we did. Mr. Rajesh sitting here can tell you just how hard we tried. Because post 2018, with the floods that hit Kerala, one of the things that we were asked to do was to come up with risk-informed master plans. And I will come to that later. One of the recommendations which I have a quarrel with, I will come to that later though. But when we were talking about risk-informed master plans, and we were also had to, show the proof of the pudding by actually, spearheading and making, steering a master plan into existence. So there were two master plans that we worked on at that point of time. One was in Manandawadi in Wayanad, and the other was Chenganur in Alappuzha. Both of these places had been hit hard, very hard by the floods and the resultant issues. So Manandawadi, there was a change of government. And they had come up with this gorgeous plan. You were talking about data and interoperability of data sharing. All of that is something that we have cracked in the state of Kerala. 2018 did that to us because all the data silos overnight just broke open. and data sharing became the norm. We've been able to bring in data together, data sets together. We've had agencies that have been able to get multiple departmental data, which they were, holding on to like they were, they were trolls hiding treasure. But that all came apart. So we, demographic data with regard to senior citizens, with regard to differently abled families, infrastructure data that is coming in from multiple areas, land-related data, flood-related data, all of that we brought together. We looked at infrastructure information and we had that loaded. We also had deep discussions and finally came out with wonderful master plans. In Manandawadi, the master plan sunk without a trace because the government changed, the local government changed. In Chenganur, we actually cajoled and got the local government, the municipality, to approve the plan. So the provisional master plan came out and then all hell broke loose. You had people from Chenganur coming out and the MLA of Chenganur who also then became a minister, and agitation action committees being set up and contesting the entire basis of this plan. So again, when at the conclusion of the session, after Vijayan sir talked about democratization and how that was critical, I don't know who was sitting at the end, but wrapping up the session, she did come out and say, we need the professionals. And maybe through democratizing, you're going to lose the professionalism of the plan. And therein is a story. And the story is the fact that none of you are ever going to be able to execute the perfect professional plan. It's a reality we need to accept. Your choice is between doing something which is imperfect or doing nothing at all. So you need to find what is the level of imperfect that we can actually push and make happen, which was the story of Chenganur. Because in the story of Chenganur, we had come up with 50-year returns, 25-year, and then we had to ultimately bring it down to 10 years, and then we had to incorporate what would be the mitigation strategies, and on that basis, again, exclude areas from zoning. So there was a whole lot of to and fro that needed to be done. And there was something that those people said. We said, why do you base this on 2018? When we've been, we are a community that have been flooding every single year. And we know how to manage floods. You haven't factored that in. You haven't factored about our resilience, our capability of managing. And so we did, or rather the planners did manage this and brought that out. And at the end of the day, we still do not have a final master plan to go. Although the resistance on the ground has come down significantly, the fact of the matter is that the actual plan, which is risk, which factors risk and is climate resilient, to at least whatever extent it can be, has still not happening. So the elephant in the room, needs to be addressed. And that elephant is the fact that is the question of how do you get people to have informed decision-making? Informed decision-making is not something which can be done overnight. You will not, the elected body, and they bring in a lot of intelligent and what do you say, native understanding to the technical solutions that we come up with. And those are important and they need to be accepted. But they will continue to reject the technical solution and try to limit to that native understanding. And that is a challenge. And that is a challenge which we are not discussing here. It is a challenge of communication. Whereas in all of this, we want to make it happen. You need to have very detailed, effective communication strategies. Swachh Bharat had a very strong communication strategy. Urban planning or climate resilient master plans does not. You know, that also requires time, energy, and effort. It's only with that we can come up with strategies that work, with the results that will actually develop and play out on the ground. I mean, we have a similar experience with trying to push heritage, the concept of design and protecting heritage. Kochi city, and it's got I don't know how many of you have been to the Binale, Kochi Binale. If there are any who have, please do raise your hands. Yes. So the Kochi Binale is a phenomenal feat of art and space coming together. But, and it has been bringing a lot. And what it is doing is also, it is celebrating Kochi. It is celebrating its maritime nature. It is celebrating the Kerala-ness of Kochi. It is celebrating the, the ideology that has created a very unique society in Kerala. It is also celebrating its traditions and its architecture. So it's celebrating the footprint that has been left by the British. It is celebrating all kinds of things. And it then adds up to, all of that put together gives an experience to be had. And yes, it also, therefore, has been something which helps to promote Fort Kochi as something which, it is our intangible heritage. I mean, quite a bit of that heritage is tangible as well. But Kochi has lost its opportunity of being a heritage city. It's lost its opportunity of being, internationally counted. When tourism is so critical to the state of Kerala, the local population does not understand and does not want this. The local, corporation does not want this, because they would rather listen to those 10 or 15 local petty shop owners whose votes and whose families' votes matter to them, rather than think in terms of all the moolah that we will be raking in the name of tourism, and how that city that is going to improve my city, how it's going to improve my coffers, and how it's going to make me do so much more and get so much more votes. No, they don't see that connection. And because they don't see that connection, they very blissfully let our China villas disappear. The Chinese nets, which are, those are central to the image of Fort Kochi. That without as much as a sigh, they have allowed that to disappear. Why does that happen again? So it's not just in the area of climate, it's also in the area of heritage, it's in the area of design. We want to have, I saw NIT Calicut talk about the struggling cities and what was it, aspirational? There were 4 categories, and apparently most of India was in the second category. But the devil lies in the details. And if you look at the details, there was actually not much in terms of variation in terms of the characteristics of both the struggling and the second category. So it was more a case of making us feel a little better. But that's not. Ultimately, the fact of the matter is that what we are talking about by way of livability is not a given. The idea of livability, the idea of wanting big houses, the idea of wanting green spaces, the idea of wanting good pedestrianization. No. Contrary to what the British think, that is not what Indians actually are looking for. It might be something that we would want them to look for. But then we need to, to excite them about it. And there too, it's a matter of communication. So what is the kind of life that you can aspire to? What is the livability that we want to go to? It's something that I would request us to actually rethink in the context of India, to rethink in the context of our cities and our towns and our villages, and what greening means to us, what water bodies mean to us, what breathable air means to us, and how we are a set of people who keep on adjusting and acclimatizing because that's in our blood to make do with little. Maybe we need to recognize that in the way we look at framing our towns and our cities. So I love the microphone. It's, once you get here, you don't have to worry about how, and when you are Chief Secretary of the state, nobody dares say, Madam, there are flights to catch and we have time to leave. But yeah. So anyway, I also there were one other issue that is particular to Kerala, and I think it was discussed at some time here, which was about migrants. And I saw that in the exhibitions also, a little bit of how the migrants are transforming the urban space and the rural space in Kerala. Thankfully, the state government is not hostile to migrants. In fact, it is the other way around. We call them Aditi Torilali, guest workers. So it is a very deliberate positioning or messaging that is being given, that these are valuable contributors to the economy of Kerala, and that we need to treat them as we treat our tourists with, Aditi Devo Bhava. So that's a very strong messaging that we are doing. But the implication, what is the implication of, you've got 2-3 types of migrants who come in. Migrants who come in to do specific work. They come in with contractors, subcontractors, do the work, go back. There are migrants who, by word of mouth, they hear that there are opportunities here. They come, they they struggle, find work, and then they go back. And then there are the others who decide that, this is a good place to be, and they go in for the long haul migrants. So you've got multiple types of migrants, and they come from different places. And because they come from different places, they bring in different subcultures along with them. And those subcultures, you find that the cities, the towns, the villages are adapting to those subcultures, but the government is not thinking about what exactly is the adaptation to be made. So I saw this exhibition which looked at the assessment. I think it was Thrissur, the Government of College of Thrissur, I don't recall which, but one of the exhibits was about doing this assessment of living conditions of migrants and what should be so how does a city or how does a state actually, by way of policy, look at designing an urban design that fits multiple categories of migrants. Right now, I don't have a clue. I don't know how you work it. Do we look at do we look at creating spaces that they can come and go? Do we, today, if you look at the towns of Kerala, on Saturdays and Sundays, the city is filled with migrants. They are the ones who are going to our, they are the ones who are filling our theaters, movie theaters. They are also, interestingly, particularly in places like Ernakulam, Kochi, they are the ones who are filling our schools. Our teachers have suddenly found that if they don't learn Hindi, they won't be able to communicate with their students. So interesting problems are being thrown up by way of the changes that are coming in. And we need to be able to understand and appreciate how that happens. And for that, we need to have plans. And this was a big fight that I had with the department, which the government had with the department also, which is about just how long should our master plans exist? When do we modify them? How do we modify them? And the problem with master plans is that they bring in a rigidity. I do remember once being gobsmacked I attended an online session with SEPT. And so that was the first time I ever heard this about the agile planning and how master plans were completely rubbished. Totally, I forget the name of the person, Sanjay somebody? Yeah, Sanyal. Yeah. So yeah. And who also had a extremely poor opinion of the bureaucracy in general. Let that also be said on the side. Nevertheless, they were, whether I like him or not, the fact is, the point that was made was important. Change is happening to our worlds much faster than we are adapting to them. The window on climate resilience is almost closed. Probably it has already closed, which means that we are going to be hit by major events. Kerala has already been hit by a heat wave for the first time in my existence. We never had heat waves. We never have heat waves. It's out of question. We never touch anything beyond 35 degrees, but now we are doing 40, 42. And with the level of humidity that we have. So I'm so very happy that you brought out a toolkit, which is about how to handle heat waves. So so heat islands, all of this suddenly has great relevance for the state of Kerala. But what I wanted to say was that, therefore, planning has to be agile. We have to be able to keep pace with the challenges that are being thrown at us. And therefore, I will come to my last point, which is what is the grouse I have with the recommendations that were made. One was the recommendation that was made specific to Kerala, and that is the only grouse. And that was about how we need to bring back the DTPs of the 2016 Act. The fact of the matter is that the Assembly has passed and accepted the 2021 Act amendments. It has done away with DTPs. It has tried to look at special area plans. It has brought down the time frame of master plan. It has brought in the scope for modification. It has tried to be current. Let us not go back. I would be very disappointed if that continues to be a recommendation. I know where it is coming from, but I would still be disappointed if that continues to be a recommendation of this conference. So I will certainly ask you to revisit that. Having said that, I do not really want to end on a nasty note. Let me say that it is always a pleasure to be interacting with people like you, with people who actually, what was that movie? Don't Look Up? So you are those scientists who tell us exactly, what is in the offing for us if you don't plan right, if you don't do things right. And I am the government. And you know how governments behave. But it is always a blessing that there are people there who can speak truth to power. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We take this opportunity to felicitate speakers from Technical Session 4 on local democracy and spatial planning in Kerala for their insightful presentations.
I invite Dr. Ashwini Luthra, Secretary, ITPI Publication, to present the memento to Srimati Shiji Ichandran, who is our guest of honor. I invite P.N. Rajesh, Chairman ITPI Kerala Regional Chapter, to felicitate our session chair, Srimati Priyanjali Prabhakaran. I invite S.K. Srimali, Council Member ITPI, to please present the memento to Shri Jacob Isho, sir. I now invite Shri S. Devendra Reddy, Council Member ITPI, to present the memento to Mr. Firoz Mohammed. I called Shri P.N. Rajesh, Chairman, to present the memento to Shri Baiju K. I request Shri Pramod Kumar, CP, Chief Town Planner, retired, to present the memento to Shri Uday Chandar. To present the mementos to our rapporteurs, I invite Srimati Aisha PA, Town Planner, retired, to present the memento to Shri Anil Kumar Roy. I invite Srimati Shari MV, Town Planner, Government of Kerala, to present the memento to Town Planner Archana VS. To Dr. Ajit Kaliat, who joined us online, ITPI will be sending the memento separately. Thank you.
Thank you all. As an invitation to the 74th National Town and Country Planners Conference for the coming year, I request select representatives from among the delegates to kindly present their remarks on the dais.
Hello. We have been to many organic cities, planned cities, capital cities. So we want to invite you to a town which is developing just because of a dam on the river and the tallest statue. So we are eager to invite you to Gujarat for a destination conference at Statue of Unity near Baroda. And I would like,
I just said to that, first of all, let me thank Kerala chapter to host such a fabulous conference. And let me tell you, we will not let down you in the next conference because, as you must have heard, it is said, Shakespeare said there is nothing in the name. If you call rose by some other name, it is not going to lose its fragrance. But when Rajesh is here, replicating this Rajesh, P.N. Rajesh. Secondly, we have got Narendra. Narendra, who became Swami Vivekananda once upon a time. Narendra, who has been now the Honorable Prime Minister of India. And if we also have a Narendra N.K. Patel, who just left as our President ITPI right now. So he will be there with us to be the mentor and to host such a best conference that you can have a world-class experience. So I, on behalf of Gujarat Regional Chapter, and we have got Shanil Patel also, who held the conference, West Zone Conference, making some standards as good as national conference. So I think next conference at Statue of Unity, if it is, accepted by the committee, that's a destination, as he has said. We can have it a combo also, Vadodara and Statue of Unity, which is having the tallest statue and the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. So I, on behalf of Gujarat Chapter and myself, and on behalf of NK, as well as Saswat, an eternal personality, on behalf of SEPT, invite you all and recommend myself to be the host of next ITPI conference, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanil.
Thank you, sirs.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sirs. To share his experience on behalf of all delegates.
Any other state? Goa. One more hand from that side. Come forward. Come forward.
It looks like I'm James Matthew, chairman of the Goa Regional Chapter. It looks like there is a demand to host the next conference in the Western region. So Goa cannot go back, fall back. As you know, we have held twice in the past, 41st seminar and 57th seminar he held. It was held in Goa. And as you know, Goa is well connected. We have two airports, one in the middle and we have one in the north. And railway train connectivity, even from South India, people can approach Goa. Very nice. And there is a smear campaign. There was in the last New Year, there were hardly any tourists. We want to prove it to you. We want to prove it to you that Goa is still great. It's a good holiday place, and also we can provide you a lot of entertainments and a lot of topical subjects. We have CRZ, we have wildlife sanctuaries, we have heavy pressure on urban development. So all these things can be discussed. And as usual, we will entertain you. Or the town planners are having a stressful life. You can unwind everything in Goa. So I invite you to Goa. Thank you.
Ma'am, we have a token of appreciation for you. Please accept this on our behalf before leaving. Acha.
A round of applause for ma'am, please.
Hello, myself Dhananjay Pawar, Secretary, Maharashtra Regional Chapter. I request Council to have next conference at Maharashtra. So, Mumbai or Pune. We will also keep the decision with the Council. As per the Council recommend, we will final the venue. So I will request all Council members and President to have next conference at Mumbai. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have any more people who are inviting us to the next conference? Okay, we will move on to the next event.
To share his experience on behalf of all delegates who have joined us over the past 2 days, I invite Professor Dr. Shashwat Bandyopadhyay, Professor, SEPT University, Ahmedabad, to the dais.
Okay, good evening. And between Goa, Statue of Unity, and Pune, please start thinking where to go next. My job here is to summarize and extend a vote of thanks. So a few months ago, when I received the invitation and some of my colleagues at SEPT, so we are pretty excited, immediately that let's block the date that we will be traveling to Kerala for this conference. So one was attraction of the conference, and the second was Kerala as a destination, and last 2 days since we have arrived, and the kind of hospitality that has been extended by the ITPI Kerala chapter and all member of LSGD, I would like to extend a big round of applause for the entire team of Rajesh, the Chief Town Planner, and all the young colleagues who have been managing the, tirelessly all transition. And I think we need to have a louder applause for them. So, yeah, standing ovation would be a good one to give the entire team. It's indeed God's own country. And the planners, the way they have actually managed the entire transition, the program, the exposure to all the participants who came. In fact, while coming to Trivandrum, I was coming via Mumbai, and I saw one of my very old colleague. He doesn't go and he doesn't attend any workshops. So I suddenly saw him. I said, "Where are you going?" He said, "Mr. Fatak told me I'm going to attend the Kerala conference." So I said, "What?" He said, two things. I heard because I'm going there because it is Kerala. And second thing I heard, ITPI Congress is now started deliberating a kind of more important issues pertaining to planning profession. And that credit goes to the entire council. Unfortunately, Mr. NK has to leave because he has death in the family. But entire Mr. NK Patel, Mr. Pradeep Kapoor, Mr. Kulshrestha, Mr. Anup, the entire team of ITPI Council, they also deserve a big round of applause because there has been a transition. Two, three things which because I have been coming to some of this for a couple of years now, I see there is a distinct change. The kind of the topics that have been chosen, and they're becoming more and more relevant. The second is the kind of speakers that we are seeing. Every session, although I know there is sessions are a bit packed within 2 days because this kind of workshop probably would end up. I will request Rajesh Bhai or Sainil to think of 2.5 days of next time. But the amount of speaker, the amount of energy and the kind of discourses that we are witnessing, I think this is really, really very important for the profession. And other two, one, of course, very important initiative is about ITPI Women's Chapter. And a big round of applause because 50% more than of our community, and we must recognize them. And the entire team that they have been coordinating, Professor Sejal, Dipti, and other colleagues, a big round of applause to them as well for organizing this entire process. Another very important, a very heart-touching event that I witnessed yesterday was actually, felicitating planners from, earlier years, because that's recognizing them, our senior, professionals who have probably, and that also a very, very, touching event that ITPA has started. A round of applause for, all the organizer, and particularly the Kerala team. I must compliment them, and particularly the food in Kerala is, outstanding. And yesterday, actually, one of my colleague and I was standing, and there was some hot oven where they're making appam. So within all this rush, we managed ourselves in the corner and started eating as many as appam we could do in this mad rush. So that's what I was wondering yesterday, why Firoz is growing like me, because he's been eating too many appam together. So excellent food, excellent, kind of the entertainment or the kind of event has been organized. So as a whole, last 2 days have been, really, really both what we call, both in terms of discourses, both in terms of exchanges, and also there are a lot of side events, the parallel peer-to-peer discussion that are going on. I think our community needs it. Because today, as yesterday when the Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable LSG Minister was talking about, and many other colleagues, that we as an urban planning community needs to ascertain ourselves. Because the way, the kind of waves of urbanization, we are like, there are 2 to 3 thankless jobs we generally see. And urban planners, anything goes wrong in the city, that urban planners get blamed. The planning is not, but planners is not alone. There's a whole chain. So this kind of conversation must go on, and slowly we ascertain ourselves, that in the coming years, we are not only urban planners, we are nation builders. So thanks ITPI for inviting us, giving this opportunity, and entire chapters and young planners. Thank you very much for these 2 days, and looking forward to whether to Goa or to Statue of Unity. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. We are now coming to a close of the 73rd National Town and Country Planners Conference on the theme Intelligent Digital Spatial Planning and Governance. I request Shri VP Kulshrestha, Secretary General ITPI New Delhi, to formally propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. In fact, it's a kind of custom that Secretary General has to say some word of thanks. Though already, I mean, a lot of thanks has already been said. Anyway, so the esteemed speakers, chairpersons, delegate, and distinguished guests. As we are coming to the close of the 73rd National Town and Country Planning Conference, I take this opportunity on behalf of ITPI to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed the success of this event. First and foremost, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Honorary Minister who came yesterday, Minister for LSD Department, Government of Kerala, Mr. M.B. Rajesh. He graced the conference as chief guest. His presence was really encourageable to us. His insightful address and the information shared on the various government initiatives was which were involved computerization and digitization were really very invaluable to us. His support and vision for a digitally empowered Kerala inspires us. Besides the Honorary Minister, we have many significant dignitaries participated, like, for example, Padam Shri Dr. Mr. Bimal Patel, who was former president of SAPT and guest of honor. I hope everybody knows Bimal Patel, so need not to give the introduction of Bimal Patel. He is on geotechnical applications. Then Mr. Keshav Verma were also were not present, but he was online. He gave us an insight on the report of HLC recently been submitted to the Government of India. This report is very, very important and very conspicuous report, of course, because I mean it is very well connected with all the planners from with the future of the planners as well as the current working of the planners. So we must thank to Mr. Keshav Verma for that. Then Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph, she was PS of LSGT, was also joined the conference yesterday, and she very nicely explained about what are the policies and what are the programs related to the urban planning and management in the state of Kerala. The technical session from today it started from the municipal fiscal health. So Mr. V. Suresh, former chairman of HUDCO, they provided us the detailed insight about the municipal finances and what is the current scenario about it. Then next was a session for blue and green economy for resilient future, and it was chaired by Mrs. Anumita Roy Chaudhary. She is the executive director of CSE, New Delhi. Then Mr. Vijayanand SM, former chief secretary, he came in the capacity of chief guest in the session of local democracy and special planning, Kerala. I must say that in a very, very few words, he explained everything, where planners are mainly not thinking about it, and where, as per him, where planners are wrong, and how to correct it also. He, in a few lines, he explained. Then we have a Chief Secretary of Government of Kerala in this valedictory session, who was just now she has left because of some personal early she has to reach somewhere. Anyway, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all session chairmen, speakers, participants for their contribution and engagement, which has been instrumental to fostering meaningful discussion and exchange of ideas that are crucial for the advancement of the field. To all delegates, thank you for active participation and enthusiasm. The large presence of delegates has enriched this conference, making it a truly collaborative and enlightening experience. We were very happy to see the large presence of the delegates. Lastly, I would like to thank the organizing team for their tireless efforts making this conference a seamless and memorable event. Especially, once again, I would like to thank Mr. Rajesh, who is chapter chairman, and Ms. Raji, who is the secretary of this chapter. They worked overnights since last 1 week, and really they made us so comfortable. One of the most important yet remain, which is to thank to the co-sponsor and supporter, without which it was almost impossible to organize such conferences. And also, I must extend my thanks for and sincere appreciation for and their devotion, that devotion of media. The media people has covered our conference very exhaustively and really made this conference, or rather it was the matter that how the message has been given about the outcome of the conference to the general public who has not attended this conference. Once again, thank you all for your presence and contributions. We look forward for seeing you at future conferences and continuing our shared journey towards progress and innovation of town and country planning department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before we rise for the national anthem, I request all delegates to once again stay behind because we will be taking a group photo after we conclude the program. I now request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
We request all members of the audience to kindly stay behind for a group photo after we conclude the program. For our delegates, a cultural program has been organized at Hotel Samadra, Kovalam. Those who are interested in seeing the sunset, the first bus is ready already outside Obai Tamara. Other buses will ply by 6:15. We request all delegates who are yet to have tea to kindly do so, grab a bite and quickly move to the buses parked outside. For now, we ask all delegates to kindly move to the front for a group photo. It has been a pleasure to host you all at the 73rd NTCP conference. These are Malavika AR and Devika H. Devi signing out. Thank you for being patient with us. We wish you a good day. We request all delegates to come up to the front for a group photograph.
Everyone on stage, please be mindful at the table behind. There are glass bottles. We will be removing them.